And we're live. Here we go.
Yeah.
10 hours starts now.
No sleeping
You
this time,
ready?
Alex.
I can do it. I can do it. This time it's not 24 hours.
If you were, I was just telling this to Rodney that if you were like starting in your nighttime, then it would have been a challenge, and then more possibility of Scott showing up because it's Australia daytime.
Right?
Yeah. Yeah. I don't know. We're going to
But
have a little bit
we're
of a
all
change
going
of
to
roles this time around. I'm going to
we
have
we
to
we
play
are
the
all
part of
putting out
Alex.
yeah we are all putting out good vibes by the time the 10 hours end. Hopefully Scott gets up again and joins us.
Mhm.
What do you think
No,
Scott's going to do now that he's retired?
I don't think he has lack of options or ideas. I think it's people like us who would sit down with, what do I do if I don't work in Jira anymore?
I would
So,
be very, very surprised if there isn't already some other plan. He already has
yeah,
something in the works.
But I mean, when you have like the most expensive house in all of Australia, and you're probably the richest person in all of Australia, like what does one do?
great start to the live stream, by the way, like, if I may say so.
We got to keep it real here. I'm just curious, like, because I thought about retirement a lot, even at the age of 35 years old. But it's like, what do you do? Like, I kind of feel like you can't just go into the sunset, right? Because like when you have a mind, I would assume like Scott's, right? Like that creative entrepreneurship, engineering mind. I would think that it's not as trivial to just say, I'm gonna kick back and relax. Like maybe for a
That
week or
said,
two.
I don't think the time is coincidental. I would bet he has something in stealth mode, some sort of new company or new venture. And in about a year or two, we're going to hear about Scott's new company.
Yep.
So on that topic, what do you think he's building?
That is the question. I don't think it's going to be competitor Jira, if
Oh, yeah.
that's what you're thinking. No.
No, I don't
Um,
think. I don't think it would be Jura. I think it would be a little bit more like philanthropy based.
Yeah. Maybe a
See,
little more, a little more. Sorry?
no, go ahead.
No, I was thinking something on those lines itself, like in philanthropy, but something with a little more face value, rather than just like, just like having a fund and like helping organizations, something with a little more, like the 1% initiative that Atlassian had a lot of partners sign up for. That was quite real. Maybe like something on those lines, but a little bit on the ground support or something like that. Or it could be like something in
I'm like,
renewable energy, because those have been quite good ventures in world these days.
Maybe he's just gonna become an actor because that BSM commercial did so much.
I don't know. I keep
Yeah,
coming back
the
to this
the
idea
PSM
of
script.
this as Sajid said, energy. I'm thinking like the new fusion initiatives that are happening all over the world. Maybe something that, like, if this was MCB, I know for sure it'd be something about the environment because that is his
Yeah,
number one priority. But Scott, that's trickier.
He's quieter. I think. I
Yeah.
feel. I have minimal interactions with the guy, which we're gonna talk about in a minute. But I feel I feel like he's a little bit more like I think he said the right word, stealth. Right. I
Hmm.
think he's a little bit more behind the scenes kind of guy. Sajid, what's your first memory of Scott?
ooh, my first memory of Scott is probably the first summit that I went to, 2018 Barcelona. Uh, I was there as part of my company, and I was not a community leader. The 2018 Barcelona summit is when I signed up to become a community leader when I came back home. So the first time it was very, I would say, from afar, from a distance. And in 6 months, like when the US summit happened, 6 or 8 months, in April 2019. That's when I officially met him. So I have a picture from 2019 summit where I'm standing in between Mike Brooks and Scott, and like it's one of the pictures that I didn't have for 2 years. I had a phone clicked version because it was late night in a community leaders dinner. But Selena, who was now not in Atlassian community anymore, she somehow found the picture which the official photographer took and sent it to me.
Oh,
So
we're gonna have to send it
that's
to
my
us. We're gonna have to add that in post.
yeah. That was one of the pictures that now I still have it from 2019. But like yeah, one of the first memories. I remember talking to both Mike and Scott separately
Do you
with them
remember?
together.
Do you remember that conversation? Do you remember what you talked to him about?
Yeah, I was fairly new to the community leader program. I was just telling them that yeah, I've recently joined. I used to be, I've been a user for years. Became a power user a couple of years back, and like very excited on how the journey is. As a PM, somebody who's very enthusiastic about agile. I was a naive project manager. I still call myself a naive project manager who used to believe that people follow agile when you preach uh, and I thought Jira helped me do that, right? So I was very happy in that world. It has changed over the years, but yeah, that was my first memory.
Do you think Scott and Mike they ever get tired of people coming up to them and telling them, "Hey, I do this for the community," or "I do that
I
for
don't think
Atlassian"?
so. I
Not the
don't think
community.
so.
Not the community.
Not the community. Yeah, 100%.
I mean, they still famously fight every team and summit who's going to go to the community dinner.
Yeah.
I mean, they can't both go anymore because their time's too valuable, but they still, it's like every year there's a competition between them to see who's going to go.
What do you think they're doing at that 6-7 p.m. on that Wednesday night?
So uh, one summit, I think it was 2019 or 22, post COVID, the first summit that happened. It was in the same place. 2019, I think, was Mandalay Bay. After that, it was all Venetian.
Mhm.
After everything was done, I was just with my teammates. We were just on the casino floor, and I saw. I wouldn't mention who, but one of the founders on a table, and that table was buzzing. And I'm pretty sure the other would have sooner than later joined at that table. But it was just standing at a distance and watching. It was fun. With big numbers flowing, big value chips were flowing in, and I was like, "Yep, I think I should just take a step back and watch it from a distance."
Do you think other CEOs have that level of, I don't want to call it prestige, but allure, I guess?
Yeah, I think some people definitely do, right? Like people
Like I
like
think
I was
Elon,
just having
I
a
would think,
conversation with. Sorry, I was just having a conversation with Meghna, my wife, earlier today, and I was telling her how, like, for me, and I'm pretty sure for a lot of people too, uh, rock stars used to be the people that we want to meet, right? Like musicians. But now somehow
Mhm.
some tech moguls have crossed over to that county. So like I would love to meet. There are some entrepreneurs based out of India who've done amazingly well over the past couple of years. I definitely, if they are coming, I would want to meet them. I would want to talk to them. Get a picture maybe. But like not celebrities anymore, not actors anymore.
it,
Just like
it's
that,
so
like think
funny.
of globally. Like if Sundar Pichai comes to the mall that I'm in right now, or if Elon Musk comes to the Chili's that I'm sitting in right now, I
You're in
would
the
go there.
Chili's in India right now.
I'm in the Chili's.
I don't even go to the
I,
Chili's
I
in the
am literally
U.S.
saying goodbye, Scott. Like I'm having a beer at Chili's. It's Saturday, 5:30 p.m. Cut me some slack.
I mean it's after 5 o'clock. I was gonna say it's funny that you bring that up because I live like about an hour flight from Silicon Valley in the Bay Area.
Mhm.
And I swear, like my wife and I, we've been planning a trip we want to go up to Silicon Valley. And my wife's like, what are we gonna do? And I'm like, you know what we're gonna do. And I'm like, we're gonna go tour the visitor centers of every tech company
Of
and like go
course,
buy
of course.
some tech company swag. I remember the first time I went to Apple. my uncle. So Apple has the only place in the world where you can buy company branded clothing from Apple. They have like there's only one store in the whole world, and it's at their headquarters. And I remember going, and my uncle was like, "Can I use the restroom?" And then the restroom was like inside the building, like inside HQ. And I was like, "Oh my gosh, Steve Jobs has walked these halls. Like Steve Jobs has used his
Wow.
restroom before."
Nice.
It was like the
Nice.
coolest thing ever.
Nice. Yeah. That's something that you should write in your LinkedIn bio. Use the washroom Steve Jobs has used before. Probably.
Most
Probably.
likely, most likely.
Most likely. If he was on that floor.
If he was on that floor and had to go and had an urge at
Well, I
that
mean, you
moment,
had to at least pass through that floor at some point, so
Oh,
it
yeah.
was right
possible.
next to the entrance. It was right next to the exit and entrance of the building. So if he ever was like about to get on in a car or something, go, you know what? Hold up, let me take a quick bio break. Like that would have been the restroom right there.
Yeah.
Nice.
So speaking of restrooms, what would you do if you ran into Scott in the restroom? Like you got a minute with him. What does that conversation look like?
Nothing.
Oh,
Nothing.
Being a sane person, nothing. It's the silent head nod. That's
Just
it.
and I asked this
That's
because
that.
I watched a I'm gonna
What?
give you some time
What
to
did you
think
want?
about it. I'm gonna give you some time to think about this, and Ronnie, I'll ask you the same thing too, right? Because I watched this YouTube video. It's 4 hours long. It's with a tech fellow from Microsoft. He used to be a tech fellow at Google, super well achieved person. And when he was at Google, there was a moment where he was in the restroom, and Larry Page walked in and asked him, "What do you do? What do you do at Google?" Right? And he told them his answer was, "I have been saving the world from Internet Explorer since Chrome started," right?
Nice.
And Larry Page loved that answer, the fact that he's been saving the world from Internet Explorer. And so, what would be that conversation that you would have with Scott if you had
Not
a?
in a washroom, but what I would say is I've been making really smart people feel dumb by asking them soccer questions.
Of course you would. Of course you would. And this
I
is the reason why I
mean,
actively try to avoid you.
I
I make
mean,
smart people feel like really dumb people.
everyone needs to be humbled at some point.
Yep.
Yeah,
Yep.
but Sajid wipes the floor with us. Well,
I
with
mean, I
me,
know
you're the victor. So what do I know? I don't know what victory tastes like.
I'm not a victor. I won second place.
Second.
I've got the
Oh, I
chain and
guess yeah.
everything.
Not yet.
You got
But
farther up than most.
no, I'd say what I do is try to figure out how I want to word it, but I help others realize their own potential. I think that's the best way to put it.
Smart. Nice.
So Ronnie, if you had a minute with Scott in the restroom, what would your conversation look like?
Just get out of the restroom, Alex.
Just get out of the restroom. It's okay.
I
Elevator
want to
or
change
restroom? Like,
it.
you need to be in a confined
Elevator.
space
Yeah, let's do
with
elevator.
the guy, and you got like
If I'm
a
stuck
minute.
in an elevator,
You got
let's
1
change it then.
minute to impress the crap out of
Yeah,
him. Like,
because
what are you telling him?
yeah, because
The
the
elevator,
sentence is what's your elevator pitch, right? Not what's your
But you're
bathroom
not
pitch.
pitching to him. You're not like pitching. Like that is an interesting thing. Do you think he'll start a fund? Do you think like he'll start like a venture fund?
I mean, he already has one.
Does
Atlassian
he?
Ventures.
Yeah.
Yeah, but that's tied with Atlassian. Like, but do you think he'll start like the Scott fund?
Maybe he already has stake in something like that. We don't know.
Mm-hmm.
Man, you're taking the fun out of guessing.
As I said,
But what's your answer, Alex? What are you going to ask Scott?
and I'm going to change the question because the dynamics of the restroom just throws the entire question off.
Doesn't work.
If you're stuck,
if
you're stuck in an elevator, Alex, with Scott, going up 10 floors, you're going to be there for a minute. What do you say?
If I'm stuck with Scott in an elevator, the first thing we're trying to figure out is how to get unstuck from the elevator.
No, you're there for a minute. You're going up like 10 floors.
I was going to say 2 engineers stuck in an elevator. I'm sure we'll figure something out. I don't know. I think I would like I like meeting and talking about challenges. I think I've interviewed a couple CEOs during my, that summer of Atlassian, and I'd be really curious about like their critical thinking. Like, what did they do when their backs were up against the wall and the world was against them? Like, how do they handle that pressure? How do they like triage their options, their decisions? Like, how do they find a way forward? Because obviously Atlassian is a very successful company, but I would assume in their 20-year plus 10 venture or tenure, they must have met some opposition, especially when you're giving the product away for free, right?
Yeah.
I
I
mean,
think one of the things, like, again, from somebody who saw it as a user for the longest time, right? I think what worked well in that early era was hiring some really smart people. And those people, like, it went beyond Mike and Scott, right? Dom, Anu, Patha, all these guys
uh,
are rock stars in their own ways. And what they've
mhm.
done over the last so many years is just take individual sections and make it so seamlessly integrate with everything else that was Atlassian. And even when something else, apart from Jira Line, I don't remember any other tool that was bought in and had any issue merging into what everything else Atlassian was. I call Jira Line the exception because that's what it was. I don't think Mindville was ready when it was done, but yeah, in a couple of years it might be, but right now it still, I think, is the odd one out kind of a tool. But everything else seems great. Like, I was reading about Rewatch, the newest acquisition that has happened for Loom specifically. So the amount of investment that shows in that direction shows us how serious Atlassian is about Loom.
Mhm.
I just had a wild, crazy thought for you, Sajid. Have you thought of doing a quiz whiz exclusively with Atlassians?
I did that. There was one episode where we had three Atlassians, I believe. They didn't do well.
I that's why I was like, I'd be curious to see how it would look when you like hit up
Last week, so
Atlassians versus
now
Atlassians.
what we've started doing is, like, each in-person event that we do in Delhi, we've got some like high velocity socks piled up from the high velocity event that we did. So each week when we end the session, so like last week before last, we had a session around plans, advanced roadmaps. So while the session was on, I created a quick Mentimeter quiz around the topic that was presented, and there were like 30 people attending. I did a quiz live then and there. There were some people from Atlassian in that group as well. They couldn't crack the top three or top four.
I wonder if how Scott or Mike would do.
Yeah, that would be interesting. I mean, I'm hoping that this year we'll get Dom. Hopefully, last year we were almost close to getting Dom, but we couldn't because of some conflict issues, and also the time zone. We usually do it pro US, but that is way too late. Just like this live stream for Australia,
I
but
mean,
hopefully we'll get more people.
let's change this up a
Yeah,
bit.
Rodney, you were saying
How do you
something?
think? Yeah, how do you think the Atlassians would do on the Are You Smarter Than series? Because I know when I join one of those, I
Ooh.
feel a little bit of pressure.
Yeah, I think they would do well. Like people in JSM, I would expect them to know Jira. People in Obsdini, I would expect them to know Jira. Again, it's an expect. I'm not 100% sure, but I would expect them to know Jira. Confluence, I'm not very sure because if somebody is knee deep into ITSM, how much they're using Confluence. But Jira one, I'm pretty sure they would fairly do well.
I'd be curious to see an Atlassian edition of one of these because the
Yeah,
marketing on it would just be insane,
you put
right?
some thoughts in my head. I'll speak to Joanna and we can see if we can like turn the table around on some
Because like
volunteering
you
at
see it,
Atlassian.
in the US based like shows, right? Like there's a what's that one with Steve whatever his name is, the
I don't watch American TV.
I don't either, the one that asked you like name the top like oh my gosh, Steve, let me find the guy's name.
You're talking about
Steve,
Jeopardy.
I don't think it's Jeopardy.
I think that Sajid, you said, "What is Jeopardy?"
I know, right? What is
What is
Jeopardy?
Jeopardy? Yeah.
Oh my gosh. How am I blanking? I watch this thing on TikTok all the time. It's the guy like there's two teams, and then you're asking them like name a body part that is very ticklish. And you gotta
Family
like name like
Feud.
bam, there we go. Yes, Family Feud. So Family Feud has done like versions where it's like celebrities, right? Or like exclusive versions where it's not the normal people, but others. What happened to Sajid? Did we lose the quiz master?
I think we may have lost him temporarily. He will be back though, I'm sure.
I find it interesting that we pre-schedule events months in advance, and yet life seems to somehow happen. I have a party. I got into a little bit of a pickle with my parents last night because my mom was like, "How in the world are you gonna miss your uncle's party?" I'm like, first, I'm not missing my uncle's party, and two, I pre-planned this for months.
Mm-hmm.
And so, says the guy who's gonna go get his car fixed today.
Yeah, that was not my fault. I had it on the calendar. I had it reserved, but my wife really does depend on her car, and we have to have the maintenance done.
Well, since there's Sajid. I was gonna ask him a question.
Yeah,
Family
I'm
Feud,
here,
buddy.
but
Family Feud.
I yes, Family Feud. I might have to drop, guys, because now I have to drive back home. But what I'm going to do, I was just telling Rodney, is I'm going to join back once I reach home.
All right.
Yeah.
All right. Well,
Right.
we'll carry the fort.
You were asking any question, Alex? What were you saying?
Just would you do like think about it on your drive, right? What other styles of trivia games can you do to augment the quiz with? Because maybe you can
Yeah.
make smart people feel like really dumb, but maybe a different flavor.
Yeah. I'm definitely going to refer this and go to Joanna whenever I talk to her next and say, how about we do it in all Atlassian panel where we just like quiz people from actual Jira product teams and see how much they know about Jira.
I think
That would be fun.
I think that would be interesting. I think it'd be interesting to have like themed ones, right? Like ACP 120 base, ACP
No,
420 base.
not even that level. Like actual use case based questions, not related to ACPs, but like senior guys, and like maybe we could do some sort of theme around it, and we'll see. But yeah, good idea, Alex and Rodney. I'll take that.
Yeah. All right.
All
Well,
right, I'll see you
hold
guys
the
in a
fort
while.
here.
Safe travels.
I guess the drinking laws in India might be a little different.
I mean, if it's just one or two, he should still be under the alcohol limit.
I've always been too scared. I don't drink, nor do I drive, but primarily don't drink. And I don't know that I want to drive while I'm drunk.
I've never really been a drinker either. I may have one drink every quarter or so, but since they've really been upping the dose of my heart medicine, I've really become lightweight, and I just can't even tolerate a single drink anymore. So, yeah, I don't play that game, but that's on me. So, Alex, what is your first memory, Scott?
It would have been this year. I went up to him this year during the expo. I was walking around, and he was on the expo floor, and he was talking to our very good friend Jan Schumacher, which I told him at one point I'm going to learn how to say his name. And he was talking to him, and I'm walking past both of them, and I'm like, wait, hold up. I'm not missing this shot here. And so I backed it on up, and I just kind of lingered and waited until Jens was done. And then Scott walked away, and I'm like, Jens, introduce me to your former boss. And Jens is like, what? And I'm like, never mind, I'll do it. And so I walk up to Scott as he's walking over there. I'm like, hey, I'm a big fan, and I'm a YouTuber, and I have like 700 videos on how to use Jira. And so I was telling him a little bit about it, and took a picture with him, and then he went on his merry way. But that would have been my first memory, first interaction, first conversation with him. And I'm glad I took it, because last year at Teams, I believe they were on the expo floor too and taking pictures with people like in front of those.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't see that this year. Did you?
Not really. They seemed really busy behind the scenes.
I wonder if they're just cooking up. Like I'm always curious what they're doing, and I think Angie Gladstone told us is like, well, they get together because it's the one time that they're together, like all the team, right? Because they're a pretty distributed company. So that makes sense. But I got 6, 7 p.m., 8 p.m. It's like, what are you guys doing back there?
I mean, if Sajid's to be believed, partying it up on the casino floor. I don't know. The first time I remember, Scott, was Summit 2016. It was my first summit. I had only been an Atlassian admin for like 2-3 years at this point. And I specifically remember it because I kept seeing all these gray jackets running around all over the place. I'm like, what's the story with these gray jackets? And I couldn't stop one of them long enough to ask, hey, where did you get that? What's that about? And then he's on stage and he explains it about their new certification program and that everyone who has a gray jacket has passed the Jira certification because that's the only one they had at that point. They were working on the Confluence and talked to them about their experience. And that was the point where I'm like, whatever I have to do by the time I get to Summit 2017, because I already convinced I was going to Summit 2017.
You already knew. You already knew this was going to be a yearly occurrence for you.
Yeah, I was going to go as often as I could, and I knew I could swing next year. But I knew by the time I get back here, I'm going to have a gray jacket.
And I'm assuming you got your gray jacket?
I did. I passed the ACP 100 by the skin of my teeth. I was not prepared for the exam. Again, the exams were a different creature back then. They were much trickier.
You think Scott or Mike ever take those ACPs?
I don't think so. But you used to get a physical letter from them. I mean, from them. It was obviously printed on and mass produced, but you would get a letter from them when you got it. Now you just get it by email.
You think when someone becomes an Atlassian, they get like a letter or an email from? I would assume I got one from Google CEO a couple years ago. I'd be curious. I don't know that out of all the jobs I've ever joined, I don't think I've ever gotten a letter from the CEO other than Google. Like Google was like the one like, congrats, welcome to Google. I wonder if Scott and Mike do that.
I'd imagine they may on occasion just for like the big global events, like when everyone went into lockdown. I imagine they probably sent something out after the unfortunateness with the layoff last year. They probably sent something out, but probably don't think they send something out to everyone who's new.
Yeah.
I mean, even if it's a form letter we all got, I don't think that they necessarily do that. I knew, however, I bet everyone gets a letter from her.
That dynamic is interesting. I've never quite I've seen CEOs and I've seen presidents, but I don't know that I've seen both. First of all, 2 CEOs, so that's usually very rare, and then 1 president. Like, how do you think they split up their roles and responsibilities?
I think Anu handles the day-to-day about executing the larger.
So more like an operations. Do they have a COO?
Yes, they do. You want to know how I know they have a COO?
How do you know that they have a COO?
So a couple of years ago, I wrote a post saying the last thing we need to talk about data center. It was one of my most viral posts.
No, they don't have a COO. There isn't one on.
They had one. I know because he responded on my LinkedIn post about that article.
Well, they don't have one right now.
I know they used to have one because I'm like, at the point the CEO comes, finds your LinkedIn article and comments on it, you know your name was spoken in anger in the boardroom.
Dude, did you see my post on LinkedIn?
Which one?
The one about the imports?
Yes, I did.
So that one's gathered a little bit of attention. Do you know roughly how many people saw your post, that one we were just referring to right now?
I want to say it was 20, 30K.
Okay, so it's quite a bit then, because I'm approaching 10K on mine. and this is normally when I'm waking up on a Saturday morning. and
Oh, you
the
set an alarm for Saturdays?
well, I still gotta record videos, right? Saturdays is when I wake up to record my videos, and I gotta do it early enough before. So at 6 a.m., due to the proximity of the airport that I live next to, at 6 a.m. those flights take off. So if I don't record by 6 a.m., like I got planes in the background. Second, then daylight starts peeking in at around 6:30. So then I got dogs barking, I got neighbors doing lawn. So it's like they got all these videos gotta get recorded early in the morning. But I guess we'll find out today, right? We'll find out. We'll see if in 30 minutes those planes start flying overhead. But
I
anyways,
don't know.
man, I lost my train of thought. I don't usually lose my train of thought. What was I telling you right before this?
You were talking about your import post.
Oh yeah. That import post, right? So it's got like almost 10,000 views on LinkedIn, and I think Sharif saw it, and I don't think he was too happy with it. And he asked me if I was working with anyone at Atlassian. I was like, "That's a thing." Like that was my initial reaction. I was like, "That's a thing. I can talk to someone." And sure enough, like I don't know. I don't have any evidence of this, but I would assume that Sharif saw it, wasn't too happy, and he probably found somebody because within a day or within that same day, the product manager for Jira Importer reached out and was like, "Hey, let's chat."
I mean, my experience has been is when you have a larger profile like we do, and you have a concern, you get assigned someone, and that someone becomes your Atlassian buddy, and they always check back with you and make sure you're happy.
You think you said this before, the hand that feeds and you don't want to upset it. Like the I I remember the other day I was just talking to somebody. I'm like, man, Atlassian's gonna like fire me one day.
No,
Where do we like what responsibility do we have between we love Atlassian, clearly,
mhm.
right? We make a living off of it, and this is a company we respect highly, we think highly of. We invest our almost every minute of our free time into it versus we also have to tell it like it is, like as an obligation and a duty to the people that follow us.
I mean, these were all questions I was asking myself back in 2022 when I was in the process of writing this. And here's the line I came up with: I have a greater duty to the people who are looking to me as a creator to what is my next move in my career? What do I do next? How do I improve myself? How do I continue to grow my career? People are looking to people like you and me for that answer. And I have a greater duty to them than I ever do to Atlassian. So when I see something that is a problem objectively is going to cause problems, I do have a duty to call that out.
Yeah.
And be authentic about it. And like, look, I still love the company. I still love the product, but here's where you can improve because here's a problem.
Now, tech companies like an Apple device, right? I think they usually expect it already, right? I think when you're like designing a product or you're engineering a product for like Google or like just these mainstream tech companies, I think there's got to be some level of expectation of like people are going to talk about this, right? People are going to critique it. They're going to like things. They're going to not like things, right? With every new iPhone, with every new Android OS or whatever, heck, even with new Tesla updates, right? Do you think that Atlassian's product managers are up there thinking like, what are people going to think about these things, or do they just make me? Because I was an engineer, right? I've engineered stuff my whole life, and you always have these requirements. But I guess the majority of my career, it was all defense, so the requirements are predefined for you on a government contract. So there's not a lot of wiggle room to like out of the box thinking, right? But I would assume that a company like Atlassian, you have a lot of room for out of the box thinking. How do you think they validate some of that out of the box thinking against realities and expectations of their clients?
I know they do a lot of end user interviews. I've been a part of some of them.
But how does something like the Jira importer then slip through the cracks? So this it wasn't just my opinion. If you go look at all the comments, I got like 40 comments on there of like everybody saying like, what the heck happened here?
Yeah. I mean, it's not a foolproof system by any means. I'm not saying it is. Stuff is always falling through the crack. But I know they try and do a lot when they have the ability to, of end user experience gathering. What are your pain points? What are you trying to do? And they're trying to align what the customer wants with their ultimate vision. Because again, we have to remember their ultimate vision at this point is everyone needs to be on Atlassian Cloud. And I think they kind of did not do a good job with the importer of balancing out the concern of this is what the customer actually needs with this is our vision.
Right. It's interesting. Like, I don't know. I just felt like this particular update was a step back, but one that I think they'll recover from. I think Atlassian will realize like, oh boy, we made a boo-boo. Hopefully though, because the alternative, what happens if Atlassian doesn't fix it? Well, what happens if Atlassian eventually does, in fact, get rid of their old importer?
I mean, this is what we have the marketplace for. I imagine an AppFire or an Adaptivist or even one of the smaller competitors is going to step up saying, hey, here's a nice little niche. Atlassian obviously doesn't care about it. Let's jump in and own it.
Make a new, what was it? Midori, I think, has like Better Confluence Archiver as the name of the app.
Yeah,
I can see better Jira importer.
And you know that's going to sell. Even if it just replicates the functionality of the old importer, which we already know what the UI looks like. We already have all
those requirements.
The hard questions answer.
Yeah.
Yeah, we have all the requirements ready to go there. It's
maybe
just
that
like,
should be a fun little hackathon thing that we do. We just build the next. That should be a live stream that we do, Rodney. We should get a couple of people that want to build an app and like let's just build one together in live. And can we build one in 10 hours?
I mean, I'm not claiming to be a Java dev, but if you need someone to kind of keep things on the rail, I could do that much.
Yeah, that'd be an interesting thing to live stream the Jira Life crew making a better Jira importer.
I think with the name we could probably get it to have some momentum.
Yeah, I mean, I remember asking Chris Cook. I was like, "How did you guys come up with like custom charts for Jira?" And he's like, "People were searching custom charts for Jira." So, what better name to just hit your SEO right out of the gate, right? Like, so I would call it like a better Jira importer or Jira importer that works.
Original Jira importer.
If it's so interesting, I wonder how marketplace apps would do sometimes if they literally were a little bit like more literally transparent with what their product does. Right?
Well, I mean, we look at Resolution. Their first app was just called Single Sign-On for Jira.
It makes sense, and that's why it's so popular.
And I remember finding them because I literally searched in the marketplace because I had the problem of I needed to integrate Jira with our single sign-on solution. So I looked up single sign-on for Jira, and because it was an exact match, it was the first thing to pop up.
It's hard to argue with like top search results, right? Like if you are lucky or fortunate enough to have an idea that it hits the top something, you're good, dude. So I was talking to somebody last week when I was in Florida, and they're like, yeah, do you know that Alex has a YouTube channel? And they're like, no way. And I'm like, yeah, I have a YouTube channel. He's like, what's the name of your YouTube channel? And I love doing this. I'm like, have you seen We Worked or We Crashed?
No.
Are you familiar with WeWork? And
I am familiar with WeWork, and I am familiar with their story. I just haven't watched the show.
So the show, Apple TV Plus, phenomenal show. I'm not a big fan of Jared
again,
Leto.
Alex, you should have guessed the answer just with Apple TV Plus.
Yeah, I know. But you don't have to have an Apple product to. I guess you could watch Apple TV Plus on anything. I guess on the browser. Anyways, there's a famous line where Jared Leto's character of Adam Newman, right, who's the co-founder and
Mhm.
I guess CEO of WeWork at the time, he gets like I don't know how many hundreds of millions of dollars in valuation or something. I think it's like a lot of zeros, right? And so he goes to a bank and he's like, "I'd like to open up a line of credit," right? And the guy's like, "Oh, okay. Um, we're gonna give you $10,000 credit limit," and he gives him a little cup, a little coffee cup, and he's like, "Congrats." And Adam Newman, or Jared Leto's character, he's just like, "I'm gonna need a little bit more." And he's like, "How much more?" And he's like, 10 million. And the guy's like, "Are you serious? Because like you have $400 in your bank account.
Mhm.
We're not about to give you $10 million in credit." And he's like, "Google me." It's okay. Don't be shy. Google me.
Mhm.
And he Googles him, and like the guy from the branch like stands up and like calls up his manager because the guy is like the first article that pops up is like $1 billion investment in WeWork or whatever. Right. So, anyways, going back to why I was telling you the story, which was like the guy was like, "You have a YouTube channel?" I was like, "Yeah, like put Jira into YouTube." And he's like, "Jira?" I was like, "Whatever you want. Put anything in Jira into YouTube." And he puts, "Why does Jira suck?"
Oh no.
And sure enough, my video of like my why Jira sucks video pops up. So I was like, that got me thinking I should like chat GPT like all the different things that people are Googling on Atlassian and just have a video for each one of those.
I
That
mean, it wouldn't be hard to find that information and just like, yeah, here's my video topics for like the next 3 weeks.
3 weeks, dude. I only publish even at publishing 5 videos a week. Or I cheated. I've only published 4 videos a week. But sometimes 5 if I had a sponsored video ready. But anyways, I don't have enough. There's not enough weekdays versus videos. Like there's more videos in the pipeline than there are weekdays in the week or in the
Mhm.
year. So definitely not a shortage there.
I mean, it's people always have new questions about it, Jira. I mean,
There's always cycles too. Cycles,
mhm.
right?
I mean, workflows have been the big thing here lately. How do we improve our workflows? How do we not just the workflows in the Jira sense, but the workflows and how the work gets done? That's been a big topic as of late.
Yeah. Um Fun little fact, we have published, according to YouTube, I just got an email, 162 videos and 45 shorts on this channel.
It seems a little out of whack.
I
We got to
was
get back on our shorts game.
Yeah. I was gonna ask you, on the JiraGuy.com, you had started what I thought was you copying me. You started at the
Maybe.
beginning. You started at the beginning of time and you started like, what is Jira? And then you walked through again where beginners were,
Like
but then
why Jira, how
yeah, but
Jira.
yeah, but then you stopped.
Mhm.
What's the deal? What's the plan? What's the plan for the Jira Guy 3.0, 4.0, wherever version you're on?
I'm considering it 2.0, and Alex, I think you kind of already know the plan because you're in the
I've seen
creator
that.
chat.
I've heard chatter.
So I think you're just trying to get me to admit it on air.
No. I'm
Um,
genuinely curious. And that initiative aside, I'm genuinely curious what happened with you were posting that series because it looked like you started at the beginning of the thread and you
and
were
then
working your way through, but then you kind of stopped
I
like
just
5 posts in.
writing's hard now. I've been writing for 5 years, give or take.
Isn't
Really
it supposed
more
to
than
get
take.
easier with time?
I mean, the process gets easier, but the figuring out the words and what do I want, what do I feel inspired to write about, that becomes harder because I look at everything and like, I've already done this. Well, I've
Uh-huh.
already done this. This
that's
is just
why.
a rehash of this other post I've done.
So that's why
That's
I'm
the part
asking
that
you. Yeah, that's kind of why I was going down this rabbit hole. Like, okay, so how do we determine? Because I watch a lot of YouTubers on how to build businesses and stuff, right? And Alex Hormozi, who I absolutely love, he's like, I don't want to be, I want to be reminded, right? He's like, when you're making a video, you want to be reminded. And I don't know if you've ever heard of Pat Flynn, but Pat Flynn is always telling his story of, have you ever heard of Pat Flynn?
I have not.
See, this is why Pat Flynn tells his story. So Pat Flynn, I love this guy. He's from San Diego, and in like 2008, he was an architect, like a building architect type of guy, and he was like honors roll all his career or all his academic career, top of his class, top 1% at every grade level, including university, right? So he was a really really sharp guy, and he designed PF Chang's around the world. So he has a couple buildings out there, and he was great. And then the 2008 crisis hit, and he got laid off. And he was like, "Well, what do I do with my job, or what do I do with how do I put food on the table, right?" And so there's a certification exam that you have to take for becoming an architect. And so he created a guide for passing the test because he aced it. He got 100% on it. Right. And so he made so much money out of selling that guide that he's like, I don't need to be an architect anymore. And so now he created something called Smart Passive Income, where he teaches people like how to basically create a passive income with minimal effort, right? But the point I was trying to do though is like he interviews so much, right? Like he's interviewed and he's interviewing a lot. Like that's a big part of passive income is like our YouTube channel, right? And in every video, he's always like he just rehashes that story that I just told you. And he's like, do you ever get like people have asked him like, why do you feel like you always have to tell that story? And he's like, for as many times or as many like thousands of times that I told the story of how I started SPI, people still haven't heard of me and or know my story. so it would be interesting for you to catch, like if you were now to Google Pat Flynn, because I just told you about him, you're gonna catch him in 2024, Pat Flynn, right? But unless you watch his first video from like 2010, you wouldn't know who Pat Flynn was. So it's interesting, like, should we periodically, quarterly, every half year, every year, reintroduce Jira to the world, because you have so many new people coming into the Jira ecosystem.
And I think that's the thing where a platform like a blog differs vastly from YouTube, because YouTube, you have so much content coming in that it's easy for the old stuff to get lost in the shuffle. That's kind of the plan, is we've got so much new stuff coming in that people are discovering what's now all the time. When you are especially self-hosting a blog, you're not on a site like Medium or any of the other ones. Your content is kind of there, and I know for a fact that people are still referencing some of my old guides that I wrote in like 2020, 2019, because they're still relevant.
Do you ever go back and have to update the titles though? Because
yes.
I just had a comment that came in through one of my videos on how to upload Jira epics and stories and connect them together when there was an epic key and an epic link, or sorry, epic name and epic link. And somebody had a comment, outdated. And I was like, yeah, heck yeah, it's outdated. And here's the link to the new video.
But that's kind of the side point for what I'm thinking the Jira Guide 2.0 is going to look like. Because
should we bring down our producer before we get that far?
I think he's still waking up a little bit, so we're going to give him some time.
Let
him jump on when he's ready. Yep.
I don't know that I've ever seen Bob boot up. No, wait, I probably have.
I think you have watched Bob boot up before. But no, I knew the JiraGuide.com was never going to be a solo venture for long.
10 years later.
The nature of the kind of work involved, I was going to have to bring other voices in at some point, and I just never took that extra step until recently.
But what is that? So let's talk about this from a business perspective, and maybe we should be doing this in private. But I'm kind of curious now that we're here. I'm assuming you make money off the JiraGuy.com.
Some,
Right.
probably not near as much as I would on a YouTube, but we've seen my videos on YouTube when I do solo.
But people, so people like all media types,
Mm-hmm.
right? And I think you and I have half jokingly joked about like, hey Ronnie, you should make a blog post for every YouTube video I have, and I should make a YouTube video of every blog post you have, right? Just to cover our bases, but same titles and everything, right? But I guess the point I'm trying to get to is like, there's a need. There's a group of people that will only want to read. There's a group of people that will only want to watch, and there's a group of people that will only want to listen. So you got to cover all your bases. I guess where I'm going with this is, I would assume as you enter Jira Guy 2.0, and you start without spilling too many of the beans, right? But I would assume that you're going to drive more traffic.
The goal is, for any sort of social media venture, blogging, YouTube, all this, there's only two ways to scale. You either grow your audience or you grow your content. And this is what I meant earlier by it was never meant to be a one-person venture permanently, because the only way to scale is to either grow your content or grow your audience. Now, I still think, even with as inactive as the blog has been over the past little bit, and it has been inactive, I'm not going to deny that, the audience is still growing. I'm still seeing very slight but positive growth in my numbers. So people are still discovering my content, still subbing, still doing all this.
I was just there last week because I don't know about this, man, but when somebody calls it Jira, I just want to.
How'd you pronounce Jira?
I was like, how do you pronounce Jira? And sure enough, the Jira Guy article, like, it's, but I didn't like your, I didn't use your example because I didn't like how you put it. Like, I feel like
fair enough.
You put like the Latin or whatever with it, and I'm like, this still doesn't prove my point of how to pronounce it. So I'm trying to find a clever way of pronouncing Jira.
I mean, we could go back to the original Japanese.
Yeah, I was gonna say you
Gojira.
don't go Latin, you go Japanese.
And I don't think I went Latin. I think with the phonetic spelling.
But Japanese vowels are Latin based, no? Or they're pronounced like they are in Latin? Or Spanish, I
mean? Very no.
What are you talking about? Like, when I learned Japanese, the vowels are pronounced the way they're pronounced in Spanish. It's not.
For one thing, the R sound, as we say in either English or Spanish or any sort of European language, does not exist the same way in Japanese.
Yeah, but the R
it's kind of a blend of RL.
But the R is not a vowel. I'm talking about the vowel. Because you would say, like,
vowels are always part of a consonant. It's a syllable sound, not a just pure vowel sound.
You're conflating a written alphabet, of which Japanese actually has 3 or 4.
Yeah,
kana, katakana.
I just know hiragana, katakana. But that's the point I'm trying to make, though, right? When I speak Japanese, I enunciate my words like I would in Spanish.
Right. So
I want
the
phonemes,
Alex,
the phonemes, you're thinking about an accent.
Spoken parts are the same. Which is your point, Alex. The phonemes are the same. So there is a kind of the short vowel A at the end of Jira. That sound is there. The short vowel E, that sound is there for Jira. So in either English or Japanese, and I don't know how the hell I'm being able to say all this and be accurate while deprived of coffee. So
I'm gonna
take it for what it's worth.
I'm gonna blame too much Duolingo during the pandemic.
I just say Gojira.
I mean, even then, that's still that's close enough that someone from Japan is going to understand you, but that's still not 100% accurate because you do have your own accent you're bringing to it.
A ver, what do you got?
Oh, I have a horrible American accent too when I pronounce
as
Japanese.
long as you don't call it like Jira, like I'm okay with you.
Yeah.
I had somebody spell out J and then the word IEYERA, and I'm like, that's exactly what they're saying when they're saying Jira, and Jira is.
R's are tricky in Japanese because they kind of halfway between an R and an L, and my American tongue cannot do that because I'm so used to there being different sounds for an R and
I'm
L.
rolling my R's every time, so
yeah. And again, that goes to your own accent, and being aware of that and understand what it's supposed to be and what your accent is part of speaking a foreign language, but. Accents are weird. I heard it put, it's applying the rules of your grammar and your phonetics to another language.
But it's not Jira. That's all.
But it's not Jira. It is Jira from Gojira, which again, I can't do the R properly, but it's close enough. And
dude, that's
be so what it is. It's not Gyro. It's not Jira. It's not Jiras. I'm going to open a bunch of Jiras for people to do work. No, you're thinking of Issue.
Why do you think they went with Issue?
I mean,
because this started out as a defect tracking service or a bug tracking service.
But why not evolve as the product evolved?
It has evolved as the product evolved.
It's still an issue, though.
There are, in any sort of evolution, you're still going to have like remnants of the original. Like, for example, version affected. Why have a field, a field called version affected, or fixed versions? It came from, bug tracking, when
these are just vestigial stuff.
Yeah.
But it causes, I think, as Atlassian is becoming more mainstream, as they're updating their importer to be more friendly with the likes of Asana and Monday, the fact that their versions and releases and their other releases are all on the screen and they have their fix and effects versions and
but that's still I think that's still kind of a reflection of the way that software development is done. When you're starting to talk about Asanas and Mondays and ClickUps and things like that, they're starting off from a different base. They're starting off with how do you generally keep track of and monitor work.
Right.
Whereas,
100%.
Jira's had 20 plus years of, all right, we started out with tracking work as in work that we have to fix. And then we and then we started and then software development started taking a look at this and saying, hey, this is a good tool, this is a cheap tool, and it became extensible enough to where Greenhopper says, what would be good if we could elaborate this into sprints and add things like story points the way Scrum teams are doing it. And then Atlassian sees that, it takes off, and Atlassian buys Greenhopper. And then a few years later, somebody else has the idea at a at the this is what happened.
The Ship It.
Yeah, at a Ship It. Thank you. To take Jira and see what we can do for service management. And so it's this, you're looking at an evolution rather than starting off from a blank canvas or a blank sheet of paper.
100%. But I'm just saying Atlassian's strategic shift so far has been away from software development type of work.
Agreed.
To just generalized work.
Yes.
And I see that people are so confused by having this fixed version and this effects version and these releases and creating versions inside of the releases. Then you got to go figure out that it belongs to the fixed version or the effects version. And then the fact that you have a releases section for your CI/CD, like it's not friendly for the non-technical folks that Atlassian's trying to appeal to.
Yeah, but
For you and
it's
me, it
one
makes
of
perfect
those
sense.
where
It's the only thing we've ever known.
it's one of those where it's it's always been flexible enough that you don't understand that field, don't use it.
I mean, the idea has always been, in my mind, that Atlassians should never try and get something 100% for all customers. It should satisfy 90% of what any customer wants. And it's the job of the Jira admins, me, you, Bob, to get it that last 10%. And sometimes that is, look, we don't need a fixed version for our workflow, so we need to take this field out and just kind of hide it. Just because something's there doesn't mean you have to use it. Sometimes the correct answer is saying, we don't actually need that.
So let me ask
As
you
I
guys,
tell everyone who always requests a new due date field.
wait, first of all, it's 6:01. Who's supposed to join us next?
Funman's supposed to join us next. I've already pinged him.
Fun man. He's probably on a roller coaster right now.
Potentially.
He's
I
not
mean,
on.
it is, let's see, about 3 p.m. for him.
And
If I have my math right.
Sajid is nowhere to be found.
He was at a Chili's in India, hanging
At a
out with
what?
us.
The Chili's, like the restaurant.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, we had a
And
little
then
talk
he
for like
had to head
20
home.
Yeah, we had like a 20-25 minute talk.
He says he will be back, though.
Okay. Where's Scott? Hi, Scott. If you ever
Probably
see
chilling on the beach.
okay. I'm hoping you're well. I don't know if it's accurate to call it a retirement or if it,
I think we were talking about this earlier, and Bob, before we contaminate the pool, I'd love to hear your thoughts. What's Scott doing next?
I think what Scott is doing next is he may be, he's. I think I'm going to use a sports metaphor to talk about this. He's that player that has veteran player that has been in the game and decides to hang it up. And the next thing is he wants to stay in the game, but definitely not as a player. So he's going to be a coach. Probably he's going to find some athlete or some team to mentor and develop. So I see kind of Scott doing that as finding some startup or group of people and kind of saying, hey, how can I support you? Do you need VC money? Do you need
That was a conversation we were gonna have. Like, do you think Scott's going the BC route? Oh my gosh, it's the fun man, Scott F. It's not goodbye, it's good day.
that
Let's
is
talk
creative.
about that for a second. I love Atlassian. Like, they will break your heart but they will start the email with "Good day, mate," and I'm like,
"G'day, valued customer. We are killing data center."
Good day, but good day.
Team 24 Europe.
Euro Team 24, very exciting.
Dude, that left picture of you and Scott over there is questionable with your hand placement there, buddy.
Which one? With the you got to. I mean, there's all three pictures have got questionable hand placement. So which ones are we talking about specifically?
Well, let's just talk about each one. What's going on in the first picture?
So the I don't know if I should say this, but this is a great way. This is a great way to start my hour segment in the Goodbye Scott live stream for the Jira Life. But the first picture with me in the weird suit and the hat and us doing like a funny face and stuff.
Of course, Rodney goes full screen.
That is Team 22, and that is Scott in the middle of dealing with all the escalation phone calls for the cloud outage. And I can't remember. I've got 5 pictures where there's me being fun man, and I was jet lagged. I'd been sick the weekend before. I was drunk. I hadn't slept at all. So I was delirious and I was all over the place that week. And whoever was taking the picture was like, Scott, please smile. So you've got 4 pictures of me like, and then Scott just like staring deadpan at the camera. And then this last shot where he managed to just go, hey. So that's number 1. And I was trying to do a bunny ears, but I wasn't fast enough. But
I see.
Yeah, we can kind of see it.
Yeah, if I go fully out the way, then you can see the pictures better.
No, we got him.
Yeah,
we got it.
So
I recognize the purple in the second picture.
The middle one is I'm not sure what's wrong with my hand in this one. It's just me doing a thumbs up.
Your facial expressions in every picture that I've ever seen are just.
Oh yeah, it's. I went for lunch a few months back with Imga from Kalo Apps, and she took a picture of me in their new in the new hoodie with the new everything, and she just goes, and I was really tired that day, and she goes, "Where's the Andy smile?" So she has a series of me in deadpan photos, not smiling.
I don't know that I would call it the Andy smile though.
Yeah, she was like, "Where's the Andy smile?" I was like,
"I would just call it the Andy face."
She goes, "There you go." Yeah, the Andy face. So yeah, the middle one's with Laura, my used to be my partner in crime for Ace Rotterdam. Now we've got the other leaders on as well. So that was this year. That was team 24 with the famous
North America.
Yeah, North America team / aka always Summit, right? So always we had the Scott faces and stuff on the sticks, right? That was hilarious. And then the last one's Enterprise Dam. So that was a really, really awesome event. Very tiring, a very long 4 or 5 months, and then a very long 48 hours. But it was wicked because Scott's team forced him to come and do the AMA, much pushed by from Darlene from Community as well, because he was in Amsterdam that week. So it's really kind of everybody to make that happen, to have him there. And then I don't know if you can see, but the lady to his left and the gentleman to her left, they're from the hospital that we gave 10, including the amazing top up by Descartes team, 10,000 euros to charity for them to really build out some really nice parts of the hospital for the baby ward and stuff like that. Some pretty heartbreaking, touching stuff. So that event was awesome. That was really, really wicked. Yeah. So this is actually the background I used for my Goodbye Scott video that the community leaders did recently that we were asked to do.
Good day.
So I did do an Aussie accent. I was like, it's not goodbye, Scott, it's good day. Because I think I don't know where I saw it as I entered this, but there was a question or something that said, what's Scott's next? Oh yeah, what do you think is Scott's next move is? So I know that in the official blurb it's talking about him. He's sticking around, right? So it's not goodbye for forever. He'll be on board of directors and stuff like that. So
yeah, he still has his spot on the board, so it's not like,
I mean, he's not disappearing forever, but
no.
As said, we were just asking about what he thinks. Scott wakes up on Monday. What is he working on now? Because none of us think he's actually just done.
Yeah, no, you never really are, right? I mean, not this level of huge tech company, right?
I think he's got a startup somewhere in stealth mode.
I mean, ready. Him and Mikey CB have got fingers in so many different pies, right? I mean, I don't know if you all remember. I don't know if you all. So probably, I can't. Rodney, how long have you been a regular community leader? A long time, right? Were you around during Summit 2020 during Corona?
I think that was my first summit as a community leader. Was 2020.
So you and Bob will probably remember we had because they had to switch everything up for Summit being Corona and lockdown and everyone's on remote. The co-founders did individual hour slots with the leaders. Scott did more APAC EMEA, and Mikey CB did more the EMEA Americas time slot. And I remember somebody saying, "Are you really heavily involved with Atlassian, and where are your other interests?" And then Mike went on this 10-minute monologue about his current passion project, talking about it's like a GIS. Do you know GIS, Geographical Information System? But it's specific for, if I remember correctly, he was going on about infrastructure for pylons, or just infrastructure in areas that are really remote and there's not a lot of information. You can't use Google Maps for it and stuff.
Based.
Yeah. So he was talking about that. So I mean, yeah, I can imagine Scott's family are probably saying a lot to him, like 8 hours a day, yeah. Whatever he does from now on. So
You think it's going to Disneyland?
We're all going to Disneyland, right? I mean, like, what's the point of going to Anaheim?
Alex is treated, from what I heard.
No, I'm just saying, like, whenever you win the Super Bowl, like, the first thing they ask you, like, what are you going to do next? I'm like, we're going to Disneyland.
Yeah, that's so funny.
I heard it the other way. They're directing them to the other Disney place. I'm going to Disney World.
Depends on which coast of Super Bowl's won in.
Well, they make them do the commercial twice, and then it's.
No,
I guess
I'm going to Disneyland if it's on the.
No, I think if the Super Bowl's like in Los Angeles or Phoenix or something,
they're going to
Disneyland. If the Super Bowl is in Atlanta or Boston, it's Disney World.
I never noticed that, if I'm honest. It's quite funny. I said to my wife, team is in Anaheim next year. Do you want to try and make it like a family holiday the week after? And she goes, yeah, cool. And then she starts looking at stuff and she goes, yeah, I found great flights to Miami, and then we can either drive or just take a short flight up to Orlando. I went, no, Anaheim. And she's like, oh, that's the original Disneyland. I'm like, yeah. She goes, no, I'm not interested.
What?
it was Disney World or bust.
Oh man, the original Disney is so much better.
Yeah,
it's so funny. Have you guys ever seen The Middle?
No.
It's an American show based on this family based out of the Midwest, and they just middle rundown. Like
Alex all morning has been doing this. Where have you seen? No.
It's a funny thing because super unorganized, super chaotic family. They win tickets to Disneyland, and they road trip it all the way to Disney World. And they get to Disney World, and they're about to go into the park, and the lady's like, these are for the Disneyland. And she's like, so the husband's like, you mean to tell me you made us drive for 12 hours in the opposite direction? And the lady's like, we're here now. Can't you just like let us in? But yeah, Disneyland. I've never been in Disney World, but there's nothing like the original.
I've only been to Disney World once, and it was in high school, secondary school. Our robotics team won the regional championship and got to go to the world championship at Disney World. And that's the only time I've been.
Mr. Low Flex over here.
I mean, I've always been a winner.
Two-time All-Valley champion of robotics over here.
No, just one. Just one.
Have you seen Cobra Kai?
Nope.
Did you not watch any TV?
Didn't I just say last hour? I don't watch TV.
I thought you meant that like figuratively.
That is true. Actually, when we had the Jira Life over at the Phoenix Ace, Rodney was staying with me, and yeah, true to form, was not watching any TV. He was pretty much full on YouTube there in the off time.
Research, or so I tell myself.
Staking out the competition. Do you guys ever do? Andy, how do you keep a competitive edge?
In which aspect? In
your business and keeping Fun Inc.
I focus very heavily on social branding. There's only one fun man, right? You can't have more than one fun man in the world. So
I mean, we've all
No.
staked our brand on something like that.
yeah.
So the cease and desist letters are out in full force for fun man Javier or fun man
I mean, to be honest
Sajid.
with you, so someone recently forwarded me a post on LinkedIn, but in particular the link for a comment. So it was a post by Peter Preston talking about we need to have fun and there should be fun in work and blah blah blah. And then Chris Cook had written like, yeah, I mean, if we're not having fun, then what's the whole point? And then the person messaged me like, they're stealing everything that you are. And I was like, I mean, on the one hand, I can't trademark that shit.
Yeah.
On the other, this is brilliant. No one online talks about having fun apart from me. Everyone else is like, oh, how do you boost your numbers? Oh, mental health, da 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 da. And no one focuses on the fun aspect. So if there is like suddenly Fun Man Andres in South America, I mean, like, what's more fun than me booking a flight immediately to Cordoba or whatever and going hanging out with them?
But that's a business opportunity in itself, right? Have you ever seen Yes Man?
Oh, absolutely, right. That is. I literally was watching YouTube shorts about that the other day because it's just such a great movie. But
they trademark, or they didn't trademark, right? But they made a business out of saying yes. So I could totally see you like literally building a band of fun people.
Right, exactly.
And,
I was like,
I think it's a play adopted. When you're trying to start something that's more of a movement. Burton snowboards, they're famous for just kind of not enforcing their patent for snowboards just to get the snowboarding movement up and going, and
right.
Tesla did the same thing with their patents early on.
And the smartest companies in the world have been doing that for years, because it was either Saab or Volvo. It was one of the Swedish brands. I think it was Volvo. Were the first ones to invent 3-point seatbelts.
And
they were like,
Volvo, right?
This is for the future of the world. And they just gave away. They didn't patent it. They just gave it to everybody and were like, yo, let's improve safety. And I think it was Jaguar who were the first ones to successfully incorporate brake discs into competitive racing, and they won something like all the championships for 3 years in a row back in, I want to say 60s or 70s, might even be way earlier, 30s could be, I can't remember the exact details, but everyone started copying them and they were like, who cares? It's for the sport, right? Like, competition is good. And I think that's whenever a co-founder or someone has always talked about their the competition and this and that, they're all like, yeah, competition's good. So I always have this problem. Fun Inc. has many different industries and different types of customers and stuff like that, but people are always, someone will come and say like, oh, they're a competitor, and then I'll start breaking down their markets, and I'll start looking at what they're doing and their numbers and what the other person is doing, and then I'll look at the overall market, the potential for that industry, and it's like, between the two of you, you are 8%. So, and you've got no other competition. So, like, how are you competitors? Oh, we don't like it. We're both talking to you. It's like, okay, cool. I'll go find the other 98% that do want to talk to me, or 92% or whatever.
Right, because at that point, it isn't about like getting a bigger piece of the pie. It's about growing the pie.
It's about growing the pie. I mean, you look at every now and then. I think it's Brighttail have done a new invigorated push on their marketplace consulting services. So they've got a really awesome webinar coming up, 25th, 26th. It's like a whole 2-day webinar conference. And again, somebody messaged me that and was like, oh, aren't you worried? I was like, no, should I be?
No.
They'll probably get loads of business out of this. I'm like, and? I mean, like, there's not enough. They could not handle 100% of the world going, oh, we need your help. As a marketplace consultant,
someone said something similar when the Atlassian Creator Program first started up. Like, oh, you're helping all these creators. You're going all in on this program. Aren't you just making more competition for yourself? And I've always been like, no, because I'm not going to appeal to everyone out there. I don't speak every language. I don't understand everyone's cultural problems. I'm not going to be 100%. So if I could support all these other creators with all these other unique points of view, we're going to grow the audience as a whole. And some of them are going to go, yeah, I like Alex, but I also like Rodney. And you know what? I could watch both and not compromise anything. Or I can watch Fede over in Europe, or I can watch just it all grows at the end of the day.
You hit the nail right on the head, Rodney. I mean, I'm part of a really awesome program that focuses on awareness, a little bit spirituality, health, and stuff like that, called Ironclad Immunity, created by my chiropractor, Dr. Ben, and his missus, Kyan, who does the sort of more meditative, spiritual side of it. And every week we will have this, hey, what are we celebrating? Who are we celebrating, or what are we celebrating? So you can talk about yourself, but it's also great to talk about others. It's so good to be able to celebrate somebody else and shout them out. And Rodney was probably a bit miffed that Fun Inc. stole his thunder on his anniversary, but we were like, hey, this guy is awesome, we want to do something cool for him. So Rodney wakes up in the morning and goes, what are all these messages?
I was actually like,
Rodney wasn't about to do it, so
I mean, yeah, I wasn't going to do anything for it, so I wake up and see all these messages, so I'm
there we go.
Hey, there it is.
Yeah. And competition is fun, right? So if we go back to my own sort of, fun branding, I mean, the amount of times I've laughed at ClickUp's adverts jibing about, firing Jira, or the sys administrator going to jail.
Fun.
Yeah, exactly. Those are hilarious. And then you look into the comments, and the amount of people that are like, yeah, we hated Jira, ClickUp is so much better, blah, 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 blah. And what I found interesting is back in the day when I was doing systems migrations from one ecosystem to another, people don't clean up their mess first, right? So if you've got the famous triangle that I love talking about when it comes to people, processes, and products, and especially products internal usage, I mean, they just take all their baggage and their problems and they just dump it onto a new system, and they think, oh, well, Jira was the problem, or Atlassian was the problem. And we saw it with ServiceNow over the last, 5 years or something. They had a huge marketing push. They sent their CEO to big corporates, and there was a mass migration away from Jira and the JSM setup. And then what happened last summer? The pricing went through the roof. So people were happy for a few years, but now ServiceNow is making good on their, return on investment, and people are pissed. So it's like, Yeah,
and ServiceNow is trying to go into the areas of software development, the stakeouts of where Atlassian and Jira have been for years, and so it's a little bit of they're going into each other's domains. So
right,
that's what the big boys do, right?
Yep. Yeah,
and then the smaller boys are just trying to get into general work management, where they're actually adopting the Atlassian playbook. Hey, let's do it. Let's offer it really, really cheaply, and to the point where it's like, maybe you don't go through the official means, right? Getting a PO and just doing it off of a credit card. And see if growth can start organically from one team or project doing it, and then spreading to an entire company. I mean, that's the Monday playbook, that's the Asana playbook, that's the ClickUp playbook, right?
Yeah.
Sounds like I missed something.
You missed a lot.
Yeah. We were talking about you the entire time.
Right.
A little bit.
I'm Dr. Monday now, from now on.
Okay.
I mean, if you want to reserve that.
If you ever need a new bank of videos, you could probably do like, the how do you do this in Monday?
Yeah, exactly.
ClickUp sucks, but it doesn't have to.
Oh, yeah, I was going to say, or lack of not being able to do it in Monday.
Yeah, exactly. And it always comes down to the same old thing, right? So a fool with a tool is still a fool. So
yep.
that's always been the number one thing I think that a lot of my peers have been successful in. I've tried to copy them when it came to the consulting, because I don't do a lot of sysadmin work. Is getting people to understand that the system is only as good as the people and the processes. Again, it comes back to people, processes, and products, right?
Yep.
This live stream is all about Scott. I bet Scott's had his fair share of some big, huge corporate CEO of some 100,000 employee company shouting at him, and he's just looking at the internal organization going, I don't think Atlassian's the problem. You know what I mean? Like, actually, I should have done that in an Aussie accent for the highlight reel. But like
that actually brings up an interesting thing, and I don't know if when we full disclosure, if you weren't paying attention in the last hour, I kind of overslept, so I kind of missed out on
there.
Yeah, well, the alarm didn't go off, meaning, I didn't quite set an alarm. Anyway, and I'm, the next time you see me drop out, it's because I'm running to get some coffee. But there was some discussion about what is Scott going to do now, and a thought just struck me is that CEOs, they get recruited just like consultants, just like subject matter experts in the enterprise. And who's to say? And the most recent example of that is Starbucks. Starbucks.
I didn't know this one.
Yeah, Starbucks recruited the CEO of Chipotle, and he actually starts work in like September. And so who's to say there isn't some tech company out there, probably not in Australia, but maybe in somewhere in APAC or something like that, seeing, hey, Scott, you have a lot of time on your hands now. Have you ever thought about, looking at this
being the
company?
singular CEO instead of a co-CEO? I can't imagine that was
Probably.
easy for him.
I mean, co-CEOs are a rare breed, right? Atlassian somehow made it work, and now it's not the case.
I think it's going to be very interesting come next month, though, at Atlassian, when it's just MCB making all the calls.
I know. I can imagine MCB like pausing for a partner to cue in his word, and he's like, "Wait, there's nobody there anymore."
I mean, they already have a very stellar senior leadership team, right? Anu's there as president. If you talk about strategy, tactical plans, and operations, there is a team already looking after it. I have heard since Scott's retirement announcement went public, I have heard more people say, "How long until Mikey's gone?"
I've been hearing those same kind of questions.
Yeah. And my thought process, because I have no idea, genuinely, I don't. I've had way more airtime with Scott over the years than Mike. Although I did have the privilege of sitting quite close to him on one of the leader dinners at Team 23, I think it was, and hear him talk a lot to other people. But I think the people who have been around him a long time, especially on the Atlassian side, the general consensus is he just loves the product so much. It'll probably be a while before he really genuinely takes a step back. On the other hand, any given Sunday, right, he might just turn around and go, "Yo, I built this with Scott. With him gone, I just don't have the heart." Right?
I can see that because a lot of the feedback that I've been seeing online is that Mike's really like chief engineer.
Yeah.
Right. Like he created these products and these are his babies, but creating and building is way different than running a company.
Oh yeah, definitely. I mean, think back to the early days of the marketplace. There are products like Gliffy, for example, that has his initials in pull requests because he helped bedroom developers put in their first version integrated into Confluence, for example. Like when you talk chief engineer and loving that product and stuff, he's all over it. Day-to-day running the company, I mean, if they're not leaving fully to the SLT, that's a bit weird, right?
If we look at the other example of co-founders that were the tech guy and the business guy, we have to look back to Wozniak and Jobs.
I was going to say Elon.
Yep. Yeah.
Elon's
kind
of not a tech guy.
What are you talking about?
Elon's Edison. Elon is Edison. I'm sorry to tell you this, but Elon is Thomas Edison.
It's jealous. Okay.
No, not a hint of jealousy. I don't want to be Elon, but you know, it's anyway. I want to kind of circle back to Mike, because I think that there actually are kind of two dynamics at play. You're right. I think you're right in that Mike is the chief engineer. He loves kind of building and kind of developing new things. And you know, it's really a question of the evolution of Atlassian as to how much they build versus how much they buy. I mean, the last thing that they truly built, well, they've built several things, but you know, there's still some things that they go out and buy. They go out and buy Loom. They go out and buy
Jira Online.
you know, Air Track and things like that. But they built you know,
Compass?
Atlassian Intelligence. They've built Compass. They've built you know,
Beacon, which is now Guard.
Yep.
Yeah.
But it's interesting.
Jira Work Management, which is now just Jira.
Yeah, but there's also so that's one of the dynamics at play, and that's going to lend itself to the Atlassian's going to need a CEO for a while just to have the model of a person at the top, right? Versus Mike could actually. Mike has a lot of public side interests, right? He's, you know, I know more about Mike's side interests than Scott's side interests, right? I mean, he's a part owner of the of an NBA basketball team. He's really helped with green initiatives in Australia, to even partnering with Elon and Tesla for power banks, right? So there may be a part of him that's kind of like, you know, looking at Scott and it's like, well, you know, the grass is kind of greener on the other side, and so he may not be staying at Atlassian for long. I'm sure that there's going to be a lot of people pressuring Mike to stay at least a year, just so that there is
stability.
The idea of a company with a CEO at the top, and then when the day comes that Mike steps down, there's going to be a transition. By that time, there will have been a transition plan in place, and they will recruit somebody.
I can see that, but like you can kind of see the dynamics or the difference between Scott and Mike on how they run the companies. I think based on how they interviewed during Teams 24, right? Like Scott's interview with the cast of Ted Lasso, right? Very structured, very organized. Even though I felt like a lot of opportunities to go off script, right? A lot of opportunities to just have fun with it. You have two great comedians in front of you, but stay pretty much on script. But then MCB, you see him with two very structured and organized ladies that were on stage with him, and he's like, screw it. Nobody cares about the script, right?
Wow, that sounds like a similar situation that I encounter every Thursday. Where am I?
They should have swapped Mike and Scott on those interviews, and I think we would have had a drastically different experience.
I think, Bob, if you didn't realize that was going to happen, being the producer of the Jira Life, then you really were too busy with your other parts of your life to not have seen it coming. I mean, just to touch base on what, you know, MCB does in his life and what he's doing elsewhere and stuff. He has long been fighting the eco warrior battles with the politicians and everything, especially close to home in Australia. The big question is what for me with Scott departing, he'll go to board of directors, he'll be around, kind of.
Sure.
Does it even need someone like Mike to be CEO? Again, my point, there's an SLT already running everything. I mean, Anu is just as popular as them, if not more popular. She is a woman, you know, from Asia, right? A super powerhouse in the technical industry.
But you need that visionary, and I think not a lot of companies still have their co-founders, right? And I think
Mm,
when it's Scott and Mike running the ship, like it's still their baby, and they still have ultimate say of like yes or
yeah,
no.
but let me
And with
be
I
Anu,
still think Anu does the day-to-day, though.
I get that 100%, but at the end of the day, it's not Anu's baby, and unless it's not like it's not your baby, right? So you're not gonna treat the decisions the same way that like Scott and Mike, every decision is a personal decision to them.
Yeah. So let me be super controversial, because I always like to in these interviews and podcasts and whatever. Since they went IPO, were they in full control of the vision?
They're not in full control, but that's why I said the word personal, right? The decision, whether they agree to them or not, it's still a very personal decision, right? Versus Anu and the rest of the leadership team, it's not their product, right? So they look at it from a very business lens, right? Does this strategically make sense financially? But I guarantee you that Scott and Mike's decisions, even though they're still looking at the financial part of it, they're still looking at like, is this what we want our child to become?
I'm going to be doubly controversial. If Mike and Scott still had input in that aspect of Atlassian, Jack, and for those who don't know what Jack is, the Jira Atlassian cloud where all the feature requests and this and that and bugs and stuff go, Jack would be way more cleaned up.
You think so?
And it's not. Oh yeah, 100%, 100%. Because I'm sorry, I'm going to be triple controversial. Since they went IPO, Atlassian, everyone right now, everyone in Jack, on Reddit, all over, they are like, bullshit company. I'm being fucked as a customer all the time.
Yeah,
And
I mean,
I've
both
seen that.
me and Alex have put out content to that effect since the IPO.
The core values aren't there anymore, and if it was fully their
100%
baby,
they're not there.
Yeah, and if it was
But I
fully
don't
their
think that's a
baby,
Mike problem. That's a growth problem.
Oh, it's not. No, of course not. I'm not saying it's a Mike Scott problem. I'm just saying that, if I'm not mistaken, Alex, maybe I misheard you, but you were saying we were talking about, do we need Mike, do we need Scott, and stuff like that, and you were talking about it being their baby. If it still was their baby, I think we'd see a different Atlassian. Not necessarily perfect. I agree with the growth problem.
So let me be fourth controversial. Was that the triple?
Quadruple controversial.
Let me do quadruply controversial. Could it be that now that Mike's in charge, and again, Mike we see as the more passionate engineer of this, can it be that he's like, okay, finally, I don't have to split the decision? Because remember, a united front versus a divided front, right? So what if Mike has always had to play the role of let's be equals to give the perception that we're on the same page, but now that he doesn't have to get every decision approved, what if he starts taking control back?
I don't know if that was the way that it was modeled. It could be like how and I'm gonna look at how another famous duo did leadership, and that is the Beatles, John Lennon and Paul McCartney as the primary songwriting duo of the Beatles. The songs are all credited with Lennon and McCartney, but a lot of the time they were separately wrote songs, right? But it was still Lennon and McCartney at the end as far as credits go. So there are probably a few things that Mike is passionate about in terms of aspects of the company, probably on the product development side. And then there are other aspects that Scott was passionate about in as far as what the vision of Atlassian should be. And Scott excelled at those things, but in the end, it kind of came to a co-CEO type of decision. It wasn't necessarily a we're gonna have a consensus on this. Maybe it was, we kind of divide up what the vision should be on this aspect or this aspect. And then I think one other point that we need to look at is that in the history of CEO transitions, oftentimes it isn't up to the CEO saying, that's it, so long, farewell, Avidas, and goodbye, right? It sometimes it's the board saying, yeah, you haven't been performing, and we're worried about the future of the company. So long, farewell, at Vitas and goodbye. And they did that with Jobs at Apple, so that he could be replaced by John Scully of Pepsi, right? They did,
but the numbers were there.
They did that at Starbucks.
But the numbers were there in Starbucks as well. You don't see declining revenues from Atlassian year over year or quarter
You're
over
starting
quarter.
to.
I have something I want to share here. Give me a moment to get it up, but I have something that may.
By the way, the Beatles broke up. So your analogy still echoes my point. you can't have two alphas, buddy.
Just quickly before Rodney dives into his point, I don't think Mike is how do you say egomaniac? Maybe egomaniac's the wrong wording, but I don't think he would literally sit there and go, right, Scott's not here, I'm going to call all the shots myself. And if we think back, and this is really going to test Atlassian nerd trivia. If you think all the way back to their first president, Robert Walker, they were already hyper aware of the importance of delegating and let other people run the business, but also make the decisions as well. And I'd love to be a fly on the wall in the life of Mike without Scott, right? Maybe this is something for a good Netflix series or Disney Plus or something. Like, how is Mike involved in Atlassian day to day? I would watch the crap out of that show.
YouTube series, at least.
Jira Life Weekly with Mike. Hi, Mike. How's it going? Why am I here, mate? It's like 3 a.m. Why are you calling me? And Scott in the background. G'day. Just like in his thongs and his banana hammock, like with a cocktail, like, hey, retirement.
Okay, that's painting a bad picture. I need coffee.
So
sorry, over to Rodney.
Yeah. Going back to the point though, things changing. This is from the most recent shareholder letter for the quarter. I think Bob, you're the one who originally sent this to me, if I remember right. And it had some very interesting language around data center. Yep. And we've just our mindset from cloud first to enterprise first. And I think this really flew under the radar for a lot of people. But it is some signals that
that gives me a signal of hope that that data center might stick around just a little bit longer than we anticipated.
I mean, I still think it's the will of the shareholders that if you're not a cloud company, you're not worth it.
Now, again, stirring the pot here. You said this is from the latest shareholder meeting. When was that?
Last quarter.
Last quarter would have been July, right?
August 6th.
Right. So this is
earlier this month.
Post exodus of Scott announcement.
I think this was the first one since Scott announced he was leaving, and that's why.
Imagine that Scott's starting to take a more backseat. This is exactly what I'm talking about. This is a directional shift. For, in the words of Tron, fighting for the user, and I feel like Mike fights for the user more.
Isn't this the second quarterly letter? Since his announcement was before Teams.
His announcement was in May, so. Or
like no, it was April.
Right before his announcement went out the day that they did their quarterly reports.
Yeah, and that was either the Thursday or the Friday before Team 24, because I remember I was in the Atlassian offices in Austin when it happened.
Yeah. So I think this is the first one
after
that was fully after the announcement, because the other one coincided with the announcement.
Do you want to hear Do you want me to be quintuply controversial?
Sure.
Are we quintuply or sextuply?
We are on the quintuply. We're on quintuply.
I did the I did the 4.
Yeah. So
Bob kind of tried to do a 4.5.
I got a really mean hypothesis that might have an assassin put on me and have me murdered. But here we go.
And we've all been there.
Yeah, we've all been there. I am convinced that two things. I reckon the reason they're pushing, Euro Team 24 Barcelona Summit 2.0 / whatever they want to call it. I reckon the sudden rush is that they have made the decision to pull the plug on on-prem, and they don't want to wait for Anaheim. They don't want to make Anaheim as doom and gloom as Summit 2019 was when all the server, everything was announced. And I think Scott's step back is a little bit of a reaction to these decisions and stuff. Because if it was me, seeing what Atlassian has gone through with that whole... For me, first of all, I would just like to say, everyone thinks I'm anti-on-prem. No, I just don't. I left on-prem decades ago. Not just Atlassian. The Netherlands has been pushing cloud since the mid-2000s. And Atlassian is one of very few companies I know that still actually service on-prem, which is amazing. The customers should be very, very happy it's gone on this long. I just also don't get on-prem anymore. Sure, cloud, especially in Atlassian stack, cloud is way more expensive. But it frees up companies to put vital, intelligent employees into other aspects of the business where they can be of more value. However, I've seen the way Atlassian the last few years has been through the mill when it came to killing off server. And my hypothesis, just to be very open and honest, is that Scott's looked at the situation, gone, we're going to make this end of data center move soon. And I don't want to be around for it.
I mean...
I'm marking the time because this makes an awesome short, just so that if you turn out to be correct, we'll
have this ready to go.
There you
Appreciate it, Bob.
But I don't
I mean, we've all seen how Atlassian has been treating data center for years now. I mean, it hasn't been a part of the proper keynote at Team since 2020, and even 2020. It was a side note reference. It was like 3 slides and then we're done with data center.
But this statement doesn't yell at me that they're getting rid of data center. This statement tells me that they're going to keep
there's
data
still
center.
some... If we assume Fun Guy's theory is right, which I'm not saying it is or isn't yet, I don't think they would announce the end of data center at a conference. We look at the only analog we have, which is the end of server. When they announced it, it was announced early. They actually intended to announce it like a couple of weeks later, but it got leaked to the press early by I think it was famously put a now former Atlassian.
Wait, who did it? Do we know?
We don't know.
Nope.
We just know they no longer work at Atlassian. Because it really put the partners in a terrible place, because we all got all of 24 hours notice that, hey, this is happening. You prepare to figure out what to tell your customers to, okay, we're doing this now. It was a very interesting time to be a partner. So I don't think they would announce it, because that's not really their MO so far, to do it at Euroteam. I'm still betting Euroteam had something to do with Rovo. Because it was put together really slapdash.
I mean, to be fair, I've been asked to do several summaries of Vegas at various different ACEs that I've attended. And the information on both Loom and Rovo is really lacking. Like, they could definitely build an entire summit for 2 days or just a full day, like with Unleash or something, just only talking about those 2 products and everything. There's just... Yeah, unless you're really diving into beta and really your company uses it religiously and you need to know it and you've been training yourself on it, it's really minimum on the old information, right?
But it's back to the point.
It really is, but I think in some of the tea leaves, there is going to be a concentration on Loom and Rovo, and I'm stealing an item that probably is going to be in our news break hour. And that is Atlassian acquired Reveal and is probably looking at integrating Reveal into Loom. So, that's definitely something where Atlassian's going to want to show strides on those fronts.
But back onto my original point, I think this letter right here says, not all is happy in upper management with this cloud first movement Atlassian has been on for the past 5 years.
Mm.
I think they're starting to see that, hey, maybe this isn't the future we thought it was, and we need to start readjusting and rebalancing. So we go, just kidding, here's all the data center stuff we haven't been working on for years. They could save some face saying, look, we've been shifting our thinking for a while now. Or if they decide,
if I was Atlassian and I was looking at this whole cloud first and I have no evidence to support it. It's not even a hypothesis. It's just that if Andy was in charge of Atlassian, let's say Mike quit in the next 6 months and was like, "All right, fun man, you think you're so good? You take over as CEO and tell us."
Here's $100 million.
Yeah, here's $100 million. Go be CEO of Atlassian. Here's what I would do if I was in charge. I would take
First 90 days.
I would take the top 200 data center customers that bring the most revenue. I would build specific cloud solutions around them.
But you can't.
Yeah, you can.
Not yet.
Yes, you can.
No, you can't.
Yeah, of course you can. Of course
No,
you can.
can't.
there's regulatory things.
Yeah, you are obligated as a
those-
defense contractor in the United States of America to have end-to-end control of your data. That line is not there when you toss it over to
Yeah, but that's what I'm
defense community.
saying. They will build the infrastructures. They will build the processes. They will build. I mean, think about it. I think is it USAF that has 250,000 users on data center for Atlassian Stack?
Possibly.
Something like that, right? Or 100,000 is it's a really big number. I mean, if I was Atlassian, I'd be going right with all the FedRAMP and the HEPA and the this and the that and and SOC 2 compliance. How can we ensure that they go to cloud in the next 10 years?
Yeah, but that's their focus right now. That's not different than the narrative they're already telling us. They're just dragging their feet.
Oh, then I misunderstood what was just said. But I mean,
no, I think some of the top leadership, and I don't know whom, is a little hesitant about the cloud first. And I would not be surprised if it was MCB who's like, look, cloud first isn't working for us like we thought it would. We all see it in the stock price. We all see it in the quarterly reports. We need to go to a more hybrid approach. And now that he's getting more control, that narrative is going to start taking shape.
You're echoing exactly what I was arguing 20 minutes ago, and you said I was crazy.
I'm saying it's a possibility here because there's some evidence saying maybe. And I've been thinking about this quote here for weeks now and kind of letting it stew because this is... I've never seen them
like the Beatles.
Like the
they
statement.
have broken up. Like the Beatles, these two have broken up, and Mike's in charge.
Maybe.
Then it's not the Beatles anymore. It's what? Wings?
No, it's Justin Timberlake doing his solo album.
This is far from Justin Timberlake. That is the wrong analogy.
Wrong analogy. Wings was the better analogy.
Wings was.
It's
that's
Justin
why I laughed.
Timberlake doing
That's why
the
I laughed at-
McDonald's commercial.
I've never heard of Wings. Are we talking like Hot Wings?
Oh my God.
No.
Alex.
I was born in
Alex, be
1989.
more
Folks.
Jizzy,
The Beatles
please.
broke up in 1970. That was 19 years before I was even a
Hilarious.
thing. This guy's gonna go get coffee. He's like, I'm done.
You could tell that you didn't get the Wings reference when you brought in Justin Timberlake into the
I don't
equation.
know what the Wings are. Is this a band?
You've got some educating to do.
Again, Alex, I say this all too often on this show. Google it.
I'm googling it. Hold up.
I tell you,
Wings.
as a really
Wings,
awesome
Beatles.
as
The
a really
Wings of
awesome segue to two very controversial points. First of all, Oasis are getting back together, and I'm sitting in the queue for tickets for all day. So, Alex, if I get tickets, one can be for you, but then you'd need to get your passport. So that's my controversial point.
Paul McCartney and the Wings. Okay. Oh, formed in 1971. Conveniently enough, right after they broke up.
Yep.
Yeah. Get it
Y'all
now?
be an old group of people. That's all I can tell you.
Again, Alex, please be more Gen Z.
I want to.
NSYNC boy bands, prime 1990s, late 1990s, early 2000s. Then NSYNC breaks up and JT goes on his own career. That's my era.
And then does McDonald's commercials.
I will tell you why that is the worst analogy. Of if you go
Creative
Beatles Wings,
differences?
if you describe Mike and Scott as Beatles and Wings, makes way more sense than NSYNC and Justin Timberlake. The reason being, watch an NSYNC music video, and watch a Justin music video. What is the difference? I don't know. He does all the singing. He's always in the center. Blah blah blah. Like NSYNC is the most horribly overrated backup band of all time. And Mike and Scott were never like that. Yeah. Jobs and Wozniak is NSYNC and Justin Timberlake.
You think
Yeah.
so? Yeah, I can see that.
I will tell you.
I can tell you, I've never listened to a Beatles song, so I wouldn't know.
I remember spending most of my teens walking around like, who all these business people and all these things we're doing at school, like everyone keeps mentioning this Wozniak. Who the fuck is Wozniak?
I mean, it's a fair question. Unless you're really techie and really geeky, you have no clue who Wozniak is, because Jobs was the face of Apple from the beginning.
Yeah, that's the thing. That's where the Mike Scott pairing has been so interesting over time. Like, I'm sure they've had their rough and tumbles and their disagreements and stuff like that. People are human beings, right?
Yeah.
But it's so interesting to see a co-founding partnership be that tight net, that close. Is there any
so long? Yeah.
We mentioned the two names in the same breath. It's
yeah.
I mean,
yeah, exactly.
Mike and Scott that's just
Look at the situation with this really nice estate in Australia that they're looking to preserve and make sure there's no huge ugly developments on it. They own the plots of land next to each other. If you look it up, Mike owns the $100 million Australian dollar property, and I think it was 2 years later or something, Scott. And this is very recent. This is in the last 5 years or something.
Yeah, they have like 2 or 3 of them.
Their houses next to each other, like that's so cool.
They're neighbors.
ultimate bromance, right? It's really cute.
But that's what we see in the public eye, though. I'm telling you, you can't.
I made the argument. They've probably one raged at each other loads over the decades, and then two, I bet there's a good 6-month period they probably were so angry at each other they didn't talk to each other.
Yeah, no, I was telling them. I was telling these guys like 6 months ago. I was like, I think early on in the year, where I'm like, you can't have two alphas at a company. Like, it just doesn't work.
Nah. But that's also where their co-founding has been, and we've talked loads about. Mike is the engineer guy, right? Mike's always focused more on product, and Scott has always been the one that's more in charge of sales and marketing. What I find really interesting about co-founding partnerships when they completely fall apart is that the two people are extremely similar. I did some consulting for Cybert Media, and Martin Seibert loves this setup of 3 co-founders: the hacker, the hipster, and the 3 H's: hackster, hipster, and hustler. And what I noticed is that Mike and Scott had, one was more technical, one was more sales and marketing, and other co-founding, when it falls apart, they're very similar in their roles, their mindsets, their backgrounds, stuff like that.
They're just fighting back and forth.
Yeah. And I don't think there's a theory on it or there's any proven evidence in it, but that's just Mike and Scott's setup has always been like that, in that way. It's not like exclusive, like I only do that, you only do that, but there was a bit more of a larger Venn diagram of it also, to say. So, yeah.
No, I mean, I think if they were at better ends, this partnership would have ended long time ago.
No, I think they're leaving. Or I think they're separating here as friends.
Yeah,
I think 100% afterwards.
100%. But at the same time, I think there's a sense of relief in going, now let's play.
It's
I think if you would have asked me a year ago, said one of the Atlassian founders is going to leave within the year, guess which one? I would have said MCB, hands down. I would have said
MCB because MCB wants to go build something, but
I would have said the same, purely based on his social media presence. It's none of it's Atlassian anymore. It's all more eco warrior based, like helping the environment and fighting political bills that he doesn't agree with.
Totally.
Yeah.
Same here.
Yeah. But then since Scott's announcement and everyone telling me, no, Mike's really into the product, I'm like, oh, okay, so yeah, he'll probably stick around quite a bit in theory.
Mm-hmm.
I just wanted to go, before I forget, sextuplet controversy.
Yes.
I'm invested. We talked about on-prem and cloud, right, and what their steps are and how they're sluggish or whatever. I I'm almost tempted to do some investigation, but again, I don't want an assassin called out on me, like John Wick style. I bet there are server customers still being supported by Atlassian.
Oh, I'm
Well, we
sure
know there are.
Yeah.
Atlassian has said as much. If you're in the middle of a cloud migration, they gave you an additional year to finish it of support. So we know.
Oh no, I reckon there are server customers who just put their heels in the sand and just went, no cloud migration, no data center.
We don't care how much it costs. We want you to still support us on server. Under the table.
Yeah, I reckon.
I would not dispute that. That's not
I mean,
quite
I
the hot
don't think
take
that's
that you think it is.
controversial.
I mean, it's not exactly what Atlassian was. Someone saying
it's not
on a
something you want
podcast called
publicly
Jira
known.
Life. Oh, I just wait. I need to prep something that I wanted to share with you guys, but go ahead and chat away on total tangent thing. But yeah,
Let's talk about that $100 million fund man and he's going to run Atlassian. Speaking of, just real quickly, I was going to mention it earlier, Bob, when you brought up the whole, does Scott get recruited to another company? Boeing was recently looking for a CEO after all the debacles of the airplanes, right? And Carrier CEO was offered the job, but Carrier gave their CEO, Dave Gitlin, $150 million to stay.
Yeah.
So he's going to get a nice little payday just for even being considered. So imagine.
Do you think Scott would want that job or any sane human?
I don't think anybody should take that Boeing job. Boeing's culture is so toxic, having worked there for 6 years.
Well,
seriously,
but it's the I would look at it from another way. It's the you come in if you have a reputation for being a guy that can instill that cultural change. Yeah, that the world's your oyster on that, or Boeing's your oyster, and
you can do that when it's a 20%
and I'm gonna point to one person who actually did lead Boeing, who left Boeing and went to Ford, and that's
Alan Mulally is the best.
Alan
Mulally
just
Alan Mulally was screwed over by Boeing.
He was, and ironically, you need an Alan Mulally type to lead Boeing.
Yeah, but
you really do. You need somebody that as a product guy and engineering guy to go back and just hammer what used to be the Boeing culture back into Boeing. The product first, pride in engineering. We don't tolerate defects.
Dude, it's so funny you bring up that story of Alan
Calhoun.
So not to turn this into the not Scott show, right? But Alan Mulally could have come into Boeing as a CEO, but was screwed over and told he couldn't because of a email chain controversy that he was CC'd on an email, and everybody that was CC'd on that email was automatically ineligible to become CEO. So they went outside and got this idiot of a CEO, Jim McNerney, who is that, like, if you want to attribute the failure of Boeing, it's hiring Jim McNerney from 3M, coming to Boeing, outsourcing everything, pushing everything to another state, and then it's the fall and demise of Boeing. They saved a quick buck in 2005, and now they're paying for it dearly.
Andy, you were about to say something?
Sorry.
I mean, Calhoun's that whole debacle with Calhoun. I mean, those TikToks and those YouTube shorts of his salary and stuff is just like, I've never understood that about the corporate world. That some people earn these multi-millions per year at companies that are falling apart, and I just go, I mean, if Boeing's looking for a CEO that would be profitable and really help change them around, I'd do it for $150K a year. Like, no joke. The challenge of turning around that company and actually trying to make it profitable again and have happy employees and fun, I'll do it for $150K a year.
You can't have fun at Boeing, though. It's impossible. I tried to host a hackathon once. Not a single soul showed up.
I tell you what, Alex, though, that's where people go. That's where since roughly probably 2015, people have gone, how are you having fun in this company? I've worked at companies like Boeing that are falling apart, and people have gone, look at this fucking guy walking around smiling. So
right,
yeah,
well,
Boeing. Listen, Boeing shareholders and board of directors for 150K a year. I'll work for Boeing for 5 years and help turn the company around. Open application.
You're asking for too little. You got to ask for like 1.5 million a year.
What for? What though? Like I don't need that money.
Because the
I don't
risk
need
of
that.
the risk of the reward, right? Like if you can turn it around, well, okay, fine, $150,000 a year, but with the payday at the end if you get to the goal.
I mean, sure, bonus or whatever. I don't care. I just
you can't turn bonus.
Here's the thing. Here's the thing. People who know me really well, if they're watching this either now or on replay, they'll all be like, the first thing Andy will do is we'll invent nightclubs in the sky. We'll just have like aeroplanes flying around. New Year's Eve, the ultimate New Year's Eve party starts at Kiribati Islands and just, never ending 24-hour flight.
Bob, mark the time.
Okay.
Mark
Yeah.
time. All right.
People who know me will be.
Let's bring on Mark. I don't see that we gotta kick people out, but let's just bring Mark into the conversation and see what's up.
What's up,
Hey.
my party people?
Because guess what? I don't know if you know this, Mr. Funman Andy. Mark and I are both Boeing employees. Former.
Worked there. We were actually part of the same group there. We didn't even know it. We were. We both started out our careers there.
I did know that, but I didn't know you were in the same group. So that's interesting.
Same group, different states. I almost went to Seattle, but I had a baby, and the hiring manager let me stay in California.
One thing I just want to do, I'm going to sign off because my hour is well over, and it's great to hand over to Mark, who I'm sure is going to bring a much better, more professional vibe.
Have you seen this
Let's
show?
talk about goals, guys.
But yeah,
Have you seen this show?
We're here on a Saturday. Who wants to be professional? I literally got out of bed about 15 minutes ago, and I was like, oh shit, cracking. I have to get on this thing.
Oh shit. So I'm just going to share my screen real quickly. And
at least you got out of bed, Mark. We got our producer here that forgot to get out of bed.
Okay. Can you all see my screen?
We can now.
I've been wanting to do this for ages, and now is the perfect time as I'm signing off.
Oh my God, you're in your dumb bank.
This is the official The Savings Bank in the UK. And the first time I saw which logo should we use? I was like, not that one. And then a week later you go, here's our new logo. And I went, oh my God. So every time I see your logo, this is all I think. But thank you. Thanks, gents, for an awesome hour. I really hope you have a great. It's 10 hours long today, right? So you got another 7 hours to go. 8 hours.
8. So make sure you come back.
8.
Yeah. Well,
Mark, just getting this thing started, right?
Yeah, exactly. Mark, you have no challenge. The last hour has been just nonsense.
Hey man, if my time starts with you saying they should have nightclubs in the sky, then you've set the bar. You've set the bar.
Okay, cool. You guys have a great time. I love it. I can't wait to follow on the YouTube.
All right. Yep. See ya.
Cheers.
Cheers,
bye.
Andy.
Bye.
Yeah, Andy.
All right, Mark, just to catch you up, I learned about the Beatles. I learned about the Wings, which are not hot wings, but rather
but the Wings. Wait, did you not know about the Wings? Like
1971, Mark. You know what I was doing in 1971? Same thing you were, because we're the same age.
I know, right? Exactly.
1971.
What is that saying? Those who don't study history?
Wings. I know, right?
I still know of them.
As I said, what's that old saying about not studying history?
I'm glad you know about them now, Alex. It's better you know about them now than never know about them.
I know, right? Yeah, it's better to just learn things publicly on the internet than to never have learned them at all.
Oh wait, I have to mark it for the Alex Discovers shorts.
Yes.
Alex Discovers.
We have a whole collection
just on that.
Oh, we already have the collection.
Oh, you do? Oh, this is going to be great. This is great. You should be releasing those every now and then.
You should feel so honored, though, because one of the top 3 is you. Like the whole toothpaste, and you put the water first.
There is actually a comment. We have a list, and we go to that list of the quick Quizlet questions. And that question, it's on a Confluence page. There's a comment that I put that's basically, we're going to retire this, right? There's no better answer than what Mark gave.
I'm gonna be 100% honest. I don't remember my answer. Can you remind me of this? You even said the toothpaste thing, and I'm like, God, was there something in my drink that day or something like that? Like I'm genuinely curious now.
It was
what did I say?
It was the 29th of February, right? It was. I
It was
think
when
you
we
said
were okay. 29th of
but
February.
you said
Okay.
put the water first and then the toothpaste.
Which is
Oh,
how
on
I
your
do it.
toothbrush, you're talking
Yeah.
about
Yeah.
on
Yeah.
the toothbrush.
And that was like
That's like okay. Now I remember. That's like the toilet paper. Does it go over or
Right.
behind? You know, and
Right.
to me, it's just like no. You always put the because you know what, my kids do that. They put the water afterwards, and you know what they do? They put the
Splash.
toothpaste on. They put it under the water. The toothpaste falls off, and then they
Right.
brush their teeth. And I'm just like, oh. So
And
yes,
then it
I'm
sticks
glad.
to the
I'm glad
sink.
I was able to bestow that knowledge on you.
yeah. So Mark, your boss is quitting. How do you feel?
I know, right? Yeah, inmates are running the asylum now, man. It's great.
Before we get too deep into this, I'm actually going to have to pull an Alex today. My wife had some stuff scheduled that I have to take care of, so I'll be back in about an hour and 15.
Of course, you just
Womp,
did it
womp,
right when
womp.
I was here, Rodney.
I know.
Cheers, my
Don't
friend.
read
Thanks
anything
for
into
it was
it,
good
Mark.
seeing you.
We only scheduled this like 2 months ago.
I will admit he was on top of his game because he sent me a note in LinkedIn and he's like, "Hey, just FYI." So that's
we're
part of the
super
reason I knew I
connected.
needed
doing
to
the
be here.
producer job when the producer was still asleep. So
But the producer is still. I mean,
And,
kudos to
you
you
know,
guys. I mean, what is it? You guys are
technically that
it's
means I'm still
7
asleep.
a.m. for both of you right now, right, Bob and Alex?
It's 7 a.m. Yeah.
7 a.m. Yeah. So if you've been going for 2 hours already,
Me more like an hour and a half. If you will watch the recording, I will fully admit that I didn't.
there was
I
a moment in
didn't get
time
out
where
of bed
Alex,
until like
where Bob wasn't
5:30.
there. Oh goodness! Hey, you know what? This was a better. I feel like this was a good move compared to last time because remember last time you guys had that learning of doing 24 hours, and by the end of that 24 hours, you're like, we can't do this anymore. So it's good to start out like with 10 hours. I think that's a good.
Lessons
I think
were
it's a good
learned
approach.
at the end of that stream. One, you can't. YouTube will eliminate your recording, your stream.
Really? You
12
can't
hours.
go longer
12
than
hours is
24
the limit.
hours?
12 hours is the limit.
Oh, really? So what did you have to do? Did you actually have to like just start again?
No, well, yeah. So
Nope.
if you wanted to keep going, you basically got to end that stream and start a new stream,
Oh, geez.
new URL. I fought, for the record, to stop the stream and start a new one, but I was overruled.
You
Second.
were overruled.
Second, our recording software, which is the StreamYard that you're using in here, they have a cap of only 10 hours on the recording.
Really? I didn't know that.
So we lost 14 hours on the recording. So lots of lessons learned. So this time we're like,
You know
10
what?
hours?
We're learning, right? We're learning.
10-hour live stream. It's a 10-hour live stream.
That's perfect.
we're-
You fit within both those boundaries,
Yeah.
and now you'll have something that will live on for the ages.
Correct. That's so we're just getting better every time.
There you go. I
We
love
did
it. I love
we did have a retrospective. We pulled out a team playbook.
it. Ooh, excellent. Excellent. I'm
After
glad
that
you
thing-
did. I'm glad. See, that's the thing. It's all about getting better every day, and it's using plays in the playbook to actually help you do that.
So playbooks and CEO dynamics. Can we get into it now?
Let's do
Actually,
it.
I want to be kind of that fly on the wall at Atlassian as far as what was the mood, what was the general vibe the day the announcement came out that Scott sent
Scott's
out.
leaving.
Yeah. So if you could kind of go
Take it
back
back.
into the Wayback Machine and kind of give us that what it was like at Atlassian.
So it's
itself.
interesting because it was actually the same day, about an hour before everybody else found out. And so it wasn't even that much, much before, they released it at because it was at the earnings call, I believe. It was at the
Yes.
earnings call for quarter 3,
Two.
which is January to March for us.
Yep.
And I think it was like 3:00 in the afternoon Eastern. Call was going to happen at like 5, and we got the note. And a lot of us were I would say a lot of us were like shocked. And even over the next couple of weeks, because you had team coming up in like 2 weeks from that too,
Right.
or maybe it was a week after that, but whatever it was, we all were like, the hype was about coming to team and everything like that. And then that was it put a very different spin on it for us. And the thing, it wasn't we tried not to make it like a sad spin or anything like that. It was like all right, this is Scott's last thing. Like, we're going to go all out on this. It's going to be fun. But it was definitely if you asked me, and I was talking to Martin from Cyber about this actually at Team, is that when it came out, if you would have asked anybody, I think in Atlassian, maybe except for like the upper echelons kind of thing, if you would ask anybody, I think we would have said that Mike would have been the first one to go. Mike had a lot of stuff. He still does it with like green energy. He does a lot of nonprofit
basketball
work.
Team.
Yeah, basketball team. Exactly. What is it? Half of the Utah Raptors? Is that what it is? I think
It's the
something
Jazz.
like that. Jazz. That's what he
and
saw.
then he's got a team, some other sport in Australia too, no, or something like that.
Right.
So he's kept himself busy, and it was very, even during the pandemic, it was one of those things where he was very deep into that kind of stuff, and both Mike and Scott were, again, they were not hands off, but I mean, they were letting the machine run itself. But I definitely heard more from Scott back over the last few years than I had from Mike. And so it definitely caught us off guard. We all thought, oh yeah, it'll be Mike that, hangs it up first and goes off and does his next thing. So we were a little surprised when it was Scott that did it. But, honestly, it was when that happened, though, I started doing some research just to like better understand these two guys and their dynamics and how they've grown up together. And I didn't realize this, but I didn't realize that Mike, he's actually been the entrepreneur amongst the two. He was the guy that he was the one that pushed Mike to start. He was the one that said, hey, I have this crazy idea. I'd love to do something. And he sent out an email to a bunch of classmates of his, and Mike happened to be on that. And he says, hey, respond to me if you're interested in like changing the world. And Mike was the only one who Scott was the only one who responded. And so it was one of those things where like Mike even had sold a company by the time he was 19. So, when I started thinking about it, I'm like, all right, this truly is in this guy's blood. And, and that's where I'm actually kind of excited to see him take, one more step up onto that play and now really help lead the whole organization. So again, even this last week, there's been a lot of celebration. There's been a lot of different, conversations happening, but I'm just super excited to see what Mike at the helm is going to bring. And it really isn't just Mike. He's got a whole group of leaders that he's working with, but
right,
it'll definitely be a different
obviously
era.
Yeah, but so we were talking about it here with Funman about this too, and I just want to get your 2 cents, right? But my argument was, hey, Scott and Mike helped build this thing, right? So that was their baby.
Yeah.
Now you just have one parent running, because at the end of the day, this is still Mike's baby, right? And I would argue that this is more of Mike's baby than it is Scott's baby.
Right? Going back to those original days, it probably was kind of, even just like a little bit, it probably is.
Yeah, so I'm excited to see what decisions Mike makes now that he doesn't have to second check, right? He doesn't have to say like, is this a good idea? He doesn't have to get it covered. He doesn't have to obviously he still has a leadership team and stuff.
Yeah.
But from a this is our child's development, like now it's just single parent.
It'll be interesting with this because the way they've led over the years, and I've been here for nearly 5 years, so I've got to see some of that dynamic of their tenure together. And one of the really interesting things that I observed is that they definitely are the yin and the yang to each other. They complement each other. One of them led a lot of the creative work. One of them led a lot of the technical work. And
that's why we entered the Beatles analogy, by the way.
Is that where it is? Okay.
Because I was trying to
really
do
curious about
band, but apparently Funman said NSYNC was not the proper band.
It's not the proper band.
NSYNC didn't write their own music.
I don't know. I'm all about NSYNC.
No, I was actually
now,
I
think the problem with NSYNC is the way they look at it is that you had Justin and then everybody else. And
right.
I think that's the proper way. Whereas in the Beatles, like they went off and McCartney did his own thing and Ringo did his own thing. And, they could do their own things, but they never created the magic that they did when they were together. So I think it will be a different Atlassian. It will be a different time, a different experience. And I'm rooting for Mike because I think he is going to lose. Like, it's like losing an arm, like you had the advantage of you being able to use both sides of your brain, essentially going through this. Both of them approach the problems the same way. Now he's got his one perspective, and he's going to have to learn how do I balance this myself versus having the guy over here that is helping me do this, because I don't think it ever was a second guess. I think it was a it was like a passing back and forth. And now there's just not that other side.
Do you think Mike and or Atlassian will be able to thrive in that new single CEO model? Because I think from here on out, the day that Mike announces that he's leaving, Atlassian is going to have to go into a leadership transition plan, which is probably going to be single CEO.
I don't think if that ever happens, it'll definitely. Well, and really right now, if you think about it, I think we've been preparing for this even subconsciously for the last few years, because we brought some new leaders in. We brought new people in to help actually create a good leadership team. We've got a good leadership structure in place with people like Anu, people like Rajiv, and others who've got experience with leading these large companies from that role. And so we put good people in place to take these helms. And I think now Mike is he's got a support structure. Beforehand, they had great people in the roles, but these are all the same people that came up with the company. They almost rested with Mike and Scott in terms of like using their back and forth insights. I think now we brought some people in who they've seen the outside world. They've seen what it means to grow up as a company, because really that's what we're doing now, is we're growing up, and it's figuring out how do we do that without thrashing. And I do think we've got the right people to do that, and the people to support Mike as he's kind of going through that too, because Mike's never been here before. Every day is a new day, because it's like I've never been in an organization greater than 12,000 people, 13,000 people. Every day
you hire a new person.
Every day we hire a new person. It's a new experience for many of those folks. So I'm glad we brought some of those folks in. And the thing we've got to find the balance of course, is going to make sure that we don't let all of, and I heard some of the conversation there with like Fun Man Andy with Boeing. I think the thing we have to be careful of, and luckily this is why this is what Mike will be there to help with. And I think this is going to be the important part that he plays, is helping to ensure we don't lose ourselves as we're trying to grow that way. Because you're going to bring in a lot of smart people, but these smart people grew up in other environments, and they gain these skills doing certain things in different ways in different cultures. And they'll bring that in, and that's what they know. And they're going to do a great job doing what they know. But you're going to need somebody who says, remember who we are, and how do we do that?
Lion King moments, remember
who you are. Exactly. He's going to be our Mufasa.
But it's so critical that you say that, though, right? Because we're starting to see a slip on that. We're starting to see from just an end user perspective, a lot more of those Atlassian values kind of taking a backseat approach, especially if you guys grow and scale at the speed you're going at. And I think it's going to be super critical for Atlassian to remain that uncontested champion in this ecosystem, that they really do the Mufasa moment and remember.
I know, right?
Because it'll be so easy for Atlassian to become the next Rally or the next ClearCase, ClearQuest.
Yep.
At the speed
I think that's going to be our point, where we have to, again, to your point, we have to figure, we really do have to make sure that as we're looking forward, we're not looking to meet the same level as those folks, but actually to be able to go forward and pave our own path. I think that's, and of course that's the big thing. It's like, all right, cool. We've established our values. I remember even thinking things like the don't fuck the customer. Like I love like the reason they even pick that value, because a lot of people are like, wow, that's a little bold, bold. Yeah. And they say, the big reason they said that is they're like, this is something that translates every language, and it's not something that is corporatized. It's not something that says, because don't F the customer is the same thing as probably saying something like customer centricity. And so if you have a value that is customer centricity, it is a cleaned up version of ours.
The problem
PC.
is it's the PC
PC
version.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
but the problem is
vanilla.
that being PC like that, it doesn't resonate the same way. You need to be bold. You need to be a little brash to actually encourage your people. So I think that's going to be one of the things that Mike will be doing, is helping to ensure that those values stay strong. And we do face some battles with that as we grow. And I think every organization does. And it will be how we come out at the other end that will determine our future here, in terms of like how these hold up. So like I said, if both Mike and Scott were leaving, I'd be a little scared. I'd be honest. But the fact that Mike will be hanging around, and Mike is, he's the original guy too. If you think about it, it's like, all right, I feel good about that. So I'm excited for what's to come.
Yeah, I'm very, very excited. I think Atlassian is going to turn to its next chapter, because I think this is the first of many chapters. When you look at its 25-year-old company here, but I think it's definitely the right direction. I'm very comfortable under Mike's leadership.
Yeah.
I'm coming into this very comfortable, even though I have a zero stake.
Well, and it's interesting because like even someone here, being with the company for the last 5 years, I hadn't, up until this last like 3-4 months, I will say, I hadn't seen Mike step up the way he had, because again, they could balance that. He has really stepped into the shoes, and it has been something that has been incredibly encouraging. I mean, he could have pushed it all off on Anu or someone like that, but he didn't. He jumped right into the seat, and whether it be through internal events that we do with our people, or external like comms, or like events that are out there, like he's right there in front and center. And then that right there was like the first sign that I'm like, all right, I'm feeling much better about this. Just because
let me ask you this though: do you think the world is ready for Mike?
The real question is Mike going to like blow up the world here? Because I think Mike is he's got some crazy perspectives that are going to help in terms of how we work. And I think the world is going to love that. I think the world is going, again, it's going to be one of those things where I think the world right now is waiting. It's one of those things where it's on the seesaw, and it's like, all right, what's going to happen? And I think it's going to blow the world. I think people are going to get a little bit blown away by.
So is the world ready for I'm going to say yet another futurist CEO?
Mike is bringing
along the lines of like a Mark Cuban or an Elon or is that the mold that you see, or is it he's going to take that futurist CEO kind of shtick and just completely transform it?
I don't see it that way. I see Mike as a kid in a toy store. I see Mike as the kid in the toy store, and he just got the keys to the biggest toy store.
I think it'll be one of those things where I don't see us. One, I don't think we're too large to have massive upheaval in terms of like change and stuff like that. But I think that what Mike's going to do is, again, and I think Sarah put it well in the chat, he's going to bring that tribal knowledge to actually help push the experienced leaders in the right direction. And so you're going to see us start to evolve and change, but in a different direction than we are today. Because beforehand, you had both of them helping to do that. And yes, they were of the same mind, but at the same time, they also had different experiences. And so for me, I think you're going to see something, I don't know, it's like, is it when you have two different perspectives driving, it can be hard to find a single direction. I think with Mike just there, I think we're going to have that single direction for the organization. And so you're going to see some speed come from that. So I think that, and it's going to be helping those experienced leaders with that based on what he sees, what he wants this company to be. So like, and it's going to be something I keep going back to. Who's the guy at Microsoft? Who's the,
we got Bomber, Satya.
Yeah, I think it was, the CEO now, and like how he came in and changed their whole perspective into, we have to get rid of some of the bloat. We have to go in and invest in the cloud. And he really transformed Microsoft over a few years. I think Mike is going to, I think it's going to bring about some new perspective in terms of what we do, why we do it. And even you're already starting to see some of it now with some of the perspectives that we're putting out there around system of work, things of that nature. It's he's been a huge advocate of that internally, like just looking at some of the Confluence pages and seeing some of the looms that he'll put out. He's very bullish on it, and I'm excited to see kind of how we might move forward in that kind of system of work messaging with his voice.
Yeah, I'm very, very excited for this. Two things that come to mind. Number one, I don't think a lot of people know this unless they go Google Mark Cruz, right? But you can definitely do the bring server back because you have experience in doing cover songs.
Oh my god! But the thing is, I don't want server back.
No, I know, but it would be
I
so
could though.
cool.
You get the beat
sorry,
going.
Sean.
I know. That's why I said, Sean. I'm like, oh, you tried.
You try.
I do.
No,
I
but
do want to just wait though, because there will be a cover at some point. I've already decided that's coming out, and I'll let you all know here right off the bat because it'll hold me accountable for it too. Y'all familiar with 8 Mile and the song "Lose Yourself" by Eminem? Classic, right? There's going to be a cover called "Loom Yourself" coming out.
Ooh. Heard it here first, folks.
Just wait. And I am going to have a special guest who is going to be joining me on it that you all know. So again,
well, you're not that far from Eminem stomping grounds.
I know, right? Abby, I'm Detroit, so I mean, you're literally
going to be recreating the scene in the streets.
I'm going to literally go. I should go film it in front of his storefront because he actually has a Mom's Spaghetti that's in Detroit. That he opened up a storefront and sells spaghetti. It's delicious. But I should go film some of it in front of that.
You should, yeah, or at least some B-roll.
I know, right?
But no, I was just bringing it up because in case Sarah, you didn't know, Mark here has a reputation for doing some cover songs that are quite popular.
I do love some cover songs, and with the help of AI nowadays, I actually sound all right when I do it too.
we also, I don't know if you another idea in case you've never thought of this one, but it's come up a few times on the Jira Life. It's Jira's got 99 problems.
Jira's got 99 problems, boy, and
yeah,
I love it.
I guess we say Jira's got 99 issues.
I feel like you could go into like the improvements, like the feedback log, and bring. Oh my god!
Atlassian should so have you seen Acapulco on Apple TV Plus?
No, I haven't.
Great show. I love it, especially if you're Hispanic. It's one of very few shows that we get as Hispanic people. I don't sing. King Bob does. But there's in the show they always have somebody playing popular English songs in Spanish because
interesting.
It's a resort in Mexico, right? But it'd be interesting for Atlassian to have like an Atlassian cover band where like they take modern popular songs and just like Jirify them or Confluify them. Or
do you all remember back? It was about 4 or 5 years ago. I remember it was right when I was here. They had the High Velocity band that they had done.
Did they make one?
Yeah, they did.
I heard of the High Velocity.
They actually did a couple songs as part of this, and all about ITSM. And so it was. I want them to bring something like that back. Is like they need to do that.
I'd buy that album.
Going, right? Exactly.
I mean, think about the bestseller that would be. The ultimate nerd, like band album.
See, you know what? My wife and I were talking about this the other day, where it was there's all the nostalgia out there. There's like I was at a Comic-Con in Tampa last weekend, and they had this Blockbuster experience. There was someplace else where they had, what was it? It was, I don't remember what it was, but it was all this nostalgia. I think something like a nerd covers thing would sell because it would feel, and like the thing is you've got to sell it as like they do like vinyls. Like we're going to create like a record and it's going to be great. And like people will want this just because there's a nostalgia aspect of it. But there's also that like connectedness being like, oh my God.
I can correct the name of our song. I got 99 issues, but you're ain't one.
That's it, Sarah. So it's Weird Al. Weird Al, exactly.
Yeah, Weird Al
and I am a little weird too. I agree.
Oh man, this would be epic. We should stage something for.
I feel like there's something that's gonna happen here. So all right, so maybe we've got a couple songs already. I think if we get 8, you can then get them in a nice shape where you could then justify an album. So we need to come up with a few more, and then we can actually go start printing.
Yeah, there you go.
I feel like I signed you guys up for this now.
I know, yeah. Now I gotta like part of our interview is gonna be like, hey, we're making an album.
It's gonna be great.
Giant long.
Well, the last thing you signed Alex up for, he still hasn't completed yet. So,
Wait.
Not for
So
lack
he has
of not
not got
trying.
his passport yet?
Not for lack of not trying. I tried twice. The world just doesn't want me to get in an international flight.
The world
What-
meaning
okay, what
Alex
is holding
can't
you
read
back?
the instructions on the
What is
form.
holding him back? I
Well,
have to know.
so one, I went to the post office. I made an appointment, filled out my paperwork. I get to the post office, and they're like, "Do you have copies of all this?" And I'm like, "Why would I have copies of all this? That's kind of like your job to make the copies. If you want a copy, you should make your copy." And so they sent me off somewhere else, and then I was gonna miss my appointment. I was like, "Forget it." I just went home. I'm like, I just go to the UPS behind the house because. Fun fact, my
If first
city,
you do not succeed, try and try again.
hold up. So my city doesn't have a post office, so I have to go to the next neighboring city because
Interesting.
our city is just so new. Second time, I'm like, okay, my hometown, Anaheim,
Mm-hmm.
they had like a whole thing. Come and we'll take care of your passport for you. I bring everything, including copies this time.
You're like, I did what you said.
It's cash or check only. It's check only. And I'm like, who the heck has a check? I don't got checks.
Now, Alex, I'm gonna tell you something that my wife tells me all the time. Is that I know when I got passports, like we recently got them from our kids. All those things are outlined on there. What to bring to the
I know,
US
I'm
Post
aware.
Office page.
I'm aware.
I don't read
He's
very
aware
often,
now.
but sometimes I do, and that's
You know
what
what,
my
Mark?
wife is
Every
always
time I
telling
have
me.
a
When I'm like,
failure,
"Why isn't this working?" She's like, "Did you read it?" And I was like, "No."
I'm not an idiot, Mark. I read the instructions. They just weren't on the instructions.
I
That's the bigger
Alex,
sin.
I feel like you still, at this point, Alex, I feel you have. I want to give you another challenge. Then in the next, let's call it 3 weeks. What you need to do is you need to set up that appointment. You got to bring your checkbook or get a cashier's check.
I'm just
That
gonna
works
bring
too.
everything.
Cashier's check.
Check
and
your
get
money
it
order,
done.
isn't it?
Get it done. What was that?
It's check your money order.
Money
Right.
order. Get a money order. You could get a money order at like Walmart down the street.
I didn't even know money
Get a
order
money
was
order.
a thing still. I thought that was a 1990s thing. I got
Our
Apple
post
Pay on my
offices are
watch.
still
I
in
just
the
point
90s.
my phone at
But
somebody.
I'm going to
and
give you
watch
that challenge.
them go.
It's August 31st today. I'll even give you extra time. By October 1st, you need to have had this submitted. Bob, can you keep him accountable for that?
I'm trying to keep
Remind him on the
accountable.
show every time you have the show. Be like, "Hey, Alex, how's your assignment going?" And just say that.
Oh.
And don't even give anyone context.
No,
Oh,
Just
that's
ask,
going to be a
"How's your
segment on the
assignment going?"
show every
Mark, what you
week.
gotta do is Mark's gotta say, "I'll never come back on the Jira Life until."
Oh,
he does
yeah.
it."
Oh, here we go.
Uh-oh. I'll write that down now.
So just a little bit of insight for Sarah. This is part of my test anxiety. I tend to put questions. I tend to make up my own question as I'm reading the question. And this is why I get the answers wrong.
But you got to do it. I mean, the thing is one reason why you need to do it is because right now you can't go to Team Europe even if you wanted to because you don't got the passport. And
I
you know what? There's
I'm
going to be
aware.
more international events, so we got to get you to these, man.
No. I almost got stranded in Atlanta last week, and I don't want to relive this. I don't even want to be on a plane right now. I don't know how you live in a plane most of your life.
It's interesting. I had like 4 weeks off from travel. It was glorious. It was great. And then I just did some traveling this last week, and I forgot how hectic it is to move across, especially Atlanta. Atlanta isn't there. Like I was there Wednesday. I was going through Atlanta, and just like the people mover there. It's like you just have to you just throw your body into it trying to get in, right? I mean, every time I'm like legitimately don't know where these people came from. It's the first train. Like, dude, it didn't come from anywhere else.
LAX. I landed at 12:30 a.m. Okay, the terminal is empty. Not a soul other than my plane coming in because we're like the last flight of the night.
Exactly. Last
right?
flight in for the night.
The outside, I step outside once I found the door, but I step outside and it's like 3:30 p.m. on a Friday. And I'm like, where do all these cars come from? And my sister,
What's happening here? What's happening?
Like, how is there much traffic at 12:30 a.m.? I'm like,
it was like 11:30 at night when I went to LAX earlier this year. It was when we were doing our little road show there.
Yeah, when you came
and it was the same way. Like I got there and I'm like, all right, yeah, LA is going to be a busy city at night, but my God, like it was, I mean,
It's
it was
hustling.
just to get to like an Uber spot. It took me like 30 minutes just because I had to take buses and those buses were delayed by all the cars. And it was a
Yeah,
wild
no,
airport.
I was genuinely surprised. I was expecting to just like walk out and my sister-in-law would be right there. Like, where did all this traffic come? Because there's nobody in the. See, it would make sense if there were people in
If
the
there are
terminal.
people in the airport.
Right, like if there were people inside and then there's like people being dropped off and stuff and picked up, like, but I'm like, there was just 100 people on my plane. My plane was half empty.
I know, right?
So
That's
like,
the thing. I had the first time flying on an airplane in a long time the other day where there was legitimately like 10 people on the airplane. It was I remember the people waiting to get on the plane, and this, you know what it was? It was a 7 a.m. flight out of Detroit last Saturday morning. And again, probably not a lot of people want to get on a flight on Saturday morning at 7 a.m. But I had not been on a flight like that in years, where it's just so. I mean, we got in there, and I was like, "Is this everybody?" Because then they closed the door, and I just looked back. I'm like, "Are you sure we're leaving people behind?" They're like, "No, you got everybody." I was like, "My God, this is great."
You lifted up the armrest. You kind of stretch out a bit.
You know it. And well, I think it was whoever said that. I live near Detroit, so I'm on Delta all the time. I am on Delta. I'm a Delta snob because I for the points. And so, of course, I'm at the highest level now. And so what I love about flights like that is that first class is never sold out. And so I automatically go to first class. So I got breakfast. I got all that. I mean, when I book, I always have to book economy. But then I'm just like, come on, low, like, like small flight. I just want to get into that first class seat to get that food.
So wait. Breakfast on the flight? You don't even hit the lounge?
Oh, I will hit the lounge if I can. But the thing is,
it's too early that day.
No, the lounge was open. But I have timed out my travel in a way where I handle my risk management just well enough where I can get to the airport, get through security, I'm not checking my bag, get through security and have about 5 minutes to get on my aircraft. And so far I've never missed an airplane.
Knock on wood.
Based on the airport, I've gone to some airports enough where now I'm like, this is what to expect, or like it's this time of day. And so I need to give myself 10 more minutes to get through pre-check or something like that. But so far, like that was a day I think I left my house at 5:30. It's 45 minutes to the airport from my house. Got there at 6:15, parked. The airplane was boarding at 6:30. I got to the gate at 6:31. That's the way I like to roll, go big, go home with that kind of stuff. I figure there'll always be another flight. There'll always be another flight. And then I'll go to the lounge.
I've never in my life have I experienced a flight delay where I missed a flight in all my travels.
I've actually never had. I've only ever had it where they've canceled a flight. It was one time.
I've never had a flight canceled. I remember the first time I flew to St. Louis. I don't know if I've told you this story, but the first time I flew to St. Louis, I'm sitting. I flew from John Wayne to Phoenix Sky Harbor, and I'm sitting in Phoenix Sky Harbor, and the lady makes an announcement of like, "We're not quite sure if you're gonna make it to St. Louis." So I'm developing weather patterns.
That's refreshing,
right? And so I walked up to her like so naively. She must have thought I was an idiot. Now that I'm looking back at this 10 years later, but this was 2014. But I walked up to her. I'm like, "What does that mean?"
Exactly. I'm looking for clarity.
I'm like, she's like, "Oh, it just means that the flight might be rerouted to another airport." And I'm like, "But I need to get to St. Louis."
To that airport. How did you not plan appropriately to get me to that airport?
Yeah, I just snow because there was apparently a fresh snow day that day, and then so they're like, "Well, there's no active storm now, but we're gonna see how the conditions may change while you're in the air because it's like a 3-hour flight or whatever." And I had this because I've only ever flown to like from LA to the Bay, from LA to Seattle.
Oh, yeah. It's always like nice airports where at the same time you're not going to deal with a lot of weather.
Yeah, no weathers whatsoever. Like in Seattle, it's a little rocky getting in and out of it, but they don't usually cancel a whole lot of stuff because it was just misting.
Yeah, I know, right? Exactly, and they're used to that. I will say it's funny you bring up the snow and stuff like that. So where I went to school at, where I went to college, is Upper Peninsula of Michigan, and of course we get
the little part that doesn't exist in the U.S.
It's so when you look at Michigan, I think I'm backwards here.
He's
So I guess
got
it's
like
this.
the hands.
Yeah,
right,
it's that.
There you go.
So like I live down here, and then when you go up to the Upper Peninsula, Michigan, I went to school right up here.
Because there's a part of Michigan that's in Canada, no?
Well, it's above Canada. It's like this is north of Canada. Technically, a lot of people think that we're either Canada or we're in Canada, but we're Michigan. But so I go there, and in the middle of winter, of course, we get like, I think the average is somewhere between 18 to 28 feet of snow every winter. And so lots of snow. And I remember flying out, and to get that back home, I would fly out of there. I go to Minneapolis to Detroit. And I remember getting to Minneapolis one time in a big snowstorm, and the pilot decided he was going to screw with everyone just a little bit.
Just a little.
Because it was snowing and we were kind of delayed. And he decided, I think this is before they got yelled at for doing this kind of stuff. And so he gets on the system, and he goes, "All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be taking off here just a moment. I think we finally got ourselves cleared on the runway. And I'd like you all to look out the left window. If you see that other aircraft out there, if they make it, we're going to give it a shot." And we're like, dump. And then he's like, "I'm coming back on. That's a little pilot's humor. We're going to be just fine."
Dude, I remember that night, though, landing in St. Louis with that storm. And I remember like the little lights that tell the plane where to land were underneath the snow.
You're like, "I can't see those lights."
And then I remember everybody clapping. I've never been on a flight where everybody clapped.
And I'm right. Have you been in one of those where it's like, "Yeah, we are live. We made it." Have you ever been on one of those where they come in sideways?
No, I haven't been sideways
the
yet.
wind coming
Yeah,
in.
no.
I've been on one of those where like literally the plane, and then he goes sideways like this.
You know
and then
what?
he
No,
corrects at the last
I do
minute.
take it. I take it back. The last time I flew to Vegas, Team 23, we came in a little sideways there.
I know, right? And it's like you see that, and you especially when you're in the side that's looking towards this runway, you were like, what's happening here?
I shouldn't see the runway.
I shouldn't see this. You just close your eyes and be like, please.
Speaking of which, leaving Vegas, Team 23, I also saw that mysterious red plane that leaves from Vegas. I don't know if you've heard of that one.
I don't even know about this. What is
There's
this
a mysterious red plane. It takes off from Vegas once a day and lands once a day. And as soon as it takes off, radars, everything, GPS, all of it goes offline.
Do we know who's owns
it's
that plane?
unmanned. It's unlabeled. It's just a red strip.
It's a red plane.
Just a red strip that goes across from tail to front to end, and it takes off. And as soon as it's airborne, it just goes off. You don't know where it disappears.
Now I have to go Google this thing.
And I was too behind it. I was too. Look it up. It's like there's like an actual like whole wiki page on it. Nobody knows where it goes. It's
like all the mysterious things. Like there's like the Paulding light, and there's like Bigfoot and all these sorts of things. There's the red plane out of Las Vegas.
I was gonna say it's. Are you sure it's Vegas and not like Area 51, Groom?
No. It's going.
Going to Area 51.
No. Like it leaves. I'm assuming. I think that's what the
all I can see is Charlie Day in that photo where he's like, when he's got
Janet.
all like
her name's Janet.
Like, yeah, I understand it.
Yeah. No, the plane's name is Janet. I'm looking it up right now, and it allegedly goes to Area 51.
It goes to Area 51.
Allegedly, but it literally has no tail number, none of the legal stuff that a plane usually needs to have.
I bet you go and there's no flight logs around it or anything like that, right? It's just one of those things where like you go in, it's like there's no record of it.
There legitimately isn't anything. Like as soon as it takes off, it's gone.
Interesting.
And it just lands and it just does this trip every day. And I was so lucky that
it's bringing people to handle the aliens over in Area 51.
What was interesting? What the interesting? Because I do want to get back to Scott and thank for working with you. What was interesting was I was on the window seat and I look at this plane and I was like, it's unmarked, and I took a picture of it and a video of it, and like weeks later on my TikTok it shows up. I'm like, have you ever seen this plane out of Vegas? I'm like,
I was thinking you were gonna say weeks later someone showed up on my door and be like, I need your camera. Sir.
Black vans, helicopters, all around.
Comes in with his black shades, being like, Alex Ortiz, we need to chat.
Yeah. But anyway, so Scott's leaving. Just wanted to before you drop off here in the next 10 minutes. What's your first memory interaction conversation you had with good old Scott? And then it start with good day.
So I will say good day. I think, what it was, I can't say my first memory, but one of my fondest memories of Scott was, what was it? It was 2022. And, we're still kind of coming out of the pandemic. And I believe it was 2022 when he did this. It could have been 2021, one of the years. But he went off and he did, what do they call it? It was like a roam around or something like that. It's an Australian slang for basically saying I'm going out to the bush for like 3 months.
Yeah, that's a walkabout, isn't it?
Well, maybe it's a walkabout. There you go. See, it was one of those things, So yes.
What are we walking about?
They're walking about something. I don't know. Basically, the goal is it's like you go on. It's almost like an extended family vacation. They got an RV and they went out into the bush of Australia and they were gone for like 3 months. And he sent some pictures along as he was doing, but he was kind of taking a little sabbatical and he was doing this. And the fondest memory I have is that first town hall after that. And I'm sure there's pictures out there of him like this, but this man had a beard that looked like, Robin Williams in Jumanji.
Yeah.
You know how he looked when they found him? I mean, brothers in this case, right? I mean, long hair. He's got the beard. And it was one of the best things I ever saw. And I was like, and I hope he keeps it. And then, of course, he kept it for about a month and then he shaved it. But that was probably one of the memories that sticks in my brain from my time with Scott. I also, the first time I ever met him was at Team 22. And that was an interesting one. So it was our very first time bringing team back post-pandemic, and Scott found himself in an interesting position because it was going to be Scott and Mike. And I remember we went to before every time we do an event, we have like a pre-team gathering. Like all the on-site staff, we get together, have like a team huddle. And Mike is,
Like
or
all
Scott's
the
there.
Atlassians?
What was that? All the
Like
Atlassians who are on site.
Okay.
So so there was probably 500 of us that got together. And so all of us who were on site, we got together and to kind of do just kind of like, talk about what's going on, what our goals are for the week. And Scott comes up and he goes, "You're going to notice something different. There's nobody next to me." And he says, "Unfortunately, before flying out here, Mike was not feeling good. He took a test and he had COVID." And of course, back then in 2022, that thou shalt quarantine for 14 days still at some level. And so Mike then comes in through Zoom, be like, "Oh, guys, I'm sorry. It's like I can't be there." And so Scott pretty much ran the whole show. He had to fill in for all the keynotes and everything like that.
And this was the same year that they had that outage?
Yeah, it was.
Yes, it was the exact same.
Yeah.
So yeah, I mean, I feel Scott had a lot on his plate because I remember
that would explain. So I don't know if you came on early enough for Funman Andy, but Funman Andy has a picture with Scott at Team 22, and he said that they couldn't get a smile out of him.
Oh, I imagine he was probably
so one more Scott story from Team 2022. That was the one where he performed CPR on a guy at a Vegas nightclub, right?
Yeah. Yep.
That was 2022 was the year of Scott.
I know, it really was. I mean, the fact that he went there and then he's like, it's funny, the next year. So I missed out on it because I drank a little bit too much and ended up going back to my room. But I know Dom and a few others, they went out with them. And after Bash, they took over a club. And Scott was, of course, there at the club. And he didn't save his life, but it was just funny because some of the folks who were there with him, they were walking alongside and they were going in and people were like, he had like bodyguards, everything. People are taking pictures and they're like, who are they? The person there was like, who are they taking pictures of? Like, there must be someone famous around. And then realized, oh, it's Scott. And the thing, I don't even think people knew who Scott was, but he had the fedora and dark glasses on and he had bodyguards and people were like, this guy's got to be famous. And then he went out and he sat out into the booth area and he just chilled there for a few hours, talking with people. But it was funny how many people were coming up. And
he's only the richest man.
He's got to be a guy. We got to take pictures. He's got bodyguards. He's got an entourage.
Just some nerd.
I know, exactly. I think he is definitely, he's been able to enjoy these kind of experiences, which would be good. And I actually, that's where I hope he still finds his way back to things like team in the future, and yes, he's not he's leaving, but he's not leaving. He's still on our board. He's still going to be being an advisor. And so I do hope that he makes maybe not this year in Team 25, because it's one of those things where you got to give a little space. But I hope
he's got to come and he's going to be at Disneyland. I was like,
oh yeah, exactly. He'll be hanging there waiting for everybody to come see him. But I hope he finds his way back as just an active, an enthusiast, and that's how he comes out. He's wandering around the show floor. He's just I'm not in any of these meetings, but I'm just here because I love this stuff too. So I think I hope he finds himself coming back for those sorts of things.
Yeah, Jens Schumacher. I don't know if you know him. Employee number 13.
Yeah.
He's got a picture of him and Scott skydiving.
Yes, I saw that. Yes. Yep.
So,
yeah, and that was there's a couple of those have been shared over the last few weeks, especially because we had this big initiative I mentioned earlier this week around celebrating Scott. There was some they dropped off some gifts for him earlier this week at his house. They've been doing things every day within the company to kind of celebrate him, and some of the things have been photos, and I know that photo had popped up. And just a lot of those, again, you look at the young guy he was, again, he was 20, I think it was, or something like that, when him and Mike came together. And it just shows you what's possible. It gives you that kind of almost encouragement to think wow, you know what, you can do anything, especially someone like Scott, who grew up in didn't grow up that well off. I remember hearing the story that, his first computer, he wanted this computer so bad, his family didn't make enough money. His dad had saved up enough to get him this knockoff computer that couldn't actually play games because it just wasn't powerful enough. And so he spent a whole bunch of time trying to understand how it worked, and that got him passionate about it. And it's just, again, you can come from these humble beginnings and then make yourself to that spot. It really is one of those anybody, it's anyone has that opportunity kind of story.
44 years old right now, born in
Isn't that wild?
1979.
Dang.
So
What have we not achieved with our lives at this point, Mike?
Where did I go wrong?
Boeing is what I'm gonna tell you.
There you go. That's the single linchpin right there. I know.
I was going to say maybe Scott can do all of that as the new CEO of Boeing. Who knows?
The biggest, I will say, one of the biggest issues they found with Boeing that I still go back to with Boeing is what was his name?
Alan Maloney.
He was the CEO when you and I were there. McNerney. So when
McNerney
left, McNerney, he was one of those guys. He was very unapproachable, but he
knew how to save a buck.
Yeah, right. They had an opportunity, and they passed it up to elevate Mullally, who was the leader of the commercial division.
Yep.
And they passed on him. And I think that was probably one of the biggest mistakes that Boeing made, because then he went off.
I totally agree.
Yeah, he went off to Ford.
Ford took advantage of that.
Ford. Yeah,
Ford was the only company that didn't need to be bailed out during the crisis.
Yep, exactly. And he was the guy that kind of came in and he said, "All right, I'm going to help figure this out here." And for me, I go back to, I think that was one of their biggest mistakes. And I'm glad Mullally ended up going to Ford. He did some great things for them, helping them to really think about their future. But man, it's it goes back into sometimes thinking about what you sometimes the best people to help get the job done are the people just inside your doors.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, because bringing McNerney on, I tell people all the time, unless Boeing's, did you hear that they're killing whistleblowers?
I think I definitely will say that is probably in the camp of the hearsay.
No,
but I have heard that there are whistleblowers who have died. I mean, not to laugh at that, but it's I do think that's a little bit. There may be some healthy skepticism in terms of whether they're directly accountable.
I tread carefully just in case they come at me.
I know, right? Exactly. For anyone listening, I do not agree with Alex Ortiz in his comments.
I'm just saying, I would attribute all of Boeing's problems today to the hiring of McNerney in 2005.
You think so?
And a lot of people, as far as the corporate culture, a lot of people pin it on when Boeing acquired McDonnell Douglas, right? And how it shifted the culture shifted from Boeing being engineering centric to where, you know, the products matter, the quality matters, to you know, McDonnell Douglas's culture, which was more about the bottom line.
Yeah, it was about sales. And I think that's one of the interesting things. Both companies were fairly massive when they came together. And it was just, it's a fascinating thing. I think all companies go through this at some time too, at some level, where it's they shift from what those goals were about creating an amazing product that was high quality, that was like the best of the best, to then saying, bottom line, I need to get I need to sell this many planes or licenses or what have you. And I think I think unfortunately Boeing fell into the spot where their pendulum went the wrong way on that one. To your point, you know, it became about getting everything, you know, getting the most out of everything from a dollar perspective.
Absolutely. Well, Mark, thank you so much for being with us.
You betcha. It's been great chatting, and I know Josh is going to have a great time with you guys.
Hey, Mark.
Josh,
how you doing, Josh?
Unfortunately, I don't know how much time you spent with Mark, but I've learned one thing in the year 2024, and it is to never, ever follow after Mark.
That's what I'm saying, man. I was just thinking that. I'm like, what did you do to me with this time slot?
Why did you do that?
Oh, my goodness.
Alex, I literally thought you were going to say the one thing I learned was water down my toothbrush before I put the toothpaste on. I was legitimately thinking you were going that direction, and then I did it, and I was like,
Mark,
now
I never
felt
lose a
little
room.
disappointed.
I never lose a room, and that Sunday, that day that we were in San Diego, I was like, where do I
he lost that room.
I lost that room so badly. And I'm like, how? Like,
all right, guys. Well, on that note, thank you so much. Good day, Scott. It's been a pleasure, my friend.
We'll get the band together.
And, exactly. And Josh, knock him dead.
Thanks, Mark.
Cheers, guys.
See you.
Put him on Janet.
All right. So to actually be fair, Josh, you know, I was actually kind of leaving the guest structures open. You know, come on when you want, leave when you want. You had you said you were available like most of today.
I did.
So I was like, you know,
I did.
So feel free to stay on.
But I see how much you guys like me. That's fine. That's fine. We're just gonna put him after Mark, and enjoy the down slope that this hour is gonna be.
It's so hard to follow after Mark, though. It is really hard.
God. Anyway, hi guys.
So let's talk about how does Atlassian avoid becoming Boeing?
Whoa, jeez. Have a QA department? Like it shouldn't be that difficult.
Let's talk about that Jira importer then, because something.
Well, okay. Yes. Yeah. Well, look. I mean, in the spirit of Agile, right? You get something out the door, and then you refine it, and then you make it better. And sometimes getting something out the door means that it may go out the door with bugs.
I don't think it was a bug, though. It was a miss.
Oh, really?
It's not that the tool doesn't work. It's just that they literally left critical functionality out.
Well, you know.
Yeah, I guess you live and you learn. But yeah, in the spirit of Agile, I'm just afraid that in the spirit of Agile, it's like, oh, we don't need this anymore.
No, not for I mean, the importer. I mean, look, at the very least, it was long overdue for any type of enhancement and improvement. That thing
think they actually included things in there because of kind of the competing products.
Yeah. Yeah, it's it definitely needed an overhaul, and I'm sure they're going to hear the feedback. They hear the feedback from us, especially in the community, and in our community Slack arena. We are not a quiet group. We make our opinions known, and I'm sure they're hearing the feedback not only from us, but obviously from the regular customers as well that have experienced it already. And I'm sure they'll hear it. And they'll make those decisions.
Something, hopefully, we'll see.
Yeah.
There's a lot of pressure. We just learned so much insight about the dynamic of 2022 and Scott running Team 2022 and server or cloud JSM going down in 2022, like just the amount of pressure you have, like burnout is a real thing, and I think this is maybe something that's an appropriate topic we can talk about. And like, do you think Scott's burned out?
I mean, obviously I don't know him. I don't know him personally. I mean, I've met him, but I would say, I mean, you do a job that long, right? And it's not like you're just working a job. This
Right.
is not just a normal job.
You're not clocking in and clocking out from 9 to 5 here.
Yes, of course, the immediate response is, well, you're compensated very well. Yeah, of course. But at the same time, you're running a multi-billion-dollar company for decades. And
for the record, Herman and Andy would do the job for $150,000 a year.
Right.
I thought that was Boeing and not
Atlassian. That was for Boeing,
Yeah.
but it'd be the same crap. Like you're running a multi-billion-dollar company. Sorry, Josh.
No, you're good. But I mean, there's pressure. There's investors, right? Once you go public, then you have stakeholders or stockholders, and there's pressure that comes with that. And then there's pressure in the market, and you're supposed to grow, and you're supposed to do this, you're supposed to do that, and yeah, I mean, I think it could happen to anybody, and I think too, you know, the reasoning that he gave, I mean, it just makes sense. He just wants to go enjoy his life and spend time with his family, and like, I think that's completely reasonable, and he obviously has the ability to do that. He can more than retire for the next, 20 lifetimes if he wanted to. So yeah, why not? I mean, he's done everything he wanted to do, I think. I mean, I think Atlassian's set up well for the future, and it's continuing to grow. And I don't know what more else there is to achieve. So it's kind of like you're at you've climbed Mount Everest. Now you go back down.
I can see that though, because let's talk about, so from the burnout perspective or just the stress perspective, it's a lot, right?
Yeah.
Like you're saying, this is not a 9 to 5, right? So that stress, like I would assume he had one too many nights that I think he would have cared to count for, where he woke up like in a nightmare or a sweat or something, just right, because it's not like he makes a mistake and like $1 million is lost. Like he makes a mistake and you lost like $1 billion or $2 billion, right? Like pretty significant. Mistakes are very costly at his level. And two, I empathize so much with that whole Mount Everest thing, right? Like what happens when you achieved it all? Like where's your next carrot?
Well, I think that comes down to just like how you personally view success, like what your personal goals are and everything. And I think I'm pretty sure he and Mike, achieved their personal goals quite a long time ago.
Yeah.
In terms of what they wanted to do with Atlassian, right? Like, I mean, Atlassian it's a behemoth now. Like it's such a big product and company.
What was the last number this year? Like 10,000 ish, or approaching 10,000, 12,000?
In terms of employees?
Yeah,
I think so, something around there.
10, 12,000. Yeah.
It was almost 10. It was almost 10 when I left. Yeah.
Speaking of which, then, so you are a fellow Atlassian, former ex, if you will.
Yep.
As all the cool kids put on their profiles, ex Atlassian.
I don't have that on mine.
Not yet. You're not. All the cool kids literally put ex Google, ex Microsoft, ex something.
Well, what's funny, and I've told people this, is that I'm actually more involved now with Atlassian than I was when I was working there. Like I really am. I mean, I'm community leader. I'm on the cert. I'm a cert SME now.
Are you really?
I'm a creator. Like, I mean, there's so many things that I'm doing now that are much more involved than I was just doing my normal job when I was there. But it's cool. I'm happy for it.
So the question based on that topic is, what is your first memory of Scott or interaction you had with Scott?
Well, I mean, it's kind of funny. It was like, I would say it's probably 4 years in the making. So, I mean, I had always wanted to meet him and Mike. That was always kind of a goal since I first became aware of them many, many years ago. But I had no idea how I was going to do that. And then once I learned more about team and all that stuff, and then I was like, okay, well, maybe it was something like that would happen. So 2020 rolls around, and this was this ended up being the first full virtual team, thanks to the pandemic. But I had actually, myself and Catherine White, who worked for me at Nextiva, we had been selected for a talk at Team 20.
Ooh,
and
tell us
based on
your
it was based on our cloud migration that we had done in 2019. Atlassian wanted to do a use case on it, and it's actually published. It's out there today. You can find it. And at the time it was like, I don't know, maybe they were impressed or they were happy with it. Either way, because like we were a fairly large instance. We had a few thousand users, and we did it all on our own. We didn't use a partner. And this was 2019, before the cloud migration tool was what it is today. I mean, it still kind of existed, but it wasn't as good as it is now. But we did it all ourselves, and we didn't have any issues and any major issues. But yeah, so they selected us for like a talk and a use case, and so I was meant to go, and in 2020, and then we knew what happened there. And then I went the next year. Actually, that was my first year in person, 2021. And it just didn't happen, right? Just didn't happen, didn't work out. Same with the next year. And then finally this year, and I had seen him, and Mike at different places, and like they just looked busy, and I didn't want to try to, like interrupt them or whatever the case is, but
completely fanboy.
Yeah, I didn't want to be that. I'm not that person. I didn't really want to be that. So, and then this year we were all there, obviously, the three of us, and it was at the after party after the dinner for the community leaders. So in the club.
Oh yeah, you got an exclusive club experience.
I did. It was really weird how it happened. So we get there. Yeah, we get there, and it's like 2 stories. Like, for people that don't know, it was Tao, right? Was it Tao?
Yeah.
The Tao nightclub. So there's 2 stories. There's like a balcony area that kind of wraps around the whole thing, and then there's the main floor, and everybody obviously congregated on the main floor.
Because that's where the dance floor was at, too.
Yeah, exactly. I'm not a crowd guy. I don't dance. I don't do all that, that kind of thing. So
unlike our very own King Bob here, who was
exactly
the leader
was
of the dance,
literally in the middle of the dance floor,
to drag Alex to the dance floor with Sajid.
I did not know that Bob, you could dance so well.
But anyway, yeah, you would have won some kind of award, Bob, if they would have had them for dancing.
Well, at least the only award for dancing in a sombrero. So
yeah, absolutely.
Oh, you did a spot. So
I mean, if you're gonna dance,
the whole conference.
Yeah, if you're gonna dance, you might as well wear a sombrero. So there was this balcony area that wrapped around, like I said, and as soon as I got in there, I immediately picked out a place. I was like, "Well, it looks like we can just go up there." So I just went up there, and then I think a friend of mine went up there with me, and we were just hanging out, just having a drink, hanging out up there. And then eventually Mike and Scott made their way into the club to come say hi and mingle with everybody. And before you know it, Scott had the same idea I did. And he comes up to the balcony area, and Scott and Mike both have security with them as well. So, you're going to, when you're at that kind of level. And as soon as Scott went up there, his security basically kind of stopped anybody from coming up. So we were already up there, and then Scott was up there, and he was talking with other people that were there. I think some of the other C-levels were there too that I saw.
I think Sean Doyle might have been up there too, no?
I don't remember seeing Sean up there. He might have been at one point, but yeah. So there were a couple people that would come up and talk to Scott for a while, and then I was just kind of biding my time. I was like, okay, I'm gonna try to introduce myself and meet him at least. And I just kept waiting and waiting and waiting, and then finally, the last person that he had talked to finally left, and he was just kind of standing up and just kind of looking around and just kind of hanging out. And that's when I finally went up to him and started talking to him. And then before you know it, it was like 15, 20, 25 minutes. Him and I were just up there just hanging out and talking the whole time. And that was really cool. I mean, number one, he's super nice.
Oh,
like,
what did you talk about?
I mean, we talked about.
We got 45 minutes. Walk us through that conversation.
Well, right. So I mean, it started out with just me kind of thanking him and Mike for starting the company. I mean, I wouldn't have the career that I do, and I wouldn't have had the success in the career that I've had, and all that, and really have the life I had without this product, which is kind of it's weird to think about in a way. It's like, it's just a software, like it's just a software product. It's just a SaaS product.
I grew up a Microsofty.
Yeah.
I don't know that the thought of like thanking Bill Gates has ever crossed my mind.
Yeah. Yeah. But I mean, it's like, but either way, this thing gave me my career. It did. And prior to that, I didn't know what I wanted to do. I didn't know where I was going to end up. So it was very much a, full circle moment where so I told him, just that how appreciative I was of everything that he had done and him and Mike had done. And I know it's just not him and Mike, it's everybody that's worked at Atlassian over the years that has just completely, changed the landscape and made this thing what it is. But they had the idea to start it, and they started it. So that's where it started. So, and he was very kind and gracious, and it seemed like that meant a lot to him, me saying that, which was nice. And then we just started talking about just like random stuff. Like, I asked him about like, hey, what was the reason behind moving team to Anaheim, out of Vegas? And he's like, nobody wants to come to Vegas.
No,
he's like, nobody wants to come to Vegas, and it's hard for people to get approved, like through their company to come to Vegas, because it's like, well, you're going to Vegas, you're not going for work, like that kind of thing.
That's interesting. I've never heard of that, but
yeah,
I have.
I can't complain.
Have you ever had to get approved to go to a conference? It is like the old real estate rule: location.
Right. Right.
Well, when I was in Boeing, I made it to a Gartner conference. I don't remember my manager giving me a hard time.
And where was the Gartner conference held?
In Vegas.
Yeah. But I mean, I don't blame him. I mean, it's like, when you're there, I mean, it's rare that you even leave the hotel grounds.
You're going to leave. You're going to be leaving a lot of. You're going to be doing a lot of walking in Anaheim.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I'm pulling for the community leader event to be over in Star Wars land.
Yeah, no, if they do anything, it's going to be.
What are we doing? Yeah.
Big time poker player here. How much poker do I play while team is going on? Big old goose egg.
Yeah. But no, it was just it just became like random chit chat stuff, like just mundane.
You didn't ask him anything deep, anything like,
no.
What is the meaning of life?
No, I mean, look. At the end of the day, him and Mike they're just people. They're just people.
Aren't we all?
We're all just people.
But they solve better problems than us.
Yeah, sure. But I also know that they probably go through life getting treated very differently than the majority of people, rightly or wrongly so. And anytime that I've ever met anyone that has been of some kind of status, public status, I've always tried to just make it a point to just talk to them like a normal person.
Because they just want to be normal at the end of the day.
Yeah, just kind of chill and just be kind of, normal. So yeah, it was just really nice, and it was a really nice conversation, and I was very, very appreciative of it. And he was really nice, like really down to earth, really, even more so than I kind of thought he would be. Like, he was just really easy to talk to.
I just thought it was interesting though, that to lock it up like that and keep him up there.
Yeah,
it's an interesting move, right? Like, because Mike was on the ground floor, not necessarily in the dance floor, but Mike was very approachable, right? Like,
yeah,
you didn't have to be luck of the draw to spend 5 minutes with him. Like you
Yeah.
could have gone up to Mike and he was there for like a solid hour or more, just talking. The only problem though, I never get these nightclubs though. Like I feel like you can't talk. Damn music.
Yeah.
I was like with Nikki and I were having a conversation for like 10 minutes, and I'm like, we're just yelling at each other so loudly just to hear each other. Like if we would have had that conversation outside, like on the street, like people would have thought we were like hating on each other.
Yeah.
Just from how loud you have to talk.
I always hate leaving those places because then everything sounds like it's like a mile away. I just can't hear for the rest of the night.
Yeah, the same thing. I'm going to a party tonight, and there's going to be a banda.
Yeah.
Or in in your guys' case, just a band. But bandas are usually with the very loud instruments, and I was like, it just makes the whole ambiance. I don't understand why people like it. Like I like low, like I have speakers outside in my pool area.
Yeah.
And I'll put enough noise just so that you hear something, but not enough to like overbear like the conversation where you got to be yelling.
Right. I mean, it was loud enough when we first got to Tao when the event started.
Just
before we went to the club. Yeah, before the dinner started and everybody was just mingling. It was loud enough in there.
The part I don't get though, the part I don't get about the Tao, like you guys closed the Tao down because I was the first one in. Right. And I didn't go back to my room. So I was chugging everything along in my backpack and stuff. And I'm like, they're like metal detect scanning you and checking all your bags. And on my backpack has like 40 holes and like 40 pockets. And I'm like, guys, this thing is closed. Like, you don't have to follow the same rules as a regular nightclub night because I'm a bunch of nerds hanging out in the conference. Like, what are we gonna do?
That was one thing I noticed. Right, I don't know if you guys caught that vibe too, where it seemed like security was up this year. Like it was a lot
or at the nightclub
in general.
I think it's because of I think it's because of the sphere. Like I got a lot of like the Venetian in 23 to get across. There was never a problem. There was no security guard in the middle to intercept. Like they really want everybody going outside to get to the sphere, not going through the Venetian. And I think that was the biggest thing where they were really anal about that. Because even outside, I went to the sphere and I was cutting back. And I'm like, I'm not going to walk around this whole thing. I'm just going to go through here. And like security stopped us. And they're like, this is only for the attendees. I'm like, let me tell you, buddy. I just didn't have my badge with me, but I had pictures. I'm like, look, see all these pictures with me in the badge. I'm like, all right, you can go through.
All I know is that it was the worst layout of the convention hall.
Oh my god,
that I've ever seen at Team. I've only been there 3 times. I get it, but it was the worst of the 3.
Something about fire marshals getting involved at the 11th hour is what I heard.
That doesn't make any sense because you go in and we had to go like a quarter mile to the right and then make a hook. It's like, wouldn't you want it to just be straight in and out for everybody?
Like so it used to be? Yeah. In previous years, the keynotes and all that were actually in an area inside the expo hall. So
exactly. Yeah.
I don't know what they did this year, but Anaheim's going to be interesting though because there's not like an expo hall per se. Like there's multiple. I'm assuming they're renting out the whole property, right? So
probably.
You got the dome, you got another building across the dome. There's a lot happening over there. So, folks, start getting your steps in today. you don't want to shove the Team 25 and not having stretched or conditioned for this event because even the walk from the hotel is going to be a trek.
Sure.
I'm going to probably drive and just park there.
So, yeah, I would definitely concur about how when you it strikes me funny. You know, I've had conversations with both Mike and with Scott. Scott in like Team 2022 when he was the sole CEO kind of presenting, and then Team 2023 when I had a conversation with Mike, and they are no matter who you are, they are very, very engaged, and they will always kind of strike up the conversation about just about like normal stuff. It's just uncanny.
Yeah.
With that. So they're very, very salt of the earth type of people.
One thing that I have heard, and I heard this while I was working there, was that if you ever presented to Mike and Scott like a boardroom presentation or pitch to them or whatever, like you had to be on your game, because like they knew what they were talking about, and they would, like, you just needed to know your stuff, because they were tough. They weren't mean, but they expect
They're
a
gonna
lot.
pick it apart.
Yeah,
right?
absolutely.
Yeah.
I mean, and those are, I think it's kind of unique a bit in the CEO realm anyway, where, I mean, these guys founded the company. They literally built the product, the first iteration of the product, but themselves. So like they know the product. They know the intention of the product. They know the purpose behind everything they're trying to do. Like they really know their stuff. They're not just suits, they're not just in a position. So yeah, you kind of have to know your stuff.
Yeah, no, it's I wonder if they have like a tell. I hear that if you're in a meeting with like Tim Cook, like if he places his phone in a specific position or something like that, like it's game over. Like you screwed up.
That's funny.
It's not a good sign when Tim Cook is like taking his iPhone and picking it up and just kind of
scrolling through it.
You're done.
Yeah, that'd be bad.
Yeah, I heard some directors or some VPs or executives, like they want like a PowerPoint printout, otherwise they won't even listen. It's kind of weird to run a company, I think. Then you talk to Martin Siebert. Have you ever had the chance of talking to Siebert?
Mm-mm.
Talk to him. I did my whole summer of Atlassian. I remember, Josh, you were a part of that, and
Yeah.
Bob, you too. And I had a chance to talk to Martin, and I remember walking back to my wife. I do these crack of dawn, right? Because in Germany, 9 hours difference for us. And I remember waking up my wife, and I'm like, I just had one of the most meaningful conversations of my life. And she's like, "What are you talking about?" I'm like, Martin thinks like running a company. Like, I don't talk to a whole lot of CEOs, right? But like all the CEOs that I interviewed, like they were just very different interviews than non-CEOs, right? Like they just think about life differently, or they see problems and opportunities differently.
Yeah,
it was just interesting. That's why I'm like, if I had a chance to sit with Scott for a while, I'd be like, how do you do it? Like, I don't want to wait 22 years of trial and error to figure it out.
Yeah, it's a very hard, I think it's a very hard position to attain. I mean, number one, I mean, obviously they're comparatively the amount of employees versus the amount of CEOs in the world, right? There's a little disparity in that number, as there would be. So it's very hard to get that position naturally. Like it's either your company, or there's some type of nepotism involved where it was your dad's company or your parents' company, and then you got it.
Or your Jim McMahon, you don't deserve it.
I mean, there are cases, sure, where people work up through the ranks, but
usually Bob Iger did it that way, right? Bob Iger started at the bottom, he worked his way all the way to the top.
Yeah. But yeah, even then, usually you're coming in at like a VP level. And
right, yeah.
And
Bob's case, you have 35 years of nurturing.
Yeah, it's rare that you're starting out as a janitor and then making it all the way up to CEO.
Hey, it worked for what's his name? Montañez, the guy that did the hot Cheetos at
yeah. Well, it's rare. So rare they made a movie about it.
One of like many, right?
Right.
So, but then once you've reached CEO level, then it's often easy to become, board members or CEOs of other different companies.
Yeah.
Like it's that rarefied air, know?
Exactly.
So that's
why
I
mean, Scott's still obviously going to be on the board. So like he's not going to be that far away. I'm sure the board meets fairly often. So yeah, I mean, it's just the day to day. I mean, I don't blame him, man. I mean, if I was at that level and I worked that long and, been that successful, it's kind of like, I probably would have got out. I probably would have got out a lot earlier than he did.
First conversation. Do you think he burned out?
I don't know. I mean, I don't know, but at the same time, I wouldn't be surprised. It is a hard job. It's a hard job. It's a different kind of job that most of us probably can't really wrap our heads around.
So from the tenure that you had at Atlassian, because I didn't want to ask Mark because I feel like Mark I don't want to get Mark fired. but I feel like just deep down, right? Just the way human beings work, and maybe things are different down under. Maybe people have a bigger heart, especially when they start all your bad news with a good day. But I would assume that there's some quarrels between the two, and that would have made it harder or more challenging to progress the company to the next evolution.
Between Scott and Mike?
You can't have two alphas in the room.
I never got that vibe, and I never heard anything like that. No. But like you put two other alphas. Like I was just in a meeting last week in Florida with all the directors, and I was like, how in the world like do we make progress here when every person has a very strong opinion about the direction you got to go in, and you have 11 directors with 11 different. We're doing it this way or the highway. Yet alone having two alphas run the company. Well, I mean, those guys were friends before they were coworkers, and I mean and they've been friends for a very long time. So I mean, I think it's
like
have you ever seen Good
Mythical Morning?
No.
We should watch Good Mythical Morning. Rhett and Link. Those two were friends since like they were in diapers. And then they both went to like engineering school together, and then they both became engineers, and they both became YouTubers, and now they have one of the biggest YouTube channels out there.
Nice.
Right. Those are the guys that are like eating,
weird stuff. Yeah. Well, the taco. Yeah. Those are the people we should ask if tacos and sandwich. They'll know.
But yeah, I mean, I don't know. I think probably early on they each got into their niche. Like, I'm better at this stuff and I'm better at this stuff, and these are the things I'm not good at or no interest in. That's like, because Scott was more of the business side, and Mike was the product side. So
where do you see Atlassian going now that Mike's at the helm?
I mean, I don't necessarily see a lot changing.
But but there's got to be a change, because like I saw it. I have had very few interactions with these folks, right? But Mike, when he was doing the community awards dinner, right, like his style of like just kind of living a little bit more nonchalant, if you will, it impacts the way the company is perceived versus a professional, very serious, very toned down, like we're doing business.
I wouldn't call Scott buttoned down either.
I wouldn't either, but I would call him more serious than when you compare him to Mike.
Well, I think they're just too. I don't necessarily consider Mike unserious. I think he just has. I think he just has a.
When he was interviewing the doctor and the lady from the editor, like it was such a.
Hashtag crocoduck.
Yeah. Like you wouldn't have come up with hashtag crocoduck if you were having a. We didn't get any hashtags coming out of the Ted Lasso interview, and I feel like that should have been like meme galore.
I think he's probably he just might be more of an extrovert. I think Scott might be more of an introvert.
Yeah.
You know what I'm realizing right now? I need a stand like yours. Hold up. Is your background a green screen?
No.
How is your monitor?
That's the color.
Desk?
That's the color of my wall.
But it's making your monitor stand like look like it's floating on your desk.
This is my mic stand.
He's talking about the picture in the background. That's
no. Like no, just sorry. Your mic stand looks like it's hovering, but now I see the other foot going. I need an armrest like that because mine's up. Sorry, totally tangent, but I see you like laying resting your arm there. I'm like, I want that.
Yeah.
Welcome to the 10-hour live stream where we are.
Yeah, we're talking about mic stands now.
We're 3.5 hours into it.
We got a long way to go.
Hey, it's just industry talk.
We had a Rodney. You missed the whole like Janet plane thing that we did with Mark.
No, I did not.
Oh, you were there. You
I
were
was
watching?
He was on.
Yeah, I was watching. And by the way, it does go to Groom Lake because there are records kept. They're just confidential. But people do know it does go to the Groom Lake facility.
And for us non-techie people, what is that? Was that Area 51?
That's Area 51.
Yeah.
Okay. So it's been confirmed, folks. For those of you following along, this is how we arc storylines throughout a 10-hour live stream, Josh.
No, both me and my wife were listening to that whole thing, yelling, but we do know where it goes.
And it's not.
You have to know where it goes. There are flight plans that are filed.
Yeah, but they're confidential.
Confidential, but you have to have the records because that's how they know when the plane needs certain maintenance. And the FAA will audit that. I mean, it's going to be audited with people with security clearance, but it's still going to be audited.
Oh, security clearances. How I do not miss you. Josh, if you can make a song out of anything in Atlassian, what would your title be and what would your song be about?
Oh,
we're trying to come up with 6 more songs, and Mark said we'd make an album.
Oh,
We already got 90. I got 99 issues and Jira ain't one. And he's what was this Loom one gonna
You
be?
got to loom yourself.
Loom yourself.
You gotta loom yourself, yeah.
oof.
Let's just brainstorm here, but this is what we gotta do for the next 7 interviews that we have. We're making the rest of this album.
Oh goodness.
You got Confluence, Trello.
Okay, I'm going to say this, and Funman Andy, if you're still watching, you're probably going to fist bump, but the song is going to be a play on Bye 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 by NSYNC, because A, it's hot right now, but it's going to be about data center.
Yeah. Right.
So bye, and then in little parentheses, data center, huh?
Or just
Yeah.
buy data center buy.
Ooh,
Buy
there's
DC
a
buy.
there's a topic. There's a topic I'd love to speculate on.
Hit it.
Do it.
All right.
So
This is what we're here for.
we know FedRAMP's around the corner, like officially.
Yes, it is
Allegedly.
in process officially.
Yes.
Allegedly.
So they're
I'm not holding on my breath.
saying what, Q1 25 when they think
Q1 25, Q2, Q3. It's going to happen within like the first 6-7 months of 2025.
Yeah. Okay. So how long after FedRAMP is official do you predict them saying, okay, we're sunsetting data center?
I say
I don't have
a
any
year.
inside information.
I give it a
don't
year.
know.
I
But
give it a
I
year.
feel like it's inevitable.
I give it
So-
a year. 1 year.
Yeah, my swag agrees. It is
Like
at
they'll
least a
announce
year.
it within a year of
No,
that.
no. I think they'll say like, "Hey, we've unblocked. You have no reason to not go to the cloud now. You got 365 days." To
Oh
go."
no, they can't just do
Nope.
it in a year.
Nope.
They gotta give you 2 years.
I'm going to propose an alternate pathway. They're never going to formally say we don't support data center, but they are going to make it so ridiculously expensive that only governments can never afford it.
Oh, so the fisheye crucible treatment.
Yes. They're just going to keep upping prices. Oh, well, it's cost so much because it's such a niche product that we have to up it 20% this year. And just do that after 5 or 6 years. People are going to make their own decision to migrate to cloud.
They're going to have to do more than 20%. They're already doing that with cloud. It's like it's going up so much. But yes, well, look, and there's so much disparity between the two products at this point. It's just
Oh yeah, they've
man.
diverged.
I mean, they were already
been the
too,
biggest issue with migrating to cloud is it is not the same product. We
Completely
pretend
different.
it's the same product. It has some similar functionality, but it is so different that you just cannot cleanly migrate one to the other, and that's the problem.
Damien's not liking that we're touching his DC here. Sorry, Damien. Harsh reality.
Oh.
I hate
Should we put a trigger warning?
I do
Yeah.
presentations all the time, and like I always have to start off with my disclaimers. I'm like, this is cloud only. If you're on DC, sorry. Like, don't be hating at me. Go talk to the homies over at Atlassian or something. Cause
Yeah. I mean, I still think it'll be gradual. I still think it'll be like, okay, like
I
at
don't
least
get
a 2-year before end of support, and then at that point or end of updates. I think support would continue on for a while. After that, maybe another year after that, and then
I don't get the push though. I think this new direction. If we're looking at this newsletter or this, what is the earnings report thing that Rodney was sharing earlier? I think Atlassian is just gonna let them be.
Let her be.
I think they're making enough money off of them to just say, I can pay employees to maintain this, and just all marketing. Because look, they're shifting from a cloud first to an enterprise first. So they're acknowledging that enterprise customers have more complexity than they originally anticipated.
That's probably because enterprise customers are the only people still left on data center. All the SMBs, the small and medium businesses, jumped to cloud or are starting off in cloud.
So I think they've arrived at a I don't know.
Yeah, well, I mean, even the last sentence. As a result, you'll hear us speak more about enterprise as a top strategic growth initiative in the years to come, encompassing data center to cloud journey.
Yeah,
like it's eventually it's going to happen.
I don't think so. I think they'll just let them be.
I
think they would just say, you're not getting any of the cool stuff. You're just going to have a Jira that's patched, and that's it.
I think it's going to be a carrot and stick approach. The carrot they've already been working on with all the cool features. I'm sorry to tell people this, and I've been honest since day one. Atlassian Intelligence is never coming to data center because there's no way an individual company could have that kind of infrastructure to support it. Sorry. It is what it is. So that's the carrot. All the cool features in cloud. The stick is going to come in the price. And I think, cloud has year-over-year price increases. But I haven't looked at this year. But most years, it's usually more for data center, and you're not getting any new features for your cost.
But the price tolerance has to be so astronomically high, because you got to look at what does Rally charge, or whoever makes Rally charge for Rally. What do other enterprise level tools charge? And it's like multi-million-dollar deals. So I don't think the price is going to hurt them, or I don't think companies I think enterprise companies have a significantly high threshold for what pain is at a price point, at a price level. Because everybody, you got to think about how much does AutoCAD cost a company, an engineering company? How much does running, heck, even having Microsoft Teams, how much does it cost a company to have those level of enterprise licenses?
I mean, we're seeing it on VMware right now, where Broadcom's starting to ratchet up the price, and companies are like, it's going to be painful to migrate, but we should migrate. So there's not an infinite.
I think you're going to ride this long enough where people are going to get, what's going to happen, just flipping the script, what's going to happen with Atlassian, because here we are 45 days away from the next Atlassian price increase in cloud, right? Cloud isn't getting any cheaper either. So what's going to happen when your cloud usage is just so freaking high?
Yeah, I think you're. I don't think the price increases are going to slow down. I mean, they're not going to stop. I mean, they may not get as drastic, I would say. I mean, I think like 20% year over year is a bit ridiculous. Like that's way too much.
Yeah, the 10, 15, 20% is year over year, huh?
Yeah, I mean, that's like, how about we match it with like normal cost of everything, like inflation or whatever. Why does it have to be so high?
Well, because Atlassian has to be really careful too, right? Because like Slack just introduced their Kanban thing, right? And
I don't think they have anything to worry about anytime soon with that.
Anytime soon, but again, paths will converge and diverge.
Yeah,
over time.
Well,
right? So
that's kind of one thing I've always wondered. Like, when is Salesforce going to get in the game? Get into like the project management game.
They already have some project management tools. They're just never really focused on it.
Yeah, I mean, it seems like a natural relationship with Slack. I mean, they own Slack obviously, but like it seems, yeah, just the fact that they're doing that is just it's a weird play. I get what they're trying to do in terms of Slack. They want to make an all-in-one, like you never have to leave this tool to do your work. But I mean, to an extent, right? They're not going to have code repositories. Like you're not going to be doing commits in Slack, but it's yeah.
But it's still an interesting conversation to be like, if you're running these two companies, right? And you're like, if you're MCB saying, I'm so curious, like, what is MCB when he's with his leadership team and board of directors? Like, what are they prioritizing? What are they thinking about, as far as their long range business plans? Right? Is it acquire more market share? Is it maintain market share? Right? Like, what's their plan there?
I mean,
versus like what's Monday.com and ClickUp and Asana doing? Like, what are their strategies? Is it to take people from Jira? Right, because you see it in the marketing commercials from Monday, right? Like, or was it ClickUp had a very popular commercial where they painted Jira as like the enemy.
Fire Jira.
Yeah, right. So it's like they're both kind of at better ends, and it's like what happens, because we've seen this song before. We've heard the song before, right? ClearCase and ClearQuest used to be the dominant tools. Rally used to have a pretty big stake. It's Jira or bust today, but that might not always be tomorrow.
I think Atlassian and Microsoft and Salesforce and ServiceNow, they're all trying to broaden themselves so that they become the dominant, I'm going to say, office
platform.
Tooling.
Yeah.
Office
I
tooling
see that
platform.
in ServiceNow a lot. Like ServiceNow, since it's already almost every IT team has it, let's just add Jira's capabilities to it. Unfortunately, they're doing it in the wonkiest, clunkiest way you could do it.
Yeah.
But it's a noble attempt.
Yeah. I think they're all trying to be the next Microsoft. When you think general office tooling, who's number one? It's Microsoft.
I mean,
right?
still,
they invented the
Office,
category.
It's Office, it's Azure DevOps, it's
You know what? For Sean's sake, let's just bring Lotus Kanban boards.
But I mean, you can kind of see it. I mean, why pick up Loom?
Yeah.
It is going to be one of the tools of the future. It's kind of a future office communications tool.
Yeah.
Yeah, we used it religiously when I was there, and I loved using it. It was great. It definitely did save time.
Atlassian has always struggled with that part of the equation, office communication. I mean, I hate to bring it up because I know there's still plenty of admins out there traumatized by it, but HipChat and Stride.
Yep. I think HipChat and Stride were a little like just before the time, right?
Yeah, they just kind of missed the front wave of that. And I think the decision to let them go and just cede that to Slack was the right decision at the time, especially in exchange for a stake in Slack.
Mm-hmm.
But this is a category Atlassian has tried to go for and has struggled in. And I see Loom as being a continuation of that. And I think it might actually stick this time.
I'm feeling more confident about Loom than I am about their ITSM strategy. I don't see how they dethrone ServiceNow.
ServiceNow is incredibly expensive.
Dethroning, but they're definitely.
It's also
incredibly incredibly expensive, but it's already incredibly established.
Sure,
you can't just pick up and move.
Sure, but they have a lot of federal employees. They have a lot of federal customers. FedRAMP, I think, will allow a bigger play for them at that point. But yeah, I mean, if you're comparing the product, it's a ServiceNow. I mean, look, we're all going to be biased, but a ServiceNow, it's just not. It's not user friendly.
Yeah, I will be. I hate ServiceNow. I would pay money to not use ServiceNow.
No,
it is so hard to get a change in to customize it to how you want to. It's always a difficult effort. It's always an involved effort. And I mean, you still need a Jira admin at the end of the day for Jira, but it's a one-person task that maybe takes 10 minutes versus when will this get into the ServiceNow team sprint?
So Damien, I don't know if you missed this. I know we've talked about this in the past, but I know we brought it up in the show here before, maybe at the beginning of the year, but my idea is that Scott is going to step down to like build Jira server.
I like Sarah's hypothetical. You know, Scott is off to find the next startup that builds complementary products to Atlassian.
If they were to have done that, though, shouldn't they have taken a page out of Apple's playbook of saying when Johnny Ives left and he's like, hey, he's going to go make his own company. He's just going to be a consultant to Apple. I would have pitched that narrative then and say, hey, Scott's retiring, but he's going to go explore the world and see how he can augment.
Actually, words matter. Scott isn't retiring. He is stepping down.
That's always been the wording they've used since day one.
What, retiring or stepping down?
No, stepping down. Yeah.
So we're eagerly anticipating what his next chapter is. It's not.
They haven't closed the book yet.
The book's not over, right? It's not the last chapter. It's really kind of like, you know, of course there might be a little bit of a vacation interval. You might see him on a beach somewhere, but I don't think beach is forever. I think it's going to be some new endeavor.
I mean, I bet he takes
a VC or he finds somebody and decides, okay, I want to get back in the game.
I think he probably has already something that's, as I said earlier in the show, it's in stealth mode, but it's already has a product that's ready to launch. Imagine it's probably going to wait about 6 months after he leaves, and then we're going to hear about Scott's new product.
I'm hungry.
I've got a sandwich right here.
I know. You made me hungry. Josh, any other insight you can provide us? Or any?
I mean, I can pontificate on all kinds of things.
What are your most radical ideas about what Scott's doing next?
Also,
by the way, how mad do you think Scott would be if I started calling him Scooter for the rest of this podcast?
No.
I would say just don't.
I'll rip your mic off right now.
I mean, I think you know, I wouldn't be surprised with what Rodney said if that happens. I mean, I figure, you know, 6 months to a year he probably takes off, and then if there's something else that he's working on, then I don't think it's going to be anything that would compete in any way.
No. Not if he's still
he still has a financial stake in Atlassian.
Yeah, exactly.
He pull up Steve Jobs and like go make a company that then Atlassian acquires later.
No, I don't think it's that.
Right back in.
But I mean, he may just play role of investor in different companies. He might not, you know, I don't know if he's necessarily in the like, I'm going to start something from scratch game. It'd more be like, okay, I'm going to invest in someone else to go start something from scratch. Yeah.
Outback Fund.
Yeah. And he already does that. I mean, I know he already has like his own kind of investment operation kind of thing. So yeah.
Maybe he starts a t-shirt company. Instead of a pottery.
Yeah.
The better t-shirt company.
So this Jira importer, Rodney and I were thinking of just making a new Jira importer and calling it a better Jira importer. Any thoughts?
I mean, couldn't you build a Forge app that functions as an importer?
That's what we're saying.
Can you? We should be able to, no?
I don't see why not. Somebody should do it.
I think we should. I'm thinking next live stream is just like a hackathon type where we just code it up.
Well, technically, our other than our weekly ones, our next one's already planned because somebody has to study for his exam.
Oh, that's right.
So I have one story that's importer related that I can share. So
all right.
When I was at Atlassian, one of the tasks that I got assigned at one point was to look at kind of do an evaluation on some of the competitors and kind of how easy it was to get started, basically on their products. So one of the ones that I looked at was Monday.com, and I had like a CSV of data, right? So I just like the use case was basically I want to set it up, I want to import data, and I want to start using it. And I set up an account, I imported my data, and literally it was under 10 minutes from start to finish. I had like everything created. I had my fields created based on my data. I had like a board experience, and I was off to the races, right? It takes more than 10 minutes just to do an import, to get the formatting right, to get all your columns named, to get like in Jira, right? The importer it's junk for a long time.
Yeah.
And that was part of the feedback that I gave, was that like the importer really needs like a lot of work comparatively. And I did videos and stuff and showed them comparatively, like how, like I did 2 different versions. Like here's the Jira one, here's how long it takes. And here was Monday, and here were all the screens that I had, and like how easy it was. And it was so easy. That was the thing, that it was like, man, I mean, Monday.com as a product, like I know that they claim like, oh, we have, the product for all these different teams and departments. It's literally the same product over and over and over and over and over again. Like there is no difference between the products that they claim for like HR and finance and all that. It's the same table. It's just with different like headers. Like it is the same thing. Not too dissimilar than what really Jira is, but I mean, there are some differences in the templates, but I just found it funny because I'm like, this is the same thing.
This new importer that we just got last week, though, it's more of what you were describing, right? It's a much easier experience.
To be.
Well, I mean, and this is something I've been wanting to say since you brought up this, Alex. Back in like Jira 5, we had dedicated importers for what were the competitors to Atlassian back then, Asana, Rally, such, and they chose to remove that for the generic CSV importer. And it used to be a similar experience where you didn't have to figure out all the column stuff because they knew it was from Asana and they could just do that. And they chose, because it cost so much work to maintain these importers, as these other tools change, they're like not worth the effort.
Yeah, and I almost wonder if it was like a kind of a I don't know what I'm trying to say, but misguided thought process of, well, we don't want people to export data and then import it. Like we don't want people to have to do that. We just want people to work in the tool. And it's like, yeah, but you got to think about the people that are coming to Jira that want to get their data into Jira. Maybe they have it and they've just been working in Excel and they just want to get their data in there. It's like, make that process easier and simpler. But I'm glad that they are at least trying to make it better and making it more flexible. It's long overdue. And better late than never, I guess.
Flexible will not be a word that comes to my mind to describe this new importer.
So I'm sure it's meant to be flexible.
I think we're looking at an iteration of it, if you want to call it the MVP or a VP,
right?
Of it, where they're answering the use cases of how do we get other people from tool X to Jira.
To Jira, yeah. I knew we were in trouble though when I was doing my imports like a month and a half ago, and I was seeing that message, this thing's getting sunset on July 31st, and I woke up on August 1st, and that message was still there, and it was still there on August 2nd, and it was still there on August 3rd, and then around August 4th or August 5th, the message changed to a new experience is coming soon. And then eventually, like August 15th, I got the new experience, and then that's when all hell broke loose for me. Sean's admitting some defeats over here, or some faults.
I mean, I've misused the importer to do mass issue creation, and it's still one of my most popular articles on the blog. Josh may help me change that soon, though.
I think the importer needs some help though, right? Because like right now to this date, I have not been able to import an epic and link it with an issue type, a level 2 issue type. I tried the parent ID crap, none of that worked.
There should be an option to bulk create tickets from right within the tool.
Yeah.
Yes.
I mean, seriously, like you should be able to, it should be, whether it's done through automation or wherever, you should have an ability to say, okay, I want to create 100 tickets and in this project and, throw in a name or whatever and just boom, create them.
And on that note, there should be an ability to change like that created date or something.
I won't go that far.
That's one of the reasons why
I wouldn't put that as a must do. I might put that as a should or a could.
Should.
Created dates don't matter unless you're in a JSM project.
You can't. Okay, let me just rephrase it. I would have the ability to do a bulk date edit more granular than what they let you do today. Because right now, when I have issues in there and I have due dates and I want to shift things around, you can bulk edit, but they're all receiving the same date. So I have to re-upload the file or re-upload the issues with their new dates so that they're editable, right? Like I can put whatever date I want or copy date over, right? Like if I just introduce a new date field, I need to copy this old field into that one. You can't do that right now because every date's unique. Like you can do them in bulk for all the ones that have the same date, but you're going to have hundreds of different dates.
So really what we're saying is thanks, Scott, for not making a better importer in the 20 some years that you were there.
That's essentially
what we're saying.
The way I got out of this conversation.
I'm saying for what it is, though, it has been useful for some hacks.
Yeah.
Definitely useful. One of my least favorite, I actively try to avoid using the importer, though, until this latest project that I got thrown on me. If I never import an issue ever again after this endeavor, I will be too happy.
Meanwhile, us who live in reality.
Yeah. Damien, though, for us here on the cloud, CSV epics, we don't use the epic name anymore because we don't have an epic name. It went away.
It's all parent field.
Yeah, except
bye.
Except when you import and you want to link a story to its epics today, right now, if I were to do an import right now, you name the column epic or whatever the heck you want to call it. But when you're doing the import and you're calling out the columns, that epic column needs to be tied to your epic link columns or field still. Even though it's not a visible field anymore and you don't touch it, parent will not work. Like you have to use parent epic link.
Yeah. I'm going to let Damien have the last word on that.
Damon, I'm so happy I don't use data center. Every day I wake up thankful and grateful that I don't have to use data center.
I use it.
I don't know. I like Sean's last word on it.
Damien's like, I'm never watching this show ever again. Sorry, Damien.
I should note that Alex's views are his own and do not reflect the views of the Jira Life Media LLC or anyone involved other than Alex.
I'm just saying, you're allowed to have polarizing views. I love the cloud. The fact that I don't have to worry about Apache running or this running or that service running or turn this thing off or turn that thing off or copy this database.
I think that's a matter of trust. As sysadmin, I don't trust other sysadmins. I'd rather run it myself and know it's done right.
Admin. I love it. I just worry about Jira.
Can I just say that I love that the Goodbye Scott live stream has turned into let's nitpick the product.
Everything we hate about Jira.
Here is your legacy, Scott. Oh goodness.
Next hour we're bringing up all of the old issues on Jack.
Oh, there you go. That's
what
I almost wonder if that's like a drinking game. Like
Jack's
first person
birthdays.
to find the oldest ticket on that's still open. Yeah. What is the oldest one still open? Somebody probably knows. It's like 2008.
Probably opened up by Mike himself. He's gonna go.
No,
The first thing I'm doing, first order of business now at ScottScon, every Jack ticket is getting fixed.
Is that ticket open where I remember the one, I think it was inline editing or in the issue view, in the issue list view. I think that was like 2008.
We have that in the cloud.
There
Though,
is
no?
one
we
from
do, but
2004.
I bet that I wonder if the ticket is still open. Asking
There's
for
a
that.
Confluence ticket from 2004 that's about search in the new Lucene index. And I believe the DC version of that is still open, but they just closed the cloud version with Rovo.
Oh, wonder what that's gonna be like. I haven't had.
He's
a
not
chance to pay into it yet.
retiring, Sarah. He's stepping down. Oh man, who's next on our list? Who's late?
There is
You are.
no one. This is the hour that we were going to do
News
For the
break.
30 minutes we were
news
going to do
and Ace events.
All right, well let's
All
flip
right.
it. Let's flip the script. Let's talk about the good things that Atlassian's doing. Starting off with,
Let me
Where
get it
they at?
up.
where's my Atlassian? Okay, Atlassian bundled products. Jira ordering. You can now order removed. Oh shoot, I actively avoid all the assets crap. Let me go to new decimal number support in the number fields. You can now format number fields using decimal numbers for more flexible formatting options. This will allow you to have more flexible options for applying background colors to fields. What the heck? You can apply background colors to fields? What are they turning
In
Jira
Jira?
into? That's what this says.
Or the editor in Confluence.
This is under Jira.
Oh,
It says new
Nice.
decimal number support for number fields, and then this will allow you to have more flexible options for applying background colors to fields.
nice.
I don't know how they're related, and I don't know if I would want colors in my fields.
I could see a need for it. Just help fields stand out. That's pretty
All
cool.
right. Changes to the Jira import wizard. We know this one all too well. You know what would be great if they're gonna do something to the Atlassian wizard, the import wizard? How about letting us do more than 1,000 issue imports? Like that's a feature that needed to be fixed.
You can't import more than 1,000?
Nope.
No.
You can't export more than 1,000.
Well, you can into Google Sheets.
That's a sync though, but that's not an import.
Yeah. No, I'm talking about the export.
Well, it's a sync at that point though. You can
Yeah.
sync into Google Sheets more than 1,000 issues,
Yeah.
but you can't export a Google Sheet.
Yeah.
You want to go potato? Agree to disagree?
That's just always my workaround. It was like, well, we can't export more than that. Okay, well, let's just throw it into Google Sheets, which is where it was going to end up inevitably anyway. So it's like, all right, two
Well,
birds.
but that's assuming that the sync thing works though. Half the time it doesn't work.
It doesn't have to be the sync. We're getting into the weeds here.
the
It
import
could
doesn't
just
work.
be a one-time. It doesn't have to be scheduled. It could just be a one-time deal.
Well, no, it's not scheduled either. But just there's a sync
Yeah.
button that you hit, right? But I'm just saying it's you. But the Google
What's the
Sheets is
difference
not
at that point? This is
but the
potato
Google Sheet-
potato.
Here's the difference though. Google Sheets is not natively supported though. You got to go add on.
Yeah, it was a free add-on.
Yeah, but some companies.
Hey
don't
man,
like-
you gotta have the workarounds.
or just let me export more than 1,000 issues. Let me export my results, and let me import my results.
They don't want
Get
people exporting
notified.
data.
Get notified when your issues transition to another status in team managed projects. I don't even know why we get notifications for team managed projects, but users can now receive a separate email when an issue transitions to a different status. Did you know that team managed projects notifications things are very, very limited?
Can that just go away?
Team managed project?
Oh my god,
Of course.
enough already.
Really? Right.
Enough.
It's the worst. But apparently you can now do some more enhanced customizations for team managed projects.
You're muted, Rodney. You were talking.
Sorry, I'm saying just show me the Jira admin that actually likes a team managed project, please.
There was
Yeah.
one of my
And
posts.
I'll
from
show
this
you a
week-
liar.
I'll show you a liar.
Yeah.
Okay.
There was who was it?
I won't go liar, but I'll go severely uninformed.
Yes.
No.
I'm-
What's his name? Who's trying to be on who's trying to be on our live stream with us at 1 p.m. Why am I Brian? Guffey?
He likes
Who
them.
was that? Brian Guffey, the LA leader.
So I
He's
I
a-
will say that I tolerate
Mm.
team
Mhm.
managed projects because they are actually the laboratory for future Jira functionality. And the best example I can have for that is the workflow editor. The new workflow editor starts at team managed projects and may soon
be the only workflow editor for even company managed
I'll
projects.
cry if they do that. That'll be as bad as them killing my damn importer.
I'd say that's fine. I'd say let's move all the laboratory stuff to people's sandbox environments.
I mean,
Or-
fair,
or
but
dark
also,
features?
Yeah, exactly.
I'm calling it now. They changed the workflow importer. We go a year. They do some other change to it, and now it's going to decry it because they're messing with his workflow importer that he originally rejected.
No, I like the old one. I don't like the new one.
You don't like the new one today. I'm saying it's more a you don't like change thing.
No, I don't mind that change. Like I said, I'll gladly take the issue importer to allow me to import more than 1,000 issues. That is a great, phenomenal change. I will gladly be happy if I can export more than 1,000 issues. That is a great change. Not being able to import into an existing project, that's a deal breaker for me.
So all of the Ape Tech videos from here on out are going to be like, all on Monday or all on ClickUp.
I have thought about generalizing the channel a little bit more because I don't think it's fair. I don't think it's fair that Chloe, or whatever her name was, and Jeremiah Peoples, I think was his name, that those two are paid influencers to be at Atlassian. What are we if not ESPN for Atlassian here?
We are Wayne's World for Atlassian.
I think that's better analogy. I don't know
We're on
if
the
I'll
public
understand
access
the analogy.
ESPN. No, we're not.
We're no different than just a bunch of like veterans here commentating on.
Sure.
And so,
Yeah, but we're doing it on public access. We're not doing
Yeah,
it
this
on
is PBS. Man.
satellite TV.
whatever. Point is, why isn't like this media, the recognized media of Atlassian? Because Chloe, like, she's probably calling it Jira.
How many? Do they have
He
more
actually
followers?
did
They probably
in
have
the
more
video.
Yeah, they
followers
have
and
400,
engagement, right?
You can't get to 300. I have monopolized the Atlassian. Whoever's watching a video on YouTube on Jira, I have them.
Yeah.
Right. So I have them all. So I don't see Atlassian knocking on my door to do exclusive interviews. Right. But if I did videos
you
on
have
Monday
Atlassian
and
knocking
ClickUp,
on your door to do training, so there's a little bit of
Have you asked to do exclusive interviews?
You set up your channel to
I
do
know,
training.
right? Ray got the exclusive interviews at Team this year.
Right. But
She's a creator.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, if that's what you want to do and get interviews with like the big higher ups, then ask. Let's ask. As creators, let's ask and see what they say.
Yeah.
They're doing a whole survey right now for creators.
There you go.
No, I mean, we
So,
do.
hey, we want more access.
Sharif at one point is coming on the podcast here.
There you go.
Rather than later. And then Anu has promised to be on here, and Sharif has reminded her, and she said yes. We just got to get on their schedule. But anyways, the point I'm still trying to make though, right, is to get to those 200,000-300,000. You have to make general productivity type of videos. You can't be niched as far as we are.
Yeah.
But anyways, this next feature is, I think, one that is a welcome feature, and one that Damien, you all have been apparently loving over on DC side. We finally get it over on the cloud, and that is going to be that you can now restrict request types in both company and team managed projects. And I think that's pretty cool because before, if you had access to the portal, you had the ability to create a request, any request that isn't there.
I think Sean hit it on the head.
Yep,
Right here.
100%.
Sean, this is real news here, but people.
Face it. I will admit I have a face for radio and a voice to match.
Yeah.
I don't have either. I have a face and a voice for blogging.
Luckily, you don't see the blogger's face, though. You just imagine their voice.
That's the point.
I just like how when I'm doing my live stream, you're like the voice. One day I would like for you to just like talk during one of my live streams.
I mean, I could do that right now.
Now that we've reached the self-deprecating part of the show, I will I will bow out. I do enough of that on my own. But thanks guys for having me on. Good luck on the next 5 hours and 45 minutes.
I thought you were staying for the whole time.
I'm not. I gotta go. I was told
that's
I
your
only had
audition
one
to be a
slot. I was
part
told
of
I had one
Jira
slot,
Life.
so that's it.
That's
all I
your
got.
audition is, can you do a whole live stream?
I
Sean
could.
Doyle.
I
Sean
could.
Doyle jumps in now. That's peer pressure him.
There you go. Yeah, it'll be very easy to follow me. Anybody can do it. All right. See you guys. Have a
All
good
right.
one.
Bye, Josh.
Bye.
Bye.
All right. So what are some of the other news items? I know that
Got
there
one
were
more,
a few
but I don't get
meaty
it.
ones.
You
There's
guys
this
want to do a
big
few?
one. Atlassian acquires Rewatch as it gets into AI meeting bots.
So yeah, I was reading that. That's actually so it's what they're doing with Rewatch is they're supplementing Loom. They're really, really kind of building up Loom, and that's one of the ways to do that is, not only do you have these asynchronous videos that intend to replace meetings, but now you can add in the AI technology to have summaries and capture all of the salient points. So, and I think Sarah agrees with me.
Yeah, I mean, we saw some of this with some of the capabilities they announced at Team 24 North America, which is what I'm going to call it now, because if Team 24 Barcelona has to be Team 24 Europe, let's be consistent here. And I already know Sean has had his words about it.
Euro team versus USA team.
USA team.
USA team.
But no, we saw them at USA team, as it were, announce some similar capabilities where you're taking a Loom and making a Confluence document out of it and creating Jira tickets. And I think this is kind of extending that out another level.
Yes, absolutely.
So Atlassian said it earlier this year. You can't spell AI without Atlassian. Or you can't spell Atlassian without AI. Either or, take your pick.
Yeah, I think they're really, really doubling down, tripling down, and you're definitely going to be seeing more and more AI based features. It'll creep its way into the DNA ultimately.
Mm-hmm. And from the 10,000-foot perspective, it does make sense. The more you allow the tool to take on, the more productive each individual member of your team could be, the less you have to go out and hire additional people as you continue to grow. But on the ground floor, the people doing work, I still don't know how this is going to pan out, and that does concern me a little bit. But no, I think this is, from the strategic vision they've shared, this makes sense. I think this is a good purchase.
Yeah, I agree. I think if they're going to try and make Loom kind of that first class citizen tool, having some help, particularly of the AI or extending AI based capabilities on it, is definitely welcome help.
Mm-hmm.
That's big news that we're hoping to get at, but yeah. So here we go. 10.0, here we come for Jira.
And importantly, Jira Service Management 10.
So this is a data center story just for you, Damien. Yeah,
there's a reason Alex is not here.
I think Alex just went off to grab a
sandwich.
Yeah.
I was criticized last time from eating my In-N-Out during the live stream.
Just mute yourself. But But no, with Alex gone, we can talk about data center. This one, I really want to draw special attention to the version number in Jira Service Management, because up until this point, we've had Jira Core 9, Jira Software 9, and Jira Service Management 5. Because it's a newer product, it's always been 4 version numbers behind the main product. And someone realized that makes no sense. If they're going to be sold as a packaged product, they should all be the same version number.
Yeah.
And with JSM 10, they decided to just skip from 5.7, I believe it was, all the way up to 10.0.
Yeah. It was always confusing. So, lining up the numbers just makes sense.
And the big reason that this platform release, because I think I did some math on this, and to go from Jira 8 to Jira 9, Atlassian took about 1,200 days. This one from Jira 9 to Jira 10 took about half that, give or take. So this feels a bit early, but the reason is they are making a lot of changes under the hood to increase the security stance, because let's face it, data center product, part of this is awareness, because you have to tell people about it so they upgrade their product. It's had this visibility that it's less secure. And the thing I try to remind people when they say, oh, the data center is less secure than Jira Cloud, it's like, no, Jira Cloud has these issues too. They're just fixed for you.
Right. And I think it often helps. I'm sure one of the big changes that I've seen is, and you're actually kind of, they've moved up the platform. They've upgraded some of the things. Groovy's now at Groovy 4. You are required to be on a Java 17, which is definitely more recent. So things are kind of evolving in the support structure, platform wise, and so they need to kind of add that in on a big release like this.
The allow list velocity files on the file system, this one gets a little bit into the weeds of how the platform works, how the JVM works under the hood, but it basically means that it's going to be more difficult for an attacker to inject code into Jira, into Confluence, because Confluence had its own platform release a couple of weeks ago. And it's going to help resolve some of, not all, but some of the RCE, remote code execution attacks we've seen happen. So that one, from a security perspective, is big. But moving on to the features that actually will matter, because these are features that will face the end users. One of the key criticisms I've had throughout the product lifecycle for Jira 9 is it's had a ton of admin features, which is great. Let's make admins' lives easier, but virtually no features that face the end user. And Jira 10, we're starting to see return some, not groundbreaking. It's not like announcing Confluence whiteboards or Rovo, but some user features returning to the change list.
Now, do you think that's keeping up with that direction that you identified earlier before, in where it's, instead of kind of that cloud first mentality, it's going to be more of an enterprise first, and so we may be seeing a few more kind of smaller things in future DC releases that can, as long as it doesn't break DC, you might see some user enhancements.
I'm hopeful for that. I still can't get over, though, the speech that was given, or the talk that was given at the North America team, where they've said data center products are essentially feature complete. I mean, this would indicate obviously not. If you could think of new features to add, it's not feature complete. So it tends, but that's still, I'm not convinced that they've seen the light, as it were, and are going to start supporting both platforms better. But it is a good thing to see. I will note that the dark theme is in beta, and not everything is supported. And one of the key things that is not supported right now is dashboards, which means you have a user loves dark mode. It's in their darkened room with dark mode on in Jira, navigating around. They go to the dashboard and they can't see anything for the next 5 minutes. I would have probably waited till this was a little more complete before I put it into a product.
Well, I thought you liked the Jira importer being half-baked.
Now, Jira Import is something entirely different than this, Alex.
No, I know. I'm just saying your statement of let's push something in production before it's fully baked.
So the old Jira Importer was useful for hacks. It had alternate uses that if you're creative enough, you could figure out. This one said, I'm a little uneasy on how this is going to make the product look when it's not a complete feature yet. Change calendar, Bob. This one seems like it's coming straight from cloud.
It's coming straight from cloud.
That is a good feature.
It is.
Hey, that is a good feature. Let's add it.
It's actually kind of a really, really interesting thing because, I mean, some of the ways that people look at changes is obviously how is it affected on the calendar, and can we create a change from a calendar? If we know that we want to do it on the 31st of August, why can't we just look on a calendar and just click on it and make that change? It was actually kind of one of the things that I've seen people really, really cling to as they were transitioning from to JSM Cloud. So I'm glad it's making its way onto DC.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah. And then request type as a setup field. That's a little overdue too. And in fact, I think we're seeing that type of thing in cloud as well. So,
I mean, this one should have been a thing with JSM 1.
Yeah.
Or JSD 1, as it were, back then. And this has bit me where, because I'm an admin and I'm already in Jira, I create an issue for a JSM product using the interface I'm already in, but because it didn't have the request type, certain automations did not happen, and it broke the whole process for that ticket.
I know.
So,
I get sometimes I get a little lazy in my automations, and I go off of just on the request type field in evaluating conditions.
And one last feature we're going to talk before we move on is
back to the
assets
cloud
imports. Well, I mean, we're about to become the Trello life for a little bit. But yeah, assets is one of those things. I know the power of it. I know its capabilities. I don't use it in my everyday practice. So I'm on the fence on this one as far as how important it is. I do get there are people who live and die by assets, and being able to import assets is a great improvement, but
it is, and let me tell you why. Because data center for a long time has had the better source for assets. In cloud, you're really just stuck with importing via CSV or JSON or using asset discovery. DC still had add-ons to certain true CMDB tools that you could that were still in the Atlassian marketplace. So kind of seeing a better way of doing imports on assets in DC is a pretty welcome change, because it can come from more sources than what is you see on cloud.
Mm-hmm. But I said, I think we got a little lost in the weeds leading up to this, so we're going to have to come back to this news break bit, because we have Brittany with us.
Hey, Brittany.
Hey, everybody. How's it going?
You know, that doesn't look like a trailer to me.
Camper.
It looks like a hotel room.
Yeah, it looks more
Also
stable.
doesn't look like Red Stick.
It's not Red Stick. It is not the camper. I am in Virginia Beach this weekend / Norfolk / Virginia, visiting my sisters and just, hanging out. But I'm taking a special 30 minutes to come join everybody here and say hello. I'll eventually do a live stream again from the Red Stick, but today is not that day.
You bless us with your presence, Brittany.
Happy to. And I brought some swag. Okay, so first of all, I'm wearing one of my oldest Trello shirts that I have. Like, this one is like typically a pajama shirt because it's so old and a little bit kind of like worn, but we've got Taco here. And then I recently acquired this, which is a relic, because an employee sent it to me, but it was like there were only like 3 or 4 of them left. And this is like literally like you can't really get these anymore. We're gonna try to see if we can get some more reprinted, because it's kind of cool, but this was like from forever ago, and like there were only like a few left. But isn't that cool? So that's my swag. Ooh, I really should, actually.
I was thinking of doing a shirt that said "Get Epic," then that.
I get epic shit done. Yes. Oh wait, are we not allowed to say that on live stream?
We haven't monetized
oh,
yet.
we've
So I don't
already-
really care.
Yeah. I was gonna say.
No, we're not monetized yet.
Oh, perfect. And I said spit. I don't know what you mean.
Yeah.
But yeah, we
Shift, right? Shift.
shift. Yeah, exactly. Get
I
epic
was on a
shift
flight
done.
from
But yeah,
Southwest. and
I'm
it
talking
was
about having to get stuff shipped to you.
that's like Sally by the seashore getting seashells for
she sells
shifting
by
ship.
Yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, so that is, just wanted to get that just because my camera angle, like I don't know how to fully keep it in view here, but yeah, we've got Trello swag today. And I would have brought more, but again, I'm not at home and I could only fit, I flew one of those cheap airlines up here this weekend. So it was like backpack or bust. And so I was limited to, I have a Trello shirt for every day. So I actually do have one more Trello shirt, but it's just the basic like Trello over the top. So Trello shirts all weekend this weekend. But
What do you think of my Trello is less than Jira shirt that I'm printing out today?
I think what we should do is print Trello and Jira. Like we should basically do 2 different style shirts, and then let the people vote with their dollars and see who buys.
I know,
them.
right? I should put both. I should put Jira greater than Trello and Trello greater than Jira, and see.
And then let people
and
vote.
A secret third, Trello and Jira.
Ooh, 3 shirts.
or a secret fourth, like bang, like exclamation point, neither Trello nor Jira. Secret 4 options, and just let people vote with their dollars and see what everybody gets.
Equal, not equal, greater than, less than.
Yes, exactly. And I mean, I feel like we always, every time we get into this, it ends up being a Trello versus Jira thing. Which actually,
I thought we got that out of our system earlier this week.
I thought we did too.
You're like, this is why I go on live streams with Stu instead.
Yeah, exactly. We don't have to argue, but I'm doing an event. Let me find the link actually, because I'm gonna butcher it if I don't. But we're doing an event. I think it's on the 18th. It's called Hold My Beer Jira. No, it's on the 19th. I lied. Here's the
Yeah,
link.
it's the 19th
I'm
because
gonna
I
drop it in the
remember
chat.
it.
Because it's
We
Pirate
may
Day.
have to
That's right.
reshare it.
Yes. I'm putting it. Oh, it says this comment has failed to post the Jira Life. I don't think it likes when I post links in there. I don't know if
Ronnie
I got it.
He's got
I
it.
got you.
Yeah, there we go. Okay, perfect. Thank you. Yeah. But we're gonna talk about Hold My Beer, Jira. This is a job for Trello. And
Oh, hurtful.
well, here's the thing though. The whole point of we're trying to be kind of playful with it. The whole point is sometimes like I don't think it's a either or. Sometimes it's just like Jira's too complicated for what I need to do right now. I need something simple, and Trello works perfectly for this. So I think that works.
When are we doing our dance battle though?
We need to talk about that. We talked about it during how we were thinking Halloween. I don't know if we're doing yeah. It sounds like the Jira Life's gonna become the Trello Life for sometime in around Halloween, or I think Halloween Day is when we were talking about it in Slack. But yeah, I don't know. We could do it then, or we could schedule a separate one. But I think we could do a whole series of it where it's like, you know, Trello v Jira for support, or Trello v Jira for, you know,
I'll just
service that like dev teams.
Yeah,
I just
a
want to
t-shirt
point
idea.
to this thread though in the community leader Slack because it kind of went off the rails fast.
It did.
Erica Larson, who's the community leader for Boise, who's hosting the event, posted about it. Brittany tagged me, and I'm like, "Oh, the 19th." Well, I'm the pirate guy on that day because September 19th is traditionally Talk Like a Pirate Day. And then Andy showed up.
Off the rails. Yes. Then Andy, I think, yeah, we should do a 30-minute segment just of like Andy's memes about Trello versus Jira.
Not
So
just
I'm
Andy.
surprised,
I
Alice,
think there's someone else involved.
I'm the captain.
This one is my favorite.
Yeah.
You guys need a hobby, man.
This is fun though. This one's also a good one. The Trello users, yes, but actually no. This sounds like every Trello user when someone brings up Jira.
I like what Sean said.
Yeah,
I like what Sean said in the chat about, you know, tracking things I don't want to be accountable for. In all seriousness, I think Trello is working on a sort of shift to being like your work personal productivity tool, in the sense of like, sure, you're keeping track of team tasks and things like that, and issues and such in Jira. But what about for the other little things that you need to do? Because we all know our job is never just to do issues. You know, we often have all the little things of like needing to put together this report, or needing to put together that, or get this over to this person, or, you know, get a passport, or book flights for a conference, or, you know.
Me and you, Brittany, have talked about using it for like personal projects like moving or trip planning, or your famous example, meal planning.
Yeah. Yep. Yeah, exactly. I think it works great for all those things. And I mean, I think I obviously work with a lot of people who use it for a lot of work things as well. So I know it works in that sense, but everybody's like, Jira or Trello, like, why should I switch to Trello? And I'm like, well, don't. If Jira's working for you, then that's great. I'm very happy for you. But if you're ever like, I want, you know, something a little lighter weighter, like, I don't need to use Jira for planning out my meals, although I'm sure somebody out there does and has. But yeah, then why not just you know, spin something light up with Trello and go from there? Because it's pretty powerful. Like, I'm pretty proud of my meal planning board. It makes my shopping list for me. It's pretty handy. I just need to actually do the shopping. Haven't figured that part out yet. There's no Butler automation for that.
I'm gonna do the.
I'm pretty sure you can get some API calls going with Pixie Bricks.
Yeah, well, exactly. Yeah, I've actually, that would be a fun like hackathon project, because I could use Pixie Bricks to basically get data from the Trello board about what I need to then go find the like Kroger API or whatever, and go like actually look for the item, search it, add it to my cart. Could do a lot of stuff with that. Yeah.
I was gonna say, I'm gonna make a shirt then that says my I Heart Jira shirt, but I'm gonna put I Heart Jira plus Trello.
Yes. See, there we go. See, why does it have to be,
Or
great? Yeah, it doesn't have to be or better than. You can love them both.
I should update this shirt with, have you updated your Trello cards today?
I love that. I'd buy one. I'd buy one.
It's
We
all
really
about
need
the
to
swag
have
at
like
the end of the day.
we need to have like an unhinged Atlassian, an unofficial unhinged Atlassian swag shop where we just all design t-shirts and
yeah, to make like
it's-
these.
Yes, there we go. Yes, Sarah, exactly. A whole series of shirts. I like that. That's really funny. Get it in Jira or Trello, or just keep your stuff together. Do what you got to do.
Pick your tool of choice here.
Pick your tool. Pick your poison. Literally, pick your poison.
I work
They all have the pros and
exclusively in
cons.
a Git repository in Bitbucket.
See, but this is where you can make that shirt and just put Trello, Jira, Confluence, Monday. Like pick. This is where you just like
Just like a drop down for customization. You pick your
that would be an interesting thing to like keep what was it organized? But
Keep
then you
your-
do the drop down and you do have like Jira, Trello.
Yeah.
Confluence.
Yeah.
Actually, that's a pretty cool design right there. Atlassian, who'd you get to make t-shirts? Because we have some ideas.
No, we just gotta make them
Yeah,
ourselves.
seriously.
We just gotta give credit out to Sarah for coming up with all these genius ideas.
Exactly.
Mhm.
Yeah. I've been wanting to do for a long time, like, because I feel like Sajit kind of mentioned something about it for team, but then I think we all got kind of busy and logistics were just a mess. But like a creators sort of t-shirt that just has like all of our QR codes on the back or something for our different channels. Not that like, I think, I don't know if, I don't know. I feel like there's a cool concept there. Like you have to think about how to do it without being a billboard, but being a billboard. Because if it's just a bunch of QR codes on the back, like it's going to be like a billboard, but there's probably a cool way to do that.
A digital one.
Yeah, exactly. A digital
ever see
billboard.
that
Just
Mark
scan my
Rober?
back.
Did you ever see that Mark Rober
Yes.
that very first Halloween costume that he did where he put two iPads so you can see through?
Oh, no. I
His
did not
very
see that.
yeah, his very first YouTube video, he had an iPad on the front and he had an iPad on the back. And it was like the camera, right? And so the front one was FaceTiming with the back so you could see through him.
That's clever.
And so that'd be cool to just have like a shirt that just has like a phone or something, and it's just like going through all the QR codes.
Yeah, exactly.
Or just like have an NFC tag sewn into it.
Now that's kind of clever.
Rodney, that's the kind of thinking that I hired you for.
You didn't hire me, I hired you.
I know, but if I did, that's the kind of thinking I'd want to be paying you for. More of that, Rodney. More of
If I
that.
were
Less
to
of
pay
whatever.
you, I'd pay you for that.
Less
Yeah.
of whatever you bring to the table, and more of that.
Ouch.
Just kidding.
I'm like, okay, so you're making the thumbnails next week?
I know, right? Oh man.
Actually, if you want to, I'll let you. I'm come up with a
He's
bit of
going
a
to make
blank
the
on
kid
that
do
one.
it. You realize he's going to make the kid do it.
I used to do my thumbnails and then you didn't like my design. Remember?
This is where Alex says it's a family business, like Bob's saying.
It is a
Bob's
family business.
like,
I gotta. How
oh,
else
yeah.
do you teach character to these kids?
Yeah.
How else?
So I
How
think
else
I
can
got
you
an
skirt
idea for
child
next
labor
week.
laws?
Yeah.
It's not.
No,
It's
exactly.
only illegal if they're working for someone else, not if they're working for you.
Which it sounds a little sus when you say that out loud, but yeah.
You're allowed to have children in your family-owned business. It's when your child goes to an uncle's family-owned business that's like more of a gray area, or just random business.
Or just, yeah.
Again, I should mention before people get the idea, this is not legal advice. We are not lawyers.
Disclaimers.
Let's get all the disclaimers out here right now.
Let's ask.
I've
I'll
got
just
me
ask
out there. Do I
assistant-
need to
I'll
get
just
her
ask
to come in and give some
ChatGPT.
legal precedence here?
I mean, if we have an actual licensed lawyer, we can start making some of these claims.
ChatGPT counts as a licensed lawyer now, right? Like it's better
But
than a.
Oh, yeah, that's exactly
If I
what
know
I'm saying.
lawyers, she'd still make the disclaimer. This is not legal advice. I am not representing you.
I was going to say, that's exactly what she would say. She would be like, yes, as a licensed attorney, do not take, every situation is different. Yeah.
I imagine she's probably out there laughing right now.
I was gonna say, yeah, she and my sisters are probably out there like, I thought they were talking about Jira. What's happening?
Child labor laws.
And Sean, yes, Sean, your comment, that's what I'm thinking. Slave labor is okay if they're related. That's exactly what it sounds like.
Look at this. So ChatGPT says there's a bunch of labor laws under 18, 14, and 15, 16, and 17. But it says family-owned business exceptions. Some exceptions exist for family businesses, particularly for work that is not hazardous or done outside of school hours.
I mean,
Fair.
yes, those are 2 requirements.
So
And also,
Wait, you
the laws
homeschool your
vary by
kids.
state.
When is it not school hours?
dude, my kids have it so good. First of all, they're still on vacation until Monday or Tuesday. And 2, they start school like at 9 a.m. It's so crazy because they're kids in the neighborhood. They're like at 6:45. They're like, walking to school, and my kids, they come over to the house to play, and the little girl's like, how come you don't go to school with me? And my son's like, I don't want to wake up early. I couldn't need you.
That's
He's
fair.
7 years old. He's like, I don't want to wake up early. My
I
kids
So
are
had-
old.
on the non-homeschool front, my son going to middle school, his middle school started, so 7th and 8th grade. They started at 9 a.m. because, studies showed that, at that
Yeah.
age,
They need more sleep. Like, it's harder.
they
Yeah.
do need more sleep. So
Meanwhile,
yeah,
Go
this
ahead.
year, first year of high school, he's a freshman, 9th grade, back to starting school at 7:20 in the morning.
Ugh.
Yeah, so he's been a trooper on it so far. I haven't had to wake him up, but yeah.
so
That's-
Brutal, man.
Yeah.
my high school was about 15 minutes away, but I lived on base, which means even though school started at 8, I had to be at the bus stop at 6:40.
Ooh. Oh.
Yeah, my little cousins growing up, like they lived in an area where there was no school, or their school was overflowed, so they had to go to a different school. Yeah, like 6:30 in the morning, they're at a bus stop to get to their school, which is like 20 minutes away, but still,
Oof.
I couldn't do that. I walked to my schools. Well, my parents dropped me off most of the time.
Well, I would have, but the M16s going on and off base are real discouragement.
I just went
What's
to
an
regular school.
M16?
A rifle.
Oh, well, yeah. I'm
Army
assuming
based machine
yeah.
gun.
Okay, yeah, that's probably not supposed to be going off base.
No, it wasn't going off base. It's just I had to pass by them, and everyone
Oh.
was a little twitchy after 9/11.
Yeah.
Just a little bit. So yeah, so what I've learned from here is then we gotta make a lot of shirts,
Mhm.
Yeah.
bags. Bags is
And
honestly
thumbnails.
the best way to get, like, if you're a vendor in the Atlassian ecosystem, like bags is where it's at because everybody's carrying your bags.
Everybody's
and
got to carry it
everybody's
going,
around.
where
Yeah,
did you
the
get that
carry
bag?
bag, yeah.
We
That's
say that,
true.
but last year, Team 24 North America. Sorry, Sean, I'm going to keep doing it. You could just live with it. Everyone had a bag.
Yeah.
It's like
But
every other.
they are handy. Like, that is the swag that I bring home and I use. And I still like I have a pile of reusable bags.
My
Half
mom's
of
the
which
same
are
way.
Atlassian branded.
My mom's
and-
going to like these Mexican stores with all like this Trello and all these
Those
companies.
Trello bags are dope. Yeah.
Dude, my wife, she's so mad at me because she loves. I got her like 2 Trello shirts, the blue ones
Yeah.
that they had, and my wife's like, she loves it. She's wearing it like every day if she could. And she's like, why didn't you get
They're
more?
so
I'm like, I
comfy.
don't know. They were just in boxes right there. And the lady said, grab whatever you want. I'm like, this is
Yeah.
why you had. I told my wife, I'm like, this is why you had a ticket to go get your own stuff.
Yes, you go swag hunt yourself.
But no, she didn't want to go sack hunting.
Tell Lina to message me if she wants, and or if she's watching, send me a message, and I can probably hook you up with another shirt if you want another one.
She just loves. I'm just gonna be on the prowl for those next year, apparently.
Yes, yeah, there you go. Be on the
Which
prowl.
now
I'm
that I look
excited.
at it,
Hey, Team 25, it's gonna be the year for Trello. It's gonna be, mark our words. We
You
are
think so?
coming back with. It's gonna be big.
well, I'm driving there every single day, so
Yes, you are, because you're. Yeah, I haven't decided yet if I'm bringing the camper or not. I'm probably not, but maybe.
Just fly to the mouse.
I mean,
I'm
Sorry,
thinking
Cody.
of driving only from the standpoint that if I bring a smoker, I'm wondering if I can get
Yeah.
Ed to like, you know,
Ooh.
apply his skills. We'll do
Okay,
it at
so here's a thought. We know Rachel Wright. She's all about the RV life.
Yep.
You or her set up a like little campground. Bob can bring the smoker. We get Ed over. We just have a block party.
That would be. I think that'd be pretty cool. Do we know where, like, what convention center it's going to be
There's just
at?
the
Do
one
we
in
know?
Anaheim. There's only one in Anaheim.
Okay.
Right across
Anaheim.
the
So it'll be the
Disneyland.
Anaheim Convention Center.
Yeah.
So
I might be able to
I'll-
stash one trailer, but maybe not two. Maybe.
Let's
Britain,
see, I
or from what I remember being told, Rachel Wright is fairly big.
Yeah. Let's see here. If we want to,
My neighbors on
share
the
screen
street used to
together, I
have,
can
like,
do
a-
some research here. I
They
can
used-
I can try to take us on a journey, and we'll find some
You want me to share
campgrounds.
screen?
Sure, go for it. I mean, I've got, let's see, Anaheim Convention Center. All right,
There's
so
the
now
House
let's
of
see
Mouth.
if we can find some campgrounds nearby. Let's see. Okay. There's
That harbor one up there I'm familiar with.
that one. Oh, that actually is probably good. It's it's 1.6 miles, 30-minute walk. That's probably the closest one I see.
I
though, isn't
live up to that corner up there where it says Tacos Los Cholos. I'm in that
Oh,
neighborhood
yeah.
up there.
it? So you come through here. Okay. All right. Oh, all right. Well, now let's see.
I can
let's
pick you up
see.
on the way.
Anaheim Harbor RV Park. Let's see what we got. It's the closest RV park to Disneyland. Let's see. We probably need some hookups. Great location, competitive rates and service. I don't know that California has competitive rates and service. That's not usually the first words I think of.
I'll pick you up on the way. Just stay there then, and I'll pick you up.
Yeah, exactly. That would work. Let's see. 25 feet or less with no okay, never mind. That's just the one spot. I was like, that ain't gonna work. Let's see. Homes, travel trailers, up to 40 feet in length. Okay, that'll work. Ooh, we need the deluxe. I need the deluxe. I don't know what size Rachel's is. That's actually not bad.
Do they show whether or not charcoal is allowed, or is it?
We'll
does
just
it
do it
all
at my
have to be-
house. We'll just do it at my
Okay, we'll
house.
do that at your house.
I assume they would. Let's see. Let's
We'll
see.
just
We
do it at
want
my house,
some.
and we'll do the whole barbecue in my house.
But what about the RV park? I thought
And
the
the
block
block
party's
party.
not going to be. Yeah.
We'll do the block party at my house.
Have you asked people
Why
if
am I
this
looking
is
at
all
campgrounds
right?
right now? Then
I'm
My
waiting
mom's
to
not.
Do you
hear
have a
Lina
pool?
comment.
Do you have a pool?
I have a pool at my
Because
house,
we have
but
a pool.
my pool is not that close to Disneyland. I'm like 20 minutes out from Disneyland for my house
Do you
properly.
have fireworks? Do you
We don't
have?
need-
Do you have a little fire pit
You
situation?
know what, Brittany?
I have a fire pit actually.
Look, Brittany, you give me your list of demands, and I'll make sure they're met by April.
I'm just saying. Why am I bringing my camper if we're doing this at your house then?
That's what I'm telling you. Just fly over here, and we'll take care of you.
I'm actually this is like pretty cheap in general.
$80 a day.
Yeah, well, okay. So you could we could go on a whole journey here, but yes, I mean for some of the places I've stayed, yes, but I mean, you're gonna have some people who are like, oh, I'm I like to stay in state parks and it's like $20-something a night in those, but I am a full hookup and Wi-Fi kind of girly, and so the places I stay, $80 a night's not terrible, especially not for California. I would have expected a lot more.
Fly out here. Between my mom's house and my house, we got like 4 extra rooms.
Goodness gracious.
It'll be fun.
That was why I didn't bring the camper to Vegas, or one of many reasons. One of which though was that I was like, we're all gonna be like in the hotel the whole time. Like I couldn't imagine trying to convince 20 people to go forever away off the strip. and like come over to the camper. And I was like, no, we're all gonna hang out. And
Yeah.
I imagine it'll probably be similar at this one too. Although,
No, Disney or Anaheim's a much bigger. You didn't look at the map, right? But there's no hotels there's no hotels there, so you're gonna be doing a trek to the hotel.
yeah, well, that's what I was gonna say. I feel like Anaheim's gonna be probably similar. That we'll all stay roughly close to the convention center, but at the same time, like it'll be it's not gonna
You're
be
gonna
as
be
like all in
traveling.
one building like Vegas.
You're gonna be
Yeah.
traveling to get to the convention, so
You'll have a
become,
commute.
you'll have the community. You're gonna become very intimate with an Uber. So extra 3 miles down the street to get to
Uber.
my house won't kill you.
I don't know. Just saying become intimate with an Uber doesn't sound good.
Now that I said
That
the
sounds
word.
not Atlassian approved messaging.
I didn't say an
Again,
Uber
for the
driver.
second
I just said
time.
that way. I didn't say an Uber driver. I just said Uber. As a
Yeah, I mean, it's fair.
But still,
Virtually,
for a second
virtually.
time, I feel the need to say that this is Alex's words alone and is not endorsed by TGL Media LLC.
Views expressed are one's own.
Yeah, that's why people have those dumb taglines on Twitter.
Yeah,
You guys-
we are representatives.
Yep.
Allegedly.
So let's get back to the original topic of the whole stream.
Oh, favorite Scott
Brittany, I
memory.
think you've got you've got a particularly unique perspective because you were a Trello fan before Atlassian came into the picture.
Yeah. My favorite Scott memory. I honestly don't have too many of him. Honestly, I guess my favorite memory is that he got Trello and didn't mess it up. So thanks, Scott.
If it ain't broke.
Yeah, I mean, exactly. That's what I'm
Could
saying.
you time mark that one too? That one needs to be time marked.
Time marked. My
was a
favorite
viral
memory is
TikTok
thank
that's
you. He
coming
got
out.
Trello and didn't mess it up. Yeah, I mean,
Thanks, Scott.
yeah. I think he's a great guy. I actually don't think I've met him in person. Which I know everybody's gonna be like, he was at the dinner that one night, and I know he was, but I was exhausted and I value my sleep. No offense to Scott, but like I really just was dead and needed to go to bed that night. So but yeah. Actually, he made me a video. You know what? I take it back. That's my favorite memory is when I won the Leader's Choice Award. I wasn't in Vegas that year, but somebody recorded a video of him talking to me through the video, presenting me my award. And I woke up the next morning and found that I'd got that and got that video.
You should have led with that.
Sorry, I forgot about that for a second. But yeah, I forgot about that one. It took a minute to come back, but yeah, I do. That was a pretty cool memory. I wonder if I can still find that video somewhere. But yeah, honestly, in general, like, I mean, I appreciate everything he's done for Atlassian. I think he has a lot of like sage advice. I've like always enjoyed listening to his talks. I think he's a great speaker. And yeah, again, very thankful he didn't mess up Trello.
In the last
like everyone was worried.
Yeah, in the last 3 minutes that we got together, so we know Scott didn't mess it up. But now that Mike's at the helm, what do you think happens the next 2-3 years?
Keep it together, Mike. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, it's a good question. I assume I don't know. I am constantly torn between a like Trello doesn't get enough attention, like pessimism, and a like optimism of like I think they can really do some cool stuff with it, and I think they're gonna try, and like let's see. So yeah, constantly kind of torn between if it ain't broke, don't fix it, but also like can it have a little more love and attention? And I think they're gonna lean into that a little bit more, and I'm excited to see what they do with that and how that works. And yeah, let's see how that goes.
We got 16 people in here. Where the heck did everybody come from? Everybody's just finally waking up on a Saturday
I
night.
think everyone's finally waking
I
up.
think Ty's bringing friends along. He asked for a link.
Bring the friends. We started looking at campgrounds in Anaheim, and everybody's like, "Well, hold up, hang on. Now I know how I can afford team."
Something like that, right?
Oh my gosh, I can rent out spots in my camper.
I mean, that's not a bad idea.
I've got a couch bed.
See, so this is what you do, Brittany. This is what you do. You rent out your spots, and then you go spend the night at my house.
Yeah, there we go. Exactly. Yeah,
you rent out the whole camper.
That won't even cover. my fuel costs to get out to bring the camper out there. I bet I could. Yeah.
Yeah, especially our
mean-
gas is like $5 a gallon here still.
Oh,
Yeah.
ow.
I need diesel. I assume that's expensive too, though.
It's $5.29 a gallon.
Yeah.
California doesn't like diesel, man. We don't like
Again,
it.
really.
Our fuel is water. Like if you can drink our gasoline, don't try it.
Once again, I
Yeah.
think not legal advice. Don't try this at home. Yeah, Rodney, put home.
All
Jesus.
Yo,
all opinions
Yeah.
expressed are Alex's.
Those are not my words. Those
yeah.
are Jay Leno's words. If you're gonna go after anybody, go after Jay Leno. I'm quoting Jay
That
Leno.
is the scientist that I typically do quote before I think about drinking gasoline.
Yes.
It's like, what would Jay Leno say about this? Yeah, I don't ask doctors or any scientist. I just think, would Jay Leno say
Drink
that
this.
I could or could not drink this? Not health advice. Yeah, exactly.
not health
Brittany,
advice, not legal advice.
we may need Vivian's help by the time Alex is done today.
No, what you
Yeah,
need to do, Rodney, at the beginning and for our intro and our outros, we need to put our legal disclaimer. Anything said
exactly.
and discussed during this next podcast.
The views expressed by Alex Ortiz are okay. Ready, set, and mark. The views expressed by Alex Ortiz of the Jira Life are not representative of those of TJL Media, Atlassian,
and associated affiliates.
Anybody in the peanut gallery or anyone else here. Just
Atlassian
because
and its marketplace partners, solution partners.
Creators, community leaders, just because someone's face is here next to Alex does not mean they agree with that.
The National Park Service.
The Orange County.
I think Lina has
Fairgrounds
a better
Association.
approach.
You guys are so mean.
I'm just imagining a bunch of like fine print on a t-shirt.
I know,
what's-
like every time we just go to talk
your
to
wife
someone,
is
you're gonna-
joining in on this.
I'm just gonna give everybody a piece of paper that says, "Here, we're gonna have a conversation. Here you go. You can't sue me." I'm gonna be like Disney with their dumb. Did you guys hear what Disney did?
Yeah,
the
we
Disney
heard.
Plus thing.
The Disney. You
Yeah.
can't, Disney Plus. You sign up. You enter a conversation with me. You have just entered a nonverbal agreement to not sue me for the rest of your life, indefinitely.
That may be thrown out as unconscionable.
Hey, it's been said here. I'll certify the mail letter to myself. Make it legal. All right. Well, Brittany, we got a line. So thank
Yeah.
you.
Thank you
Anytime
so
you
much for
wanna
having
join,
me. And
Have fun in
Absolutely.
Norfolk.
Yep.
thank you. Will do. And yeah, thank you, Scott. If you're listening, watching somewhere, or see this, thank you for everything.
We're gonna make sure he gets your clip of "Thank you for not screwing up."
I mean it. I appreciate it.
Highlight
I'm
it.
going to
Put
clip
our
it,
life
and I'm
on
going to
it.
send it in
Definitely
when
short.
they ask for. We're going to clip it, and we're going to send it in when they ask for stuff for Team 25.
Yeah, we
Perfect.
specifically picked the 10-hour time slot so we can maximize the content and value we get out of this 10 hours. Unlike our
smart. That's
24-hour
brilliant.
live stream.
Yeah, I love it. Sweet. Well, thanks all, and good luck with the rest of the day. And I'll try to pop in the chat periodically later.
All right.
This right here, it needs to roll in like the Star Wars.
So we have our next guest already on. Ty, I think you've been waiting for like 15 minutes now. Apologies for that.
You could have just come on.
No, we would have had to pop him in.
Oh, sorry. We could have just popped you in. How are you?
I am fine, thank you. I was just about to do a quick post to say that I have just joined
Yeah.
you.
I do one too. Here, smile. I do one too. I totally forgot to do one in Brittany because we were doing the news. What? We're officially in the second half?
I believe so. We're on to hour number 5.
So, Ty, it said the theme of the day is Scott is stepping down. He's been a big part of Atlassian. Why don't you tell us about some of your first memories of him? While we all share this post you just did.
Right. So, actually, at the start when I started my Atlassian journey, I couldn't tell the difference between Scott and Mike. I wasn't sure which one was which. And one of the things that I really liked about Scott in the early days was his work on the community. I am quite a community guy myself. I come from a small local village, both in Africa and in the UK. I mean, it's interesting. So, of course, my origin is in Nigeria. I grew up in a very small village in Nigeria. I moved to England as a boy. And even then, I moved to a very, very small community. So everything about me is about niche, community, bringing people together. So one of the things I really did like about Scott at the time was the Pledge 1% campaign. And of course, it's one of, it speaks to, what I do outside of work. I do run a charity, a foundation myself, and I do give quite a lot to charitable work. So seeing someone taking time and effort out of what they do as CEO of Atlassian, to focus on impact, on the unseen, on the, it's absolutely amazing. So that was my first point of like for Scott. But of course, there are others.
That's awesome. I've known and heard of that charity foundation, but I've never really seen the impact of it. So it's good to hear that perspective and kind of see how it affects people.
So yeah, we got a request to share the link.
Is this a link to Scott's work or to the charity that I support?
Doing both.
I'll do both. So
yeah, whatever you got, just drop it in the chat there. So what's it like being the CEO of your company? What do you
actually I don't I'm gonna defer that question because you can ask that question on Thursday when he is going to be the guest. When the spotlight is going to be on you completely, Ty. So in this hour, it's probably best if we
stay away from getting to know Ty.
Yeah, stay away from getting to know Ty because that's going to be
that is a good point.
Thursday show.
I would say it's safe to assume that every other guest we've had on today has been on the Jira Life, so we already know them.
Yes.
So yeah, Ty, you're breaking the mold here then because we haven't been on yet.
I really look forward to that. Because you guys are amazing. We follow your work, but I haven't had the privilege. I really am looking forward to that. Yes.
Okay.
Well, we're excited to have you. I just gotta be careful with my questions then, because I gotta save all the juicy stuff for Thursday.
You gotta save all the juicy stuff for Thursday. I'm telling you right now, because the script has not been written. So, but I will have a more important question, and that is during team. The company that you're the CEO of, Alluvium, had interesting swag. You were offering up the hats, and I'm not sure what the name of the hats were. And each of us got 2 of them. And so first question is, which one do I wear, and which one does my wife wear?
Okay, that's really good. So let me start with the other question. So there's one that looks like mine, which is the one to what looks like your right.
Okay,
yeah,
so
that's the one.
It's not this one. It's not as.
It's not the one with the flower, with the flowery part.
Yeah, this one has a flower on it.
Yeah, that has a flower on it, and the flower, as you turn it back, it gets more elaborate. It gets bigger and bigger.
Yeah.
So that's the one the missus wears. This one that looks like mine is the fila. That's the one you wear.
The fila.
So a little bit about. Yeah, a little bit about the fila and the gele. So that's the fila. That's the one the men wear, and women. So the fila itself is worn by men and by a royal woman.
Oh, okay.
Okay, so
So
we
I
have
would
to-
let my
we
wife
have to
wear this
tell-
because she's the queen of my life.
oh yes, oh yes.
But it's
100%
we need
of
to
your
tell.
heart.
How come yours has more on the side?
Yeah. So yeah, I'm
So
wearing
if you
it like
take it
straight up
off,
and down. So
This
is
is
there
where
a
we're at right now. You're
Yeah.
here.
okay?
Now, what I want you to do is your right hand, I want you to pick the tip with
The
your right
tip or
hand,
the edge?
the edge rather than
Okay.
on the side there, and then just pull it down like
Okay.
that. Yes,
Almost like a beret or something like that.
almost like a beret. And then you could pull it down as much as you can go. There's a little bit of dressing at the top and bottom, but this will do. Yeah. So that's fantastic. And I'm gonna
And
take a
then the logo.
screenshot of this. Yeah. So that's really nice. You wear that. Now, let me tell you a little bit about the filler itself, and then I'll tell you about the filler that you're wearing.
Okay.
So this is from the Yoruba tribe. The Yoruba tribe is one of the biggest tribes, out of Africa, and it is around the world. So the Yoruba tribe span 7 countries in Africa, and I think 6 or 7 countries in South America. So across the coast of South America, it's all Yoruba. And then, there are some states and cultures within the United States that has a lot of Yoruba people. The Yoruba language is spoken by 14 to 15 million people in the world. It's a really big language around the world. And so within the Yoruba culture, as I said, the men wear this filler. Also, the royal women wear the filler, just because royal women are actually considered men culturally, just the belief of the Yoruba people. Now, the women wear the gele. That's the one that you've got the second one off.
That's this.
And
This is the gele.
Yes. And the difference is the gele, instead of having this edge pattern, this edge that pulls down, the gele has more of a beautiful facade. It could be in the front, on the side, at the back, but it's got a beautiful facade. As a matter of fact, you could see some really, really big facade, such that they call them the style the satellite dish. Where the facade is much bigger, like the sort of tail of a peacock. So that's a little bit about filler and gele. Now,
So on the gele, is it flower fronts or
Side or back? Front, side, or
Side or
back?
back?
it could be as you wish.
oh okay.
As you wish. Yes.
Does
So-
the side matter, right versus left?
Right. Okay. It used to matter. So culturally, the
My wife's wearing hers.
Oh, that's really nice.
She put hers on.
She just come
So
on
just
camera.
take this for history, right? Take this for history. It's just to answer the question. It doesn't mean that this is a representation of the values of all the Yoruba people or anything like that. But historically, a son, if you in the house, what you call a legitimate son, whatever that
like
means.
the firstborn, like
No, just a son that's
just a
born
male
to the
child.
family into a married family.
Mhm, okay.
Where's their filler to the right? A son that's born outside of wedlock, or
Like adoption or through another marriage.
or servants and other people in the house that are not sort of sons
that.
of heirs. All right, that's the right word. So heirs to the family estate
Mhm.
would wear it to the right. Non-heirs would wear it to the left.
Oh.
But again, within the Yoruba tribe, it's a big, massive tribe. The cultures also differ slightly. There are, variances, but generally, an important male in the family will wear it to the right, Other males in the family, that are not important on that occasion will wear it to the left. Today, it doesn't matter. You can wear it to the right or to the left. It matters nothing.
Much better, because I'm left-handed, and this world discriminates left-handed people so much.
Like I said, it's history. It's history.
Yeah.
Today, I would wear mine anyway that I feel. In fact, today, I would wear mine wherever the camera is. So if I'm going to take a picture,
You gotta show, yeah. You gotta show the logo.
because so this, for example, carries my family's symbol. That. So if I wear this and I go to an occasion, I would generally wear it wherever the photo will capture that, rather than doesn't mean anything otherwise. So
and then these had the Alluvium logo.
That's got the Alluvium logo. Yes, correct.
Yeah. And the same fila can be either or. Like
correct.
I could when we were up at the top, we could have shifted.
That's correct. There's only one tip. When you want to shift it, you shift it to cover the joint of the filler. Usually the joint of the filler is to the side, so you shift it to cover the joint of the filler.
The joint, so you mean the seam? There's a seam on the there's a seam on the right.
Correct. Okay. So where the other side that's not covered should be all smooth without a seam. And then it doesn't actually show that the filler has a seam at all.
Oh, so I put it on.
In your case, Alex, the seam is actually at the back. Yeah, so you could put the seam at the back.
This is the way I would want it. There we go. Now it's sticking better. I think this now I got it the right way. Yeah, the seam. I had the seam on the left. Now I put it in the right way.
Now and this is beautiful. So
like wearing a Tejana. We have cowboy hats. We call Tejanas, and there's a way to do it too. Our culture.
That's really nice. So about the filler that you're wearing, because this links back to Scott. The filler that you're wearing right now was produced locally around our headquarters in Nigeria. So around our Nigerian headquarters, our Nigerian campus, the fabric, the design, the sewing, and all of that was done locally around there. So for every filler that was given out for all those gifts, there was an impact on the local community. Not just that we're able to bring their work and the culture to Vegas, but also economically, because we paid for all of this. So the investment into our, not just the filler, not just the gele, you would know that on our stand, in the entire exhibition, the investment went into our local community, right? It was, mostly the women and girls who live around and do this, that, got the benefit of that. So again, it's our company giving back and putting benefits into the local community.
For the female, my wife's asking, is there on the flower left or right, is there a difference there with respect to the air as well?
So the flower could be mostly the flower would be at the front, because that's the most glaring, and that's what you see the most when people wear this. But it could be anywhere. It could be to the side, it could be to the back.
But there's no cultural significance like it is for the men.
No, it's really how you feel beautiful. It's which side you want people to focus on, because people are really going to
so back to the camera again.
Exactly.
The good side.
Your good side, exactly.
Yeah. I don't think I have a good side, so I wouldn't have a good option. I'm just left-handed, so there's a lot of things that I can do with my left hand, so I would naturally pull to the left, right? But yeah, this feels uncomfortable pulling to the right.
Yes.
But thank you so much again for those gifts. I know I know that at Teams, right? You went through a tremendous effort to find us to gift of these. So really, really appreciate
Yes.
you taking the time here to give these, and to my wife, and I guess King Bob to his wife as well. So really appreciate it.
Yeah, we
If you're
do
ever going
appreciate
to an African wedding, please wear that. They'll love it.
Now I feel bad because last Saturday I was in doing the ASA in Nairobi. I probably could have worn it, but I wasn't sure.
Yes. Then I love that.
Yeah,
right. That's nice. How was Mike and the team in Nairobi?
They were good. I didn't see a whole lot of people, but when I saw the picture that they posted, like I saw maybe like 10 people in the view that I had, but there was like closer to like 30 people in that room. So it was a really good turnout of people, and we did a talk of Atlassian certifications and whatnot, careers. So how
Well,
do you,
shout out to Mike.
man? I gotta wait. I gotta really think about my questions because I'm like, I have so many questions I want to ask you, but none that I can ask you until Thursday. Otherwise, I'll get deep. This guy mad at me again. So I guess we can go back to talking about Scott in that last.
Yeah, let's go back to talk about Scott. You know, some of the questions that we've asked some of our other guests in previous hours is, you know, as far as we want you to give your opinions about the future of Atlassian. Now
As
that
you
we're
see it.
moving away from a co-CEO model to kind of one where there is only one person at the top, and that person is Mike. You know, it's MCB. How do you see Atlassian shift with that model change?
So it's difficult to tell, but I have a lot of experience working with a partner. I am myself a co-founder. You know, here at Alluvium, I work very, very closely with Wale, and the joy of doing that, and I'll talk about the frustrations as well. Because again, it's sometimes our wives say that me and Wale are an item, you know, because you know we go through exactly the same emotions that you will, you know, with your significant best. We would debate, we would argue, we would look at things, but the joy of having someone who has such a radically different view. If Wally and I, so going back to you know how Wally and I met. So I started my career with Deloitte, and so Wally and I met working for Deloitte in London, and so you know you can. In the Deloitte days, you know, everything was fast paced. There was a lot of, I don't know, maybe not competition is the word, but everyone was driven. Everybody was driven. And at the time, I didn't know anyone in my team who didn't want to be top on target. So I think sometimes the focus at the time was usually targets, and you know, but then you know, when Wally and I met, he just came to talk to me one day, just randomly, and then we started to talk, and it was good to have somebody that, number one, I could have a personal competition with, right, and then collectively we could aim for the top of the leaderboard that week, that month, whatever, that quarter. But then eventually, when I decided first that I, you know, wanted to leave Deloitte to chase Atlassian Consulting. When the time came to be outside of Deloitte and to start doing what we're doing, there were parts of him that I didn't see before, you know, where we would just go for lunch, we would always share a drink, we would always do this. But when it came to business, it was like, you know, I thought me and this guy were cool, but we're so separate, we're so different, you know, we never agree on anything. But that has been really key to our success, because we can always look and we seem to always have different views. So we never seem to be able to come up to exactly the same view. So usually our outcome is usually negotiated. Always, let's go like this. Oh, actually, no. Think about this. Let's go like that. And then we'll try to find a middle. What I think Mike will be the first to say that, he will miss Scott.
Of course, they've been friends for such a long time.
I remember Scott said in one of the keynotes in Vegas that Mike has an idea every minute. Do you remember that? I don't know if you were.
Definitely, yeah.
He talked about Mike says that, he has an idea every minute and things like that. And I think what comes out of that is, you can already tell the sort of duo they are. Very close, if I can say lads, very close boys, working together, building together. It's never easy to lose a partner like that, even though I'm sure the Scott's not going to disappear overnight.
It's so interesting that you bring that up, because my perspective up until this point in time has been the total opposite. And I would attribute to my only child syndrome that I grew up very alone, right? But it makes more sense to, instead of seeing it that as Mike being at the helm, but rather than Mike finding that he's missing something. I feel like he's now
going to have to adjust to kind of.
He will have to adjust. And one of the things is that, Scott must have brought something so unique for 15 years. And it would be very difficult to replace that. And Mike might find that he needs 3 people or 4 people to bring different parts of the things that, I was saying that there were 3 things that inspired me about Scott over the years. One of those things is work within Atlassian to make the company into a community, right? And you have to be a certain kind of person to think and see that and notice certain things, right? So, and it's not to say that Mike can't notice and do those things. It's just that Scott is Scott. Once Scott is gone, Mike, and this brings me to the last thing I wanted to say about Scott, because there's something I do feel that I know, because I've heard this around, is that Scott is very big on legacy, and that Scott is living in a way and has made a lot of arrangements and preparations to make sure that he's not going to be missed so much. And you'd expect that. That's very good leadership. So I hope that, Mike won't miss him too much, but it's just impossible to not miss him. So what's going to happen is the things that Mike wanted to do before, that he would have had Scott be his handbrakes, challenge him, run him around, and he might find that it's easier to do them now. Mm-hmm. But are those the right things to do right now? That's when he would then need to start thinking a bit more critically. He's going to have
to put on a Scott hat and go, what would Scott do? Or what would Scott tell me?
Exactly. So he would have had an idea, and he would know that Scott's going to knock this all the way down, and I'm going to have to make my case. Now, they've got other people there who are going to hold him accountable and all of that, of course, right? But then, it's not going to be the same.
This is why I love talking to CEOs, man. They just bring such a different perspective that my little primitive mind only can't even think about. It's just such a game-changing. Everything you just said right now has just been so different. I kind of almost want to restart the last 5 hours of this live stream, because it's so I never thought about it that way. This is not I've always everything I've seen through my career has pointed to Scott and Mike having to be at opposites, but not because I just never seen 2 people work together. Right? It's just not not anything I've witnessed before. So I can't imagine like a friendship like what you're describing, and one that you have with your partner as well, right? It's super interesting.
And yet this is really, really interesting because the two principles of our little podcast are you and essentially an equal partner. So, you're not seeing it, but yet you're part of something like that.
I am, but with the Jira Life though, I mean, yes, it is a partnership, but I see it more with my wife. But she's my wife, and she signed a legal paper that says she has to deal with me, right? Like, but with Rodney, and what we do here with the Jira Life, right? Like, it's almost like a side hustle to me, right? Like, we do it once a week, and I'm not talking with Rodney every single day.
And Sarah's bringing up the other case that you have where your main hustle is a partnership as well.
Well, yeah, I don't know if that helps or hurt my marriage, but if anything, like if I ever make it to the top and I have to go and like talk about like my inspiration, I'd be like, get yourself a partner that's your wife or your spouse, because it puts a different kind of stress. But I know I can depend on her more than I could depend on any other person.
I think there are people that I think there are definitely examples of people that you are not married to, or that you enter into a professional relationship with, and you carry that through. And Ty brings up his example of him and the co-founder, and I need to drink more coffee because I forgot the name. Wale, yeah,
yes, Wale.
And then earlier we brought up the Beatles and John Lennon and Paul McCartney, the main songwriting duo of the Beatles. And you think of these type of collaborative partnerships, and that they can work. So it's
no, I mean, don't get me wrong. I do believe in them. What me and Ronnie have here is special, right? And you saw my post 2-3 weeks ago where the amount of appreciation that I have for you guys is, I do consider you guys like my friends and my brothers. But I think it's a simple fact that I grew up alone as an only child, and I don't see me like, I think it would be way different if I had a friend or a sibling from like grade school and building something with them, because I feel like that's a little bit closer to what you've been experiencing, Ty, and what I think what Scott and Mike have.
Yeah, I mean, with Scott and Mike, they're just come out of school, out of college. They just come out of college. They're trying to do a project together, and again, when you have something that you can be lucky with, luck and your hard work and all of these things come together, good knowledge, good sense, being true to what you're trying to do, all of those come together, and they are where they are today. So I think that it's good, but I also think that there is also an advantage sometimes to being a lone ranger. They say that if you want to go fast, you go alone. If you want to go far, you go with others.
Yeah.
There are some times when you do need to go fast.
But maybe maybe this is the perfect timing, right? Because I think Atlassian has gone far, and I think either they've caught up to the competition or competition's catching up to them. So, and I think Atlassian's going to be entering a period where they now need to go a little faster.
And I agree, especially around service management and the campaign and the work that they're doing around that. I think they do definitely need to go fast in a number of areas. Of course, this is just my bread and butter. I'm not going to sort of.
Don't worry, we've already got legal disclaimers all over this podcast.
But
a legal battle today.
Fact of the matter is that there is some areas where JSM is going to catch up with ServiceNow.
Yep.
And there are some areas of of technical on the par and maybe in some areas GSM is edging ServiceNow, and those areas, they need to show that a bit more, and
double
let
down
people
or
see
something.
that.
Yeah.
A few weeks ago, we had in company what do you call a user group within Alluvium, and we were looking at this very subject, and after that, I was the guest of a California bank. They invited me to speak to some of the investors around JSM, well, around service management and where JSM is in relation to other solutions, particularly, of course, ServiceNow. So we are that internal user group to make sure that my views are not just my views, even though I have a lot of experience in this. I started my Atlassian journey back in 2010. For 14 years, this is all I have done. But I also wanted to bring in the views of our guys, our team. We have a dedicated ITSM team, and make sure that we're taking all the views in together. So we did that session. But what came up very strongly in that session are some areas where, it's a consensus, within us. And we have some Atlassian certified experts, guys that do this every day, do a lot of implementation. But there's some, and we do have guys who are very good with ServiceNow as well. There's some areas where JSM needs to come up. In those areas, even from an engineering point of view, there's got to be pace, it's got to be speed. And there are some areas that JSM is edging ServiceNow. In those areas, there still has to be speed, there still has to be pace. We still have to, see a lot of features, getting shipped in. But of course, getting shipped in correctly, not rushed. Of course, we also, what happened a few weeks ago. But yes, we CrowdStrike. So not with that last year, we CrowdStrike. So yes, so bringing in quality features and shipping them in a quality way.
Again, I'm just so thankful for this cultural lesson and this just leadership lesson that you've given us today. Let's go to swag. I know we talked about your swag. Anything over the years that you've caught? How long have you been in this? I know I'm not supposed to ask, but how long have you been in the Atlassian ecosystem?
Oh, I started. In fact, the first day that I worked, I saw Jira and worked in Jira was the 3rd of May, 2010.
Wow.
So
Okay,
I've been in the ecosystem.
So you collected quite some swag then over the years.
Well, I don't want to get in trouble, but one of the reasons why we try to do things differently. So I've collected a lot of socks. That's what I'm going to say. I've collected a lot of socks. I'll leave it at that.
Yeah, my son has taken all my socks. He really likes the different company socks.
Yeah, I felt that we do get a lot of socks. That's a go-to from a lot of people at the exhibitions, and because of that, there you get different shapes and sizes and quality and all of that. That's interesting. We think that perhaps I'm hoping that when we get to Barcelona in a few weeks, that there'll be more variety of things.
So I think you're going to Bar. It sounds like you're going then, right?
Yes. Wally and I will be in Barcelona. Yes.
Was Wally in Vegas?
No, Wally wasn't in Vegas, but he'll be in Barcelona.
Okay.
At the time, we had multiple things going on, multiple exhibitions, and Wally and I, again, part of the joys of being two is we can split ourselves and we can be in multiple places at the same time.
So when you look at your relationship with Wally from running the company, what does that division of duties look like?
Well, so I am as you can tell, the guy that enjoys, talking about what we do, being
You're
out
the face.
there, things like that. Wally is an ops guy. He's always been an ops guy. It's operation, it's smoothness, it's things running fine. Not necessarily the guy that wants to come in and chat. If you ask him questions, he might answer. He might not even answer. Of course, that annoys the hell out of me sometimes. But but this is where we complement. A lot of the times, when we work on strategy, I'm the vision guy. I'm the, this is the next thing. This is where we want to go. But as you know, ideas have never done anything ever in this world.
Yeah, they say ideas are cheap.
Yes. So I am the, if you like, going by what Scott said, I'm the mic. I'm the co-founder that gets an idea every minute. But somebody's got to deliver those ideas. Someone's got to make sure that our team are doing what they need to do, that we're attaining, and this is also where Wally and I are so lucky that our spouses, or should I say our spices, our wives are involved in the business, and that also brings some extra dimensions into there. For example, my wife is all about our people, in caring for our people, and mental health and balance and all of that. Again, that drives me crazy sometimes, because sometimes we've got deadlines. Deadlines, and we've got things that we've got to do now, and all of that. And back to when we started, and again, the background that Wally and I have, when we were working in high consulting, there was no weekend, there was no money, there was no evening, there was nothing, right? There is a deadline to be met. We would be in the office as long as it takes, and we spend a weekend in the office to deliver, a big pitch on a Monday or something like that, and we'll be there with our entire team. So, but having people like see me in there makes sure no, you got to plan this. If you didn't plan this in advance, then you're not going to meet the target, because we want the people to only work so much, and all of this. That brings quality. We've got Tony, who also is very, very, marketing savvy. We want to make sure that, we're showing the right image of us.
I'm going to have so many questions for you on Thursday. So make sure you're well rested.
I look forward to it.
I don't script anything, right? So Bob likes to script everything, but I like to just
I don't know if it's everything, and if you ever take a look at the scripts, you'll see that it's really more of a guideline. I put down essentially what are talking points and let you run with it. Sometimes you guys hit the talking points, sometimes it flies off into a different direction.
So I want to transition here a little bit. I think this question here my wife asked, I think it's a little bit more appropriate now. Now that we know that your spouses also work with you guys, so how does Atlassian, do you guys use the tools outside of work? Do you guys embed it into your personal lives?
The answer is yes. And a good example, my wife, she runs a charity, and the focus is on education. And they give scholarships and sponsorships. I think they've got at the moment, 51 children who are on full education scholarship. They pay their fees and buy the uniforms and do all of that. That's a logistical nightmare without a good tool. We do put Jira and Confluence to work outside of work. It goes without saying we're an Atlassian solution partner, we're a training partner, we're a marketplace partner. So it goes without saying that we use the Atlassian tools at work, but outside of work, we also do, within the charities. My charity is focused on IT as a way of making a young person globally competitive. And so, again, we use the Atlassian tools a lot. How has it impacted our personal life? I mean, we're Atlassian through and through. And, one of the reasons I left my old career is because I wanted to dedicate to Atlassian, and I wanted to follow Atlassian. And many years ago, I saw that Atlassian was going somewhere. And okay, maybe it wasn't as much as I saw Atlassian was going somewhere, as much as, in London, within what we do, within the niche where we're at, people didn't know Atlassian. And I just knew that the demand will keep going up. And I liked the fact that, the demand will be high, but at the time the supply was low. And that made a lot of sense for me to stick with that and become an expert in that and grow with it. And that's what I've done over the years. So, Atlassian has been good to me. It's been good to my family. From that point of view, it's given us the opportunities to do what we do.
Lots of opportunity. Yeah, that's again, you're just an insightful man. I need to interview you for my main channel.
I thought the summer of Atlassian was wrapping up.
Oh,
so.
The summer of Atlassian is over, and I don't even know if I'm ever doing interviews ever again. I've got so much practice with interviews. Like, if you just think about, like, just in this year, if I were to look at, like, the last 12 months, we've done what? How many weeks are we into the year? 30 something? We're halfway through.
Probably like week. 40? So Ty is going to be week 35.
So 35 regular interviews ish, more or less. The 20 something odd interviews we did during the Jira Life live stream. Right? Mm-hmm. This is your like the 6th one today here, right? I did 45 just in the summer, and then I did like 15 last summer. And so the amount of interviews that I've done here, I'm starting to get a little bit better at it. But I'm finding my niche. I think I really like talking to people, even if I legally get in trouble. I just say a lot of dumb stuff all the time, but that's what I got my producer here for.
I think you keep it fun. You keep it relaxed, and that's really good. It's really nice. Yeah.
So, what is that? I think you kind of touched on this a little bit, right? But what are one of the big things that you're really looking forward to now that Mike's going to be running the show? Like, do you see Atlassian making major changes or anything that worries you?
Again, it's a tough question because we can't
tell the future.
we can't. So, of course, Anu joined. Anu's been in Atlassian for a while, but then she joined in the leadership, and she took the role of president not a long time ago. And what does a president do? And you can start to track it back and look at some of the things, some of the gaps that Scott will probably leave. Again, these are just my own personal.
No, like I said, this has been the biggest disclaimer of this whole stream.
What's going on behind the scenes at Atlassian? But I hope that we continue to go from strength to strength. I hope that the legacy and the good things that Scott's done, that they're perpetuated. That they continue to grow and to progress those, and they build on them, even as we continue to build on those things that are important to Mike.
Yeah.
How
much time do you give Mike?
I mean, it's interesting. Weeks ago, I saw an interview by the Google CEO, and he said that the co-founders, what they do these days is they come into the office and they're coding, and they're coding AI with the engineers and all of that and everything. And I thought that was very interesting. I think that I'd be surprised if Scott is gone, gone. We never see him again. I don't think that's what's going to happen. I think that Mike can take all the time that he needs to adjust leadership, to adjust strategy. I mean, I think strategy will to adjust implementation of strategy, because strategy will stay as is, and take as long as he needs. Of course, Atlassian's got a large community, and of work community, outside of work community, and all that, and they'll continue to enjoy our support. Of course, as soon as possible, we want to catch up with whom, and take a lot of market share, and let people see, have, and use a great tool like JSM, with all its advantages. And again, I want to avoid going into that because I can talk about that till tomorrow. But we want to make sure that more companies, more people are coming in and seeing the absolute fantastic product that we have here. And,
but I think you're only highlighting one front, where Atlassian has several fronts. I mean, on the service management side, yes, we're going after that 800-pound gorilla called ServiceNow with JSM, but at the same time, we have a lot of little competitors. We have the Mondays and the Asanas and the ClickUps and the Linears that are trying to be the next Atlassian by following the Atlassian playbook. In other words, they're starting small. They're going after like the one team type of thing, no sales, and get the penetration into like the SMBs, the small and medium businesses. So it's not just going after the big company, but it's also trying to stay ahead of these little up and comers. So
did you see the little tit for tat between ClickUp and Atlassian?
Oh, of course, yeah. I can't watch one of Alex's videos without seeing the ad where ClickUp fires Jira. So
it's interesting. I don't watch my videos at all, so I never see my ads. I hate the sound of my voice. I actively do not let my wife edit without her headphones on, because I can't stand the sound of my voice over the speakers. And so I never rewatch my videos. I never watch anything that I post ever after.
I think you should. I think we do like the sound of your voice, and and Rodney and your views, and and the really good value and the exposure and the conversations and all of that you bring. Of course, when you guys do an amazing job, and I think that's really good. I mean, in terms of the small competition, I think those will always be there, because there's going to be. This is a great thing about our society, right? We're in a place where everyone can start up a business within or competing with. And there is some really good things, some really good features to some of those, if you like, smaller companies and smaller products. Smaller, not, take smaller with a grain of salt, for whatever it means. But those competition, they bring value, and I hope that one of the things they do is they make Atlassian look at some of the more fun, features that make people go there. I did a migration. I did the migration for I think the largest sort of entertainment publishers in the world, and they went from what used to be called can't remember what it used to be called now, but it's one of the competition to Jira, and what that meant that I was able to see the features and what they really wanted and why they really were using that, and some of their teams, we helped take data from teams from 13 countries, and some of the teams really didn't want to go to Jira because of features like, a card with color, colored cards and things like that. But for designers, and not just for designers, for anyone, this matters for their use case. So I think that the challenge with the unique things that those applications bring is for Atlassian to look at those and say, well, can we deploy that? Well, how much effort does it take to deploy that if we have quite a few people who want those features? So that's I think that helps us that helps the product to be better and better.
Absolutely. I think it's to even take this further. I think this conversation, is what makes the Atlassian ecosystem unique. Maybe not unique, but important to me. Learning the different perspectives, learning the way different people use the same things that I use every single day, right? Like I use Jira 12, 14 hours every single day, and like just to see that everybody around the world uses it, everybody around the world uses it a little bit differently, but yet we can also come together and like be united with this tool. Like I think it's just super interesting to me. Like I just find it interesting. Mainly because I grew up alone. It's interesting. Community means so much to me. I don't know. That's why I have 2 children instead of 1.
Well done. we always try to
my grandpa had 16 kids, so I don't know that I want to go that crazy, but definitely
that might have explained why it was only you. Someone had 16 siblings and they're thinking, oh no, I'm not taking my child through this, it's only going to be them.
Yeah, I know, right? Yeah, we it's still like, I don't know, even with us, I don't know if you caught my post a few weeks ago. I was telling Bob, I think we were talking about it at the beginning, right? This whole partnership thing, and just how appreciative I am of Bob and Rodney, because like I run my main APEC channel mainly with my wife and I, right? Like, but we spend the whole day running it, right? Like literally every thought, the creative process thought that I have is with the main stuff. But if it wasn't for her, and if it wasn't then for Bob and Rodney with the Jira Life, like it is so hard to build anything, right? Like you really, I think Bob summed it up nicely, right? This whole, we're encompassing this impossible alone, possible together thing, and I'm curious how Atlassian goes down here now that I really now do feel like Mike's gonna wake up tomorrow morning, I guess, or Tuesday I guess Monday morning, right? Because they don't have a
Monday
holiday.
morning. Australia probably doesn't celebrate Labor Day.
Yeah, they don't have a holiday on Monday. We're here in the US. We're shut down on Monday.
Sure.
But I can see him like waking up on Monday morning and going like, something's missing.
Yeah.
Right. And I don't know that I would have had that thought again 57 minutes ago, but definitely having it now where it's like, dang. Now I'm more confused and worried about the future of Atlassian than I was an hour ago.
Things aren't so cut and dried. People are often make things orders of magnitude more difficult. Emotions and histories and so it's not always a logical cut and dried type of thing how an organization will react, because people get in the way.
True. That's true. And please tell Rodney we missed him, that I missed him. if he's watching this.
He's actually watching. I think he's
he had a couple, for as much as we try to plan this ahead, he had a couple of commitments that he couldn't get out of.
Really,
but
really
I call it
enjoy.
payback. Did you get a chance to watch the 24-hour live stream we did back in February?
I didn't. Sadly, not all of it.
So we did the 24-hour live stream, right? And I had planned everything. Like, we're like, hey, on the 15th, server's dying, let's do this. And then Rodney, out of nowhere, he's like, actually, did you know that the 15th is happening on the 14th? Because we're one of the last time zones to go into the 15th. I was like, you don't say. You don't say. And so what I had done in preparation of this 24-hour live stream we're going to do on the 15th, I moved all my commitments to the 14th. Right. Until Ronnie's like, let's just do it on the 14th, because the 14th is really the 15th for the rest of the world. And so I had to miss out on a lot of them because of that. So I was like, karma, buddy, karma. That's what you get, karma.
Yep, that's what you get. That's what you get. Bless you. It really has been my immense pleasure. Thanks for having me. I do look forward to coming back and jumping on Thursday, having a more.
We're gonna have a great conversation focusing on you and Illuvium.
We really look forward to that.
Yeah.
Thank you so much for having me.
By the way, sorry, you. This is a question for Bob. For the event here on Bevy, did we put the link to the live stream? What?
That's all. That's what we always do.
But did we put it is it there? Okay.
Yeah.
I think Taiwo there. Taiwo there.
You set me up because I thought it was going really well, and now you're gonna have Ed after me. That's
that's not necessarily a bad thing. I mean, Ed's gotta give that same level of energy that you have. So
how do I get one of those hats?
The challenge is on Ed.
I want one of those hats. I want a Taiwo hat.
Well, Ed, if you coming to you don't have to answer this, but you coming to Team 24 Europe?
Yeah.
Barcelona?
Oh yeah.
You get one there. You get one. I'll reach out to you. And
awesome.
We'll talk about it. Yes. Oh,
Wale.
I think Wale's been watching. What have I said about Wale? Wale, I didn't mean it.
It was all good, Wale.
Wale says he'll post one to you, but Wale and I are going to be in Barcelona, and awesome. Ed is going to be in Barcelona, Wale, so we can just take it with us.
All right.
So and Ed, just so you know, the lessons for wearing the filet are actually, if you start at hour 5 and go on to about 15 minutes in, or it's like a 15-minute lecture on the proper way of wearing the filet. So you'll look as chic as Alex and I right now.
I know.
Maybe or maybe not.
Oh, that's awesome! I can't wait.
All right.
Now,
Ed,
now we get to talk barbecue. We will see you on Thursday. Be ready. I'm gonna hammer you.
I look forward.
Questions are coming.
Good to see you all. Thanks a lot.
All right.
Bye, Ty.
That's awesome.
Mr. Ed.
Do I need to go put my hold on. Do I need to go put my TJL shirt on?
Yeah, where you at, man?
We can say that. We can say that for Barcelona if you do.
Do we need to go change into our Ed Gale barbecue shirts?
I was gonna say,
everyone change.
Everybody, 5-minute break, bio break. I'm not kidding. Awesome. A bio break would be really much appreciated right now.
So how you guys doing, man? How you holding up? Where we at?
Well, so this is
not like it's not like a 24-hour thing. I mean, this is like still kind of going strong. It's almost like it's almost like working.
Yeah.
6 hours into a workday, and I can say that easily because for me, it's really only been 5.5, and Alex has got a half hour on me. I kind of overslept.
What are you talking about? Half an hour? I jumped in right at 5.
Where the hell's
I know.
Nissen
And
at?
I
Where
jumped
the
in
hell's
at
Rodney at?
about like 5:40-ish, something like that.
Like 5:45, 55, almost 6.
Yeah.
Where the hell's Rodney at?
Rodney is with the wife picking up. They had like a thing where they were dropping off the car at the dealership, but he's on.
He's on. I'm just gonna put this one.
He
like
used
this
that
for
excuse
now.
on me once before, so I'd verify that one.
There you go. I'm all Ed Gelled out now.
There you go.
I'm just gonna wait until I do a combination breakfast and and run up and grab the t-shirt. But I truth be told, I'm bringing the t-shirt with me to Atlanta. So
I'll have mine, man. We'll all be representing.
okay, I will represent when we're in Atlanta. Which why don't we do a little bit of that plug right now? Which is we have a number of the people from the Jira Life and co-authors of the Atlassian DevOps Toolchain Cookbook, right? We're actually going to be in Atlanta as part of the barbecue and DevOps tour, right, Ed? And
that's right.
It's actually going to be in kind of like some home steaks, right? Some in Atlanta proper.
Literally across the street from my place. We got a clubhouse that we'll have it at, so I can have my smokers going and bring the barbecue goods straight over. Have a presentation, talk about some open DevOps. But can we have an uncomfortable conversation on the one person that won't be here?
Is that me?
We probably could, although he is wearing wearing the Ed Gale barbecue.
So we're gonna have Robert will be there, I will be there, Rodney will be there, and there's 4 people. So who's the one? What is missing
one
here?
of these things is not like the others.
I haven't said I'm not going yet. I have a little PTSD right now.
Look, then we'll all 4 be there, so then we could all sign the books, and then I can take 1 or 2 over to Barcelona, and those will be like super collector's items.
I'm just trying to get over my PTSD right now.
What? So what happened on the last flight? I don't understand. You said you almost died. I don't know what happened.
I didn't die. I got stuck in Atlanta. I almost got stuck in Atlanta, and like I've never. Maybe it's just the naiveness of my flighting capabilities. But the airlines in which I use are, I guess, far superior than Delta. And I've never had the situation before, so I got stuck in Atlanta, and they're like, "Well, the only way, they're like, you're either stuck in West Palm Beach, Florida, or you're stuck in Atlanta." I'm like, "Well, at least I know people in Atlanta, so might as well go to Atlanta."
Yeah.
And so I changed my flight. I didn't change my flight. I got on my flight to go to Atlanta, and then the lady's like, I was gonna have like 10 minutes to get from my plane from the plane in Atlanta to get to California. And so I had the lady to bump me up like literally to the front of the plane as far as I could, like row 12 or something like that, so I can get out and see if I can run, because it's just my carry-on to my flight. But I missed it because Atlanta is a freaking big airport.
It is.
And so as we were parking, I could see my plane pushing back at that point. I'm like, 5 minutes, man. That's all I would have needed. Like 5 minutes. And then my dumb plane that I was going to bring me home decided to leave early, of course, because why wouldn't it get delayed like every other plane got delayed?
Yeah.
But anyways, so they had me on a flight at like 9 a.m. out of Atlanta. But when I was in line, a buddy of mine that was on that plane with me, he was going to be in a similar situation. So I'm like, what are you going to do? But he's going to New York. And he's like, I'm going to do an early bird special if I have to. And I'm like, what the heck is that? And he's like, it's a red eye. It's New York. Anybody will get you to New York, right? And I was like, wait, LAX is like 24/7. Like, because I don't do LAX that often. Like, I've done LAX like 3 times in my whole life. I'm like, wait a minute, I can get to LAX. And I quickly look up on my phone, like, yep, sure enough, Delta's got a flight from Atlanta to LAX like at 11 p.m. And so I'm like, I'm getting on that flight. But the problem was LAX and my house are like this far apart.
Where do you usually fly into then?
I intentionally live 10 minutes from Ontario Airport. Like my street, if I hook a right coming out of my driveway, I will hit the runway. Like 3 miles, like 4 miles down. I gotta go around to get to the other side of the runway, but my street ends at the runway. So I'm like right down the street from Ontario. So my dumb butt, thinking I was being cool, I was like, I'm not flying to LAX. Because out of LAX, I could have gone direct to Palm Beach as well. But I was like, man, I just don't want to fly right now. So and then that flight is so long. It's 4 hours.
Yeah. It's 4 hours easy.
Yeah.
But,
so
yeah,
like,
yeah, definitely. That's
so right now I'm just like, I was thinking about it, but I'm like, man, I don't know.
If I ever have to fly east, I already know it's that day's basically gone.
Yeah.
Then there's that
it's
too.
4
right?
hours, and then
3-hour time
you
change.
get the 3-hour time zone difference. Then it's like I'm that day's a wash.
Yep.
But it's always funny going back west where it's like the
Time
flight
traveling.
takes off, and by the time it lands, I land before I've
left.
Before I've left. But I feel twice as
tired.
tired.
But what time is it in Phoenix? You guys don't do daylight savings time.
We don't do daylight savings time. So right now I'm technically on Pacific time.
So it's 11:10.
And it's 11:10 here.
Okay.
And it's 11:10 for me as well.
Okay.
Yeah. And then after Halloween or whenever, I think sometime October, November, I'm going to be in Mountain Standard. Well, I'm always in Mountain Standard. And I will be.
But only Phoenix toggles between Mountain and Pacific, no?
Well, most of Arizona does.
Yeah.
But there's a mountain that stays mountain that never toggles.
Run that by me again.
Isn't there a mountain time that they don't change?
Yeah, it's Mountain Standard Time.
Yeah. So
everywhere else, Eastern, Central, Pacific, you are on daylight time. Right?
Yeah.
So
there's
daylight
BDT, and then standard. Yeah.
CDT, and then in November or so, when everybody else falls back, spring forward, fall back. When everybody else falls back, we don't do anything. So we still get the same number of hours of sleep. You guys lose an hour of sleep. So but not all of Arizona. So there is a part of Arizona that does follow daylight savings time. And that's actually up north and to the east, because that's part of the Navajo Nation. And because the Navajo Nation covers, the corner of Arizona, but also like, to the west, like New Mexico and other states that do follow daylight savings time, if you're on that reservation, you're going to be following daylight savings time.
Yeah. Arizona is very complicated. It's very complicated.
Too much math.
We're a map.
Man.
So how's the show been going? Any good Scott Farquhar stories yet? Or
we had a couple. So Ty, who was just on, gave me a whole new perspective on this, stepping aside.
Alex was, I think before, and we've heard this before, Alex was really kind of all boardroom intrigue and kind of like, there must have been something to
separate them.
Yeah. And
like a quarrel.
I'm always like, it's a little more nuanced than that. And, I think Alex is starting to see the light a little bit. That,
I just never had a friendship or partnership that went that deep.
20 years, man. Like 20-something years plus longer, actually.
Well, yeah, 20 years, and then they were in college together. So
college together, and I can
Bob
see.
Just came into my life too late. Bob, we'll have this conversation in like 20 years when one of us retires.
Yeah, 20 years from now, I'll be dead. So you'll have this conversation with.
Wait, how old are you? Wait, you guys are both the same age, no?
He's the same age as me, man, baby.
70s Brothers.
Hold on.
Oh, look at that, the whole crew. You guys are funny.
1970, baby.
All right, well, Rodney didn't come. I'll be right back.
Oh, it's okay. So, welcome to barbecue hour.
Yeah, now that we got rid of Alex, we can talk
Yeah.
about some really important stuff. So
Okay. So we talked about this a little bit before with Brittany. All right. There is a chance that if Lina is asking the important questions, are we doing barbecue in Anaheim?
yes,
Here's my plan.
Lina, it's at your house, by the way.
Yeah, it is probably going to be at her house. I can probably bring my smoker. If I do that, I'm driving.
Yes.
So it's kind of the kettle one. It's kind of like
the big Smoky Mountain one.
Yeah, the Smoky Mountain. Yeah, the tall thing looks like a pill.
Yeah,
I can break that up and stuff it in my SUV and take that with me from Phoenix to Anaheim. Drop it off at Alex's house, and we can Alex talks about getting meat at like the Costco Business Center.
Yep.
We can do that.
A little tailgating at the Ortiz complex.
Yep. I will cook, and you and I will probably collaborate together on it. I will probably watch you trim because I'm sure you're probably a better trimmer than I on that.
Yeah, on briskets, I may or may not have talked with a bunch of the Texas guys and gotten the tips on that one. So
okay,
they know what they're doing.
I mean, I trim. I don't know how. I mean, I do sparingly well at it. I don't know if it's perfect, but then again, I don't think it matters as much because the way that it's done is with the Smoky Mountain Grill with that kind of smoker, it's less of an airflow type of thing.
Yeah,
really,
because
the fire's coming from the bottom up.
Yeah, so that's more like, but plus you have a water pan underneath, which is really good to have. Yep. So a lot of times those guys, they got to trim it down, and they have to make it really aerodynamic, and they have to make it so that it cooks evenly because brisket's two different muscles, and it goes from thin to thick, and then those can cook at different times, and the muscle grains are going two different ways, and so they try to make it as consistent as possible, but they're all using those 1,000-gallon offset smokers kind of thing. Yeah, and I mean you're kind of the same way with the Komodo, right? I mean, it's just an insulated version of your Weber Smoky Mountain, but it's bottom up, and then I'll put a aluminum water pan underneath as well.
Yeah. So, question.
See.
Get your barbecue, people. Get your barbecue.
Yeah. For barbecue at your place, Alex, you're going to need several more jars of that.
You told Lina, by the way, we're coming, right?
She usually finds out the day of.
Okay.
Well, now she's got more advanced warning than.
And this is how you usually get in a lot of trouble.
By the way, guys, Team 25 tailgating at the Ortiz complex prior to the event.
Series of properties.
Your neighbors know about this, right, Alex?
My neighbor's got a smoker. I was just asking to them borrow it.
No,
I think my neighbor's from. I forget my neighbor's either from South Carolina or from Atlanta.
Okay.
But he's from the South. He's up for some barbecue. He's having a party tonight. And so right as soon as we're done with this, I'm like booking it over to my uncle's house because he's having his 60th birthday party. I'm gonna have a taquero. And my neighbor invited me to his birthday party or retirement party he's having at his house for brother-in-law or sister-in-law or something like that. And I'm like, well, we'll just come to your party. He's like, because I know his parties will go to like 2 in the morning. So I'm like, I know there's still gonna be plenty of time. It doesn't matter what time I get home tonight. The party's still gonna be going. So we can do both. Well, we could do Corona or we can do Anaheim. It all depends on where you guys want to be.
Well, I think it's going to be where can we park a smoker?
Either or.
Either or. Okay.
My house, I don't think you don't want to go swimming in April. It's too cold. So Anaheim probably good enough.
Yeah.
Yeah.
One other question I have for the pitmaster, and that is binder or no binder?
So for me, it depends on the meat. I do not use a binder on brisket or beef ribs, but I do use a binder on
pork,
like the pork shoulders and everything, and ribs. The pork shoulder is just such a large, weird thing that sometimes the rub will fall off. Plus, I'm not as worried about the bark. I know I can get the bark on the pork with the rub. So, I mean, the binder is really not going to affect the flavor at all. It's just making sure that stuff stays on the pork on those sides because it's like a big block, so you have the sides and everything. So just to kind of make sure it stays on there kind of thing.
Okay.
I envy you so much. I've been watching for like the last 3 days, like pure TikToks on how to barbecue like a brisket and all that stuff. And I'm just like, dang, I just got to go try it.
Just try it, man. Just try it.
Yep. You just got to go try it.
Get a smoker first. I don't have a smoker. I need to get one of those.
Does Apple make a smoker? Because if they do,
you know that I have one, right? I don't know why you gotta hate so much, Mr. Still has dial-up to get on the internet.
I'd love it.
You guys see, there's a recent video that went live on social medias recently where every time my kids want to access the internet in the morning, I make them sit through a 5-minute AOL instant messenger, the AOL getting online. It does the dial-up sounds just to build character. This is the get hungry hour. I love the idea of barbecue so much. I think here in Southern California, we definitely there's some niche areas that you can get it, but it's something like.
Let me show what Bob I'm putting on tonight. Hold on.
Oh boy.
Tell us about it, because I think barbecue is one of those cross-cultural things.
We have like everybody has their definition of barbecue, right? Like for us, it's not a party if you don't have carne asada. Like that is our movie.
Yeah.
Right? It's just carne asada, but like we don't even entertain.
You know what these are?
Wait, are those beef ribs?
They are beef plate ribs.
Oh.
See, Ed, I need you. Can you come a few extra days?
Yeah, I'm telling you, we're coming over. We're coming like a couple days beforehand.
Because like the cow, the butchers are like right across the street from my house, and I'm like, I don't even know which one to get, how to get it, why to get it.
So
I mean, you go and you pick out your cow, and then they'll cut it up.
Right. So it's like for beef, you usually cook like beef ribs, slow cooking barbecue, right? And when we're talking about barbecue, we're talking, with a smoker, long time, watch the fire for, for me, it's usually a good 12 hours or so. But I've been getting better with attaching thermometers and waiting for a certain waiting for
Who's
it to reach.
got time for 12 hours though? Like, how do you guys do it?
I get up early in the morning.
You might as well have like a barbecue meditation app going on as well.
The barbecue ASMR.
It is meditative.
We throw the carne asada cooks so quick too. Like we just throw carne asada down.
Yeah, well, because carne asada is a very, very thin cut, and you put it on the grill.
I remember the first time
the Latinos are always in a hurry, man. They got to get the party going, so it's like
we got to get the drinking starting, and that's everything else gets in the way.
So for beef, it's gonna be ribs or brisket. That's what you're gonna call for, and Ed and I normally do like a full brisket that I get from Costco.
Yep.
Right, because brisket can be cut up into 2 different cuts. One called the flat and one called the point. But I just get a full one.
Did you ever hit up the business center yet, Ed?
Not yet. That one's it's like 50 miles south, but
No,
I'm
it's
gonna go.
not. From where you were?
I think so. Hold on.
No, I thought we determined it was closer to you. It was 50 miles out to Rodney.
Oh well, everything's 50 miles from
No.
Rodney.
No, it could be 50 miles from both me and Ed.
Costco, you got to put Costco Business Center.
Oh, here we go. Mount
I
Zion Road.
don't think you fully understand how sprawling Atlanta gets at times.
Yeah, but if you go just miles to miles.
So, all right, so I take it back. It's 36 miles from my house.
See, I'm not going to complain. I used to have a Costco Business Center like 2 miles away from my house when I lived in San Diego. And now it's 7 and it's killing me.
I would be afraid for myself if I was that close to a
Dude,
Costco
seriously,
business.
my wife and I were reviewing our expenses this week. And I was like, our Costco expenses are just down like $400 a month. And she's like, what happened? I'm like, we don't go every other day like we used to.
Alex isn't buying a whole goat and a
Whole pig. They got the whole hog,
pig.
the goat,
Yeah.
and the lamb. They got a lot of lamb.
That's what I'm saying, man. See, so we got to come out a couple days early.
Just got to bring me more of these.
Bring you some more sauce. We'll get the smokers going. We'll educate Alex on proper barbecue.
Yeah, and I've already used up all
I
of my barbecue and coffee rub. So on the last brisket I smoked. So that little thing was good enough for like one brisket.
Yeah, that's. I had to keep it
I want
underneath
to
the 3 ounces.
revisit getting Alex out here for some barbecue a little sooner.
We already
Mr.
busted his chops on
Traumatized.
that.
No, I was listening.
Okay.
I was on, and I'm like, dude, if he missed a plane, I would have gone and picked him up. It would have not been a problem. If I weren't available, you would have, Ed.
Absolutely.
You would have had a place.
I wasn't
It would
afraid
not
of
have
not
been
having
an
a
issue.
place. I'm just like, I don't. That's a 4 hour, guys.
You would have
You
been
guys like to
fine.
travel. I don't. I will pay money to not leave my house.
Travel broadens
I'll
your
give
soul.
I'll give Delta money if I can just stay at home.
Yeah, so because we got the Atlanta one, and then September 18th, I'm gonna help Amanda Cortez in San Antonio because I'll be down in Austin at the Atlassian headquarters for some meetings.
Okay.
And then San Antonio's like
Speaking
an
of which,
hour away.
are we doing the Austin thing in November?
Yeah, when was that?
November 22nd, I think,
I think so.
or 21st.
Yeah, that's wide open.
I gotta connect with them. Let's get something on the calendar done because I'm gonna be there that week. All those tickets are bought and everything, so I'm there.
We got to do it then because Suze and Larry Brock are awesome. We'll get something going. Maybe get Bob out there too, and Rodney.
Maybe and then you're slated to come to Phoenix sometime soon. So
I got to, man. I thought we had that one meeting set, and we did, and then it got moved, and then we don't now we don't know when it's going to be again. But yes, we will be.
And I'm at Phoenix, getting to the temperature where I'm willing to go again.
Yeah, what's the temperature in Phoenix now, Bob?
it's still a little high. It's by the time October and November roll around, it's going to be like at Alex's temperature, like below 100 degrees. So
Okay. Below
in the
100.
90s.
Jesus.
I'm 93 degrees today, and I'm dying. Guys are crazy.
Crazy as crazy does. But
Paging Alex, you need to ask no.
No way, my cousin.
Okay.
My cousin lives in Atlanta. I'm sorry, in Austin, which is why I'm gonna go visit.
Okay.
So my little, you guys will get a kick out of this. So my son and my 2 kids play with a trio. Well, not a trio. I don't know, a whole army of kids. There's like 10 of them. They've never seen each other, but they play all day, every single day together. They're cousins. They're my cousins.
Oh, they're
like
video games, right?
Yeah, they're like on Roblox and Minecraft, but they're playing every single day. They're texting each other all day long. But if you were to put them all in front of my kids or my kids in front of their kids, like none of them would know what they look like. They never seen each other in pictures, and they never seen each other ever. And so I was like, let me go to Austin and like get these kids together.
Oh man, that'll be interesting. That'll be
And
cool.
while I'm there, let me swing by because I want to go buy a house and I want to go do that Atlassian thing. So I'm taking my mom so I can convince her to buy a house because I can't buy a house in Austin if she doesn't buy a house. I'm gonna go get 2, and then try to.
Is your mom already in Austin, or she?
No, my mom's here in SoCal.
Okay.
But I want to get desperately out of California. So I'm gonna see if I can come. I'm gonna see if I can entice her to like, here's a new development. Let's just buy 1 each.
Okay.
And
that would be a good. Actually, that'd be a good area for you because then you're right in the smack middle of the United States.
And you have less excuse.
Exactly.
I can go each way now. 2-hour flights anywhere now.
Yeah, there you go. Exactly.
Yeah, I just
hop over to Atlanta, then go over to Europe.
I paid 13.3% income tax for the state of California.
It's brutal, man.
Yeah, just a little bit. But yeah, so we're trying to go. I'm trying to convince my parents, and then obviously I want to do some Atlassian events while I'm there, and then yeah.
You've been to the headquarters there before, right?
I've never been to Texas. Well, I've been to Houston, but that was just for a Microsoft conference.
The Atlassian building in Austin is phenomenal. I like it better than the San Francisco office. It's so.
Dude, the San Francisco office is horrendous.
Yeah, no, the Austin one on the ground floor, they have their own barista, so you can go in and get your coffee. You know,
did they actually say Atlassian anywhere? Because the one in San Francisco was horrible.
yeah, it does. I mean, that big old G'day with a kangaroo and everything.
It's G'day y'all, isn't it?
Was that?
For
G'day
Austin,
y'all.
it's G'day y'all.
Yeah, it's G'day y'all.
Yeah, Sean Doyle and I, we went to the San Francisco office and we're standing in front of a building. We walk in and it looked like a museum.
And then we walk the elevator and yeah.
And no, but then we asked the security guard, like, "Is Atlassian here?" He's like, "Who?" I'm like, "Atlassian," and they're like, "What's that?" And I'm like, "Are you kidding me? Like, how do you work here?" and then we're describing, and then the Atlassian, the San Francisco ACE leader shows up, and he's talking to the guy, and he like, I don't know what he told him, but instantly that security guard knew what Atlassian was. I'm like, you didn't know 2 seconds ago, now you do.
Yeah. No.
You probably just understand your accent.
It was Sean telling him too. Sean doesn't got an accent.
Sean has an accent.
Rodney, you been to the Austin office yet?
No, I have not.
Oh man,
I may have a window open on the one of the other monitors going, exactly what are the prices in November?
November, man.
Fly out to Austin.
Well, it's the week before Thanksgiving, so
that could be a good one, Rodney. Get you out there. Do a TGL live
from
we've done it before. The Phoenix, we did TGL live.
Rodney, look, I'm ready for Barcelona, Rodney. I've got my interview microphone ready.
That Rode? That from Rode?
So it's I got the knockoff, the one right below a DJI. It's the
Ed, you just gotta get the good stuff.
Streamlight or something, I think.
You gotta get the Rode mics.
This is the one where you just clip it on here, kind of thing, and then you can.
Wait, do you have the DJI wireless
thing? Yeah, I got the wireless ones.
I got all Rode. I love Rode.
Where did I put it though?
Yeah,
I got this version. Not the DJI. I got the full air.
It'll work.
Yeah.
We'll make it work. I don't think I've announced that publicly yet.
Dun dun dun.
Sorry, Rodney.
I mean, that's how it's been going all week. Funman did it to me earlier on Wednesday.
So, Rodney Nissen, how do you feel about team projects?
No.
Thank you.
Just no.
Yeah.
That's really what I want while we're there.
I saw Alex was getting into that. What's his name? Guffey was kind of not championing teams, but he was like saying there's a use case for team-based projects, and I'm like, no, there's not.
No. Oh man. Though
The only time I can see a team-based project is if you don't have a Jira admin and you don't intend to get one. But you know what I call a team that's doesn't get a Jira admin? Former Atlassian customers.
True. Yeah, I was like, oof. I'm like, that was the fireable offense per Alex Ortiz.
having a team.
I had this concept early when I started blogging called the 7 Deadly Sins of Jira. And I'm really trying to sell that to Alex and have him use that and make a concept out of it.
Look how much better looking Bob got.
Jeez, like
I had
he's
to
just
do a
like 10
costume
years
change.
off his age.
I mean, he looks younger. He looks, spry.
Well, to his defense, he had rolled out of bed and came on. I was up at 4:30 in the morning getting ready for this.
Oh man, you guys are hard.
I was up at only 6:30.
Only, yeah. I'm due for a nap here, guys.
Now, mind you, that was 3:30 Alex's time.
Well, last time on the 24-hour one, you were taking a nap, Alex. When I came on.
No, I
He
wasn't
was.
on when you were on. I missed you.
I know you were gone. I don't know what you were doing. You were napping.
I was selling a house.
What?
So I could buy one in Austin.
How much? You got a house in St. Louis. You got a house in California. What are you? You're like the real estate mogul of Atlassian folks here.
Part of it is that YouTuber influence. When Alex wants to grow up, he wants to be a YouTuber, and so he's following the shotgun approach, right? It's going to be like he's trying to be an influencer. He'll be a financial guy like Franklin Graham, you know.
I don't watch. I've been thinking of expanding beyond just YouTube or Jira YouTube videos. And so exciting things are coming.
Mr. Beast, something's got to.
I'm gonna do like a Mr. Beast style Jira admin competition.
Oh, that would be awesome.
I'm working with somebody who I know in Atlanta. She's in the Kennesaw area.
Yep.
Or at least a little bit north of the
That's a
Kennesaw
good area.
Yeah.
And so anyway, so I told her, I was like, I have this idea to do a scavenger hunt Jira training where you learn how to use Jira by scavenger hunting your way through the tool, through the interface. And like you got to solve some riddles and puzzles and stuff. And so she's a game, like she makes games, like board games.
Okay.
And she's like, I'm totally gonna help you out with that. So we're gonna start noodling on how to do like some sort of a gamification based training. But you gotta like explore and solve. Because I've done something very similar where you had to go into. It was kind of cool. Like you were on Instagram and you were looking at pictures of just people.
Mm-hmm.
Like so, you looked at Instagram and you read through the pictures. But then you look at the profile and it was like the birth date, right? And then so there was like what year was this did this happen? And it was in a ticket, like it was in an Instagram description somewhere or a hashtag for one of the pictures. So you had to like look at all the details because that the date of birth that was on the Instagram profile was like a clue for something. The number of pictures on the screen wasn't a clue for something. Like the hashtag was a clue for something. So like there's hidden things that you can put in a field or a version or a component, right? Like to hide details that you kind of need to like to unlock to the next level. You gotta like go figure out, okay, what's the fixed version and like track those down and stuff like that.
Okay.
Because like you know how you have unreleased fixed versions and released fixed or versions, you gotta like toggle them so you can see the release ones.
Yep.
So you'd have to explore the UI of Jira to then be able to like answer the question so you can get to the next puzzle.
Jira capture the flag.
Something that's like I'm trying to, but I'm not very creative, so that's as far as I can get you.
No, there's totally something in attachment that you have to like inverse the colors to be able to see.
Here's an Excel file imported into Jira. Do a bulk update on this, but yeah, that's kind of what I'm trying to do that work because you have so many places to hide, right? Like the project category. right? Like you got to go look at the categories, and like that's a place to hide a clue. The title of a ticket, the due date of a ticket, the resolve date of a ticket, the resolution of a ticket can be all like a bunch of like, you know, puzzle pieces or clues that you need to do for like this escape room type of thing.
And, you know, another question to Atlassian, hey, why do you have a component for a project, but you also have a component for Compass, the same name, they're totally different. Why do you do that?
No, the release is the worst, man, right?
Yeah.
Because you got releases, which
Yep.
you create versions in, which you then use in a fixed version field or an effects version field. Then you have releases for your CI/CD, which are not related to the other releases.
Totally separate.
And then when you go in the plan and you try to look up releases, it's release.
It's just release. Yeah.
And Alex, how are you feeling about the team field?
Shut up. I don't even talk about it. Did I tell you what Atlassian did to me on that team field? They made that global.
Yes, you have.
Yeah.
Have I told you, Ed?
Actually, one of the things about that team field that will that actually kind of affects
our book
is we've spent some time in our book talking about
this should be a picture.
Yeah, so we spent some time in our book.
Put your face a little bit. I will book a little higher now. There you go. Oopsie. Wrong buttons. I can't do it. Somebody else take the screenshot.
This section of the program brought to you by.
And then Bob with his
So something that is definitely going to be that we'll definitely have to touch upon in the second edition of
Don't
the
even
book
get
is that
I'm withdrawing.
Ops Genie's functionality is being sucked in and into Jira and the other Atlassian tools. Guess where they're putting all of that functionality as far as like on-call schedules and alert levels, things like that.
The team section?
It's in the team section.
No, and I don't know if you read my part of the chapter, but the team that you create in Ops Genie is not the team that you make in the other tools.
Well, now it is, or it will be. As soon as Ops Genie gets like hip chatted out of existence, it's going to be part of the it's what they call the operations section of the team.
Yeah, but the team field, Ed, in case you didn't catch on, they centralized it.
Mm-hmm.
They globalized it too, which I'm okay. Make the team field the same for Ops Genie, Bitbucket, Jira, Confluence, right?
It's still not the same for Compass though.
Right. Exactly, right? Like they're not the same. So they got to make them the same. So I'm all for that. Do that. But where they screwed me over is that the team is now standardized at the org level. So if you have multiple instances of Jira, those teams have all just become one pool of teams. And so what happened to me was I have a client with 23 Jiras, right? Some other Jira admin was like, I don't recognize these teams. Delete. Well, all my boards were team equals this, team equals that. And that broken. All went away in a second. And I'm like, why? Atlassian, why do these teams across orgs? If the tickets can't talk to each other, why would the team talk to each other?
Bob, do you know Katerina Curdy from Atlassian?
No.
She's a developer advocate kind of thing, and so she saw our book, and then she I'll put in the comments here.
Oh, okay.
She's like, next time on our version 2, we're going to add custom merge checks and dynamic pipelines. She's like, let's talk. Like,
oh, yeah. So dynamic pipelines. It was actually like kind of on the cusp of when we were starting to write on Bitbucket pipelines and using Forge. So that would have, definitely want to start looking at
Wait,
that.
but in all seriousness, when are we going to start talking Rev 2?
Shit, we can almost do it now. I mean,
2 days before the day after
almost do it now.
tomorrow.
I still need to do Rev 2 of my first book, so you know it's.
But this pack, we got to get Pack T involved, no?
Yeah.
I just want to see Alex and Ashwin fight again.
Dude, those people are radio silence ever since we published.
They got what they needed. They don't need us anymore.
So here's my just real quick. Here's my one Scott Farquhar
memory
story. When I first met him, I had no idea who he was, and I asked him what his name was. This was like 2013, 2014, like one of my first summits. And I knew who Mike Cannon Brooks was. I had met him, and for whatever reason, I just didn't know Scott. You know, I just he was the name, yes, but the face and everything, no. So we were at the community leader dinner, and he was literally sitting at our table, and we're all talking and talking, and I was like, talking to him, like, and what's your name again? He's like, Scott, Scott, not like Scott Farquhar, he's just like Scott. I'm like, all right, cool, Scott, man, it's awesome. Talking to him and everything, and then I think I was talking with someone else at the point. I was like, yeah, Scott was cool, man. I was talking with him. He knows a lot about the Atlassian stuff, kind of thing. And they're like, yeah, that's Scott Farquhar. I'm like, oh, that's Scott.
That makes sense.
Bob at Team this year, we're at the welcome ceremony for the community leaders. And Bob's like, hey, this is Stephanie Grice. I'm like, hi, Stephanie. What's up? And she's like, oh, not much. Just a huge fan of your content. I'm like, thanks for watching. And we go on to the next person. And then the next day is the team workshop thing. And I'm like, she's been up there quite a long time.
Oh, that's Stephanie Grice. Okay.
Look her up on LinkedIn, VP of Community. I'm like, freaking Bob, you couldn't have told me she was a VP of Community.
I didn't know she was a VP.
You could have at least told me she was important.
Bob threw you under the bus, man. He's like, oh.
Bob's
He's been doing that a lot.
Why
That story about the 24-hour live stream was very much tailored to make me look like the villain.
Also, for the Jira Life going forward, all intros and outros will have a Star Wars like disclaimer of you can't sue us. You can't sue us, and that my opinions and views are not those associated with the Jira Life.
I think that's required after you told people to drink gasoline.
I didn't tell them to drink gasoline. I told them that our gasoline is like water.
You said you could drink our gasoline.
I said yes, but I didn't say drink it.
It was inferred, basically.
It was inferred, yeah. Well, you're an idiot if you're inferring.
The problem with idiots is you can't make anything idiot-proof because they always make new improved idiots.
Right. But there's still a thing such a Darwin Award, and if they want to earn a Darwin Award, that's on them.
True.
And it's not that I'm worried about. By all means, let them earn the Darwin Award. I just don't want their family suing us afterwards.
Can you imagine if every person that had a Darwin Award got sued? Or sued?
It's happened.
There's a certain level of common sense that people. It's an accountability problem. You need to take accountability for your actions.
I mean, while I agree with you in principle, I have to live in the real world, and the real world is very litigious.
I'm pretty sure, though, like, jokes aside, our gasoline is like water, though. There's nothing igniting in there.
You guys literally have refineries on the beaches there. Like in LA,
Not to mention, Alex, you have electric. Why do you care?
I know. My wife made me go to a gas station to put gas in the gas tank for her lawnmower in my Tesla. So there I am standing like an idiot in a gas station with the Tesla.
So there are times when, and I'm gonna go with the old school Tesla. I started my EV journey before Alex in 2016, where we decided to take a gamble on a Nissan Leaf, and great car for what we want to do. I'm never going to take the Leaf on a trip to California, but day to day, getting groceries, things like that, it's perfect, right? So
there are times when I do take the Nissan Leaf to a gas station, and that is to stop by the pump, get out of the car, go to the squeegees and the winch, and just wash the windows, because that's about the only time I ever washed the windows. Not the
Nissan Leaf. My wife's not a big fan of the Nissan Leaf. We almost got that before the Tesla.
I mean, in general, I'm not a big fan of Nissans. Just putting that out there. No reason why.
So I will say that the battery on the Tesla is probably going to last longer than the battery on the Nissan Leaf, because Nissan, they don't have a cooling system for the battery. It's air cooled, which is the kiss of death in Arizona.
Yeah, in Phoenix. Good luck.
But I will tell you that because of the cooling system, my batteries or my Tesla was hurting the whole time because it was just fighting to keep those batteries cold.
So I just got my notification that I can configure a Cybertruck if I want.
Did you get it? Are you gonna get it?
I would keep away. I'm just hearing bad.
I would wait at least another 50 to 100,000 more units. Still working out the kinks.
Wow, the biggest Elon stand just said, hold off on getting that Cybertruck.
I mean, if you want a truck,
do not do your
Honda. I would
rig.
probably go with a Rivian before I went with the Cybertruck.
Either that or the F-150 Lightning, I guess. I don't know.
I mean, even the F-150 Lightning is still
I'm personally getting the Cybertruck, but I'm waiting to VIN number 100,000 and up. Tesla's got a lot of kinks that still got to work out, and they've only made 20,000 of them.
Yeah, no doubt.
There's still a lot of fit and finish problems from what I've seen.
But Tesla always has a lot of fit and finish problems.
Tesla already has those are not problems that as a Tesla owner you worry about.
It's a problem as any sort of car owner I would worry about.
So many people have gone like the Ferraris and Lamborghinis, and you'll see the same fit and finish problem.
If I'm paying that much for a Ferrari and Lamborghini, I'm sitting that back going, what is this?
Yeah, but you're gonna see it. Go up to a Ferrari.
Oh, I know, I know, but I'm still just saying no.
Just get the Corolla and you'll be happy.
I'll stick with my
Honda Ridge,
my truck.
I do like my truck. I got the F-150 Lariat.
F-150.
You might as well get the Lightning then.
That's what I was thinking. And I have a buddy out in Austin who has one, and I rode around in it. It's pretty cool.
Yeah, I get the 150. The only problem is that Ford's killing their EV division.
I know. I'm like, well, I'm not sure how that's going to play out a couple years down the road, but
yeah, because I have a Honda Clarity and I got the same problem. Like, man, I have number 1,600 and something, but they don't make them anymore, sell them, or probably even know how to work them.
Yeah, I think the next EV, I was solidly looking at Ford, but if they're gonna, I don't know.
If you're getting an EV, the only EV to get is a Tesla. I will die by that.
I don't know. Those Kias are looking nice.
Yeah.
Every time I go to Austin, I get an EV, and I've had the Polaris, I think.
Okay.
That was kind of,
Polestar.
Sorry, Polestar. Yeah. That was kind of cool. And then I had I think I had an Audi one, an EV.
Okay.
I haven't had a Tesla yet, but
Hertz just had a fire sale on all of their
Model 3s.
So
yeah,
when I first, here's how bad it was. I'd never driven an EV before, so I went to Austin like one of the first times, and I'm like, I'm getting an EV because I just want to see what all the hype is about. I'm sitting in the car, and I had to YouTube how to start it first of all.
Don't get in a Tesla then,
or no, how to turn it off or something like that. I'm like, where's the off button? I'm like, so I had to figure out how to go to which screen, and then so I was YouTubing.
That's why you're gonna love that Cybertruck then. It's so intuitive. I left I have two electric cars, and my Tesla spoiled me so much that even on the other electric car, since it tries to be more of a gas car, I left it on the other day. I left it on and I was trying to charge it, and so I was like opening the charge port, and my the key fob, it was blinking red. So I'm like, because it's died on me before, where the key fob has died. I'm like, I'm still getting power, but it won't open up the charge port. And I'm like, okay, let me open up the trunk, and nothing's opening. And I'm like, what the heck is wrong with this car? And I look inside, and I'm like, the car's on. I'm like, freaking Tesla. Because on your Tesla, you park.
Yeah.
Heck, all you need to do is open the front door, and it will park itself for you.
Okay.
Right. So, and then you close your door, and you walk away, and everything else is handled for you. And you come in, you put your seatbelt on, and you put your foot on the brake, and you're ready to go wherever you're gonna go. And when you arrive at your destination, you optionally can park it, or you could take off your seatbelt, and it'll park itself.
Yeah.
And so there's a lot of dynamics in that.
Yeah. Polestar, I'm like on my phone going, how do I turn this off? I don't want it to keep running.
I ever tell you my story about St. Louis and my first night there?
I don't think so.
So I get to St. Louis. I told half the story earlier, Bob. I was stuck in Phoenix, and they told me that we may not be able to make it to St. Louis depending on weather patterns. And I'm like, what's a weather pattern?
It's a weather pattern.
We don't have those. We don't have clouds in California.
Wind, clouds. What are you
Yeah,
talking
we don't
about?
have any of that. Rain, none of that exists here, right? So I was like, all right. So we get to St. Louis. Everybody claps. I've never had anybody clap on a plane before, but we clapped, and all the little lights to tell the plane where to land were underneath the snow, and we used up that entire runway to stop that plane.
Oof.
Right? It was bad. Then I get off, and have you guys seen Cool Runnings?
Yeah.
I had a little Cool Runnings moment where I'm about to go out the terminal. All of a sudden, you get hit with that 0-degree weather. I ran right back in. I took everything I had.
That sounds like me and my wife coming back from our honeymoon.
I put on everything I had because I was so cold. And so then in St. Louis, you got to take like a little shuttle to the airport or to the rentals because it's not on the terminal. So I get on that, and this is the first time I'm seeing snow in my life. And the guy who gets it there drops me off at the front gate. I get my car rental, and the guy hands me a stick, and it's got like a brush on this side and like a chisel on the other end.
Yeah.
And I'm like, what's this for? And he's
You'll
find out. He's like, you'll find out.
You find out when you can't see out your window.
Yeah. And so and then my car, because I'm Avis preferred at that time, was all the way at the front with everything ready to go. I didn't even need to go to the front desk. So now I'm walking on snow for the first time. That was weird. And I get to the car. I get in there, and I'm like, how do you turn this thing on? Because it's the push button. I'm like, okay, cool. Well, I got it on, but this was pre-push buttons, every car being push button, right? I get it on. I'm like, great. How do I get the heater on? And this is BMW's iDrive. So you know that iDrive, there's one knob that does 1,000 things. So I'm trying to figure out how to get the heater on. And I finally figure out the heater. And I'm freezing because it's 0 degrees. My body has never been below 50 degrees ever. And now I'm at 0. And I just want to survive. And I finally get it all on. I get everything on. I get the snow off. And I figured it all out, like 45 minutes in freezing temperature. And then the car won't move, because it's been stuck in the snow the whole day.
Oh.
So I give it a little gas, and it doesn't do anything. So I give it a lot more gas, and I get it to move. But now I'm on the brake. I did the 2 cardinal sins you're not supposed to do, which is accelerate heavily and slam on your brakes, all within 2 seconds of each other. Yeah. And I'm sliding towards cars. So I crawl my way back to the front counter, and I'm like, please tell me this car has every insurance imaginable, because I can't guarantee it's coming back in the same condition.
You know how I signed off on not going on the insurance? I changed my mind. Can I re-sign the papers?
Yeah, I need everything.
I need everything, all of it. Yeah. So she's like, you're good. Boring pays for everything. I'm like, awesome. She says, again, this might be the last time you see this car. And it's got like 4 miles on it. It's a brand new movie. Anyways, I get out, I get on the street, I get to my first intersection, and it's a red light. I'm like, okay, it's my first time traveling outside of California. We have a California rule. Those are illegal in other states, apparently. So you got to stop at a red light. But then life hit me with another curveball. In St. Louis, a lot of the streets have a dedicated right lane turn, where you don't have to stop because you have your own right lane. So I'm like, do I still stop because the light is red? or do I go because I have my own lane? I've never seen this phenomenon. So I stopped. Apparently you're not supposed to because there was a cop to my left who saw me. And so I get on the freeway, and it's at this point, it's past midnight. I get on the freeway. I'm like, great. Now where are the lanes at? There are no. So I get behind
These are
another
more of a suggestion.
Yeah, so I get behind another car, and luckily I only had to go one exit, and I get to the next exit, and I get out, and I pull into the hotel, and the cop, I kid you not, pulls over the car that I was driving behind, thinking I guess he must have been slowing everything down. So I get into the hotel, and I'm like, where do I put this thing at? Because there's no parking spots anywhere because they're all under snow. So I'm like, I'm just gonna leave this car here, and I'll figure it out tomorrow morning. And that was my very first night in St. Louis. That should have been like, go back to California and don't even think about crossing Vegas.
Alex, you know I say this often, but your California is showing.
Oh yeah,
I know. So to go to Florida last week and the weather pattern interrupt, like my dad's like, how did you not know? I'm like, I don't check the weather before I leave my house. I know what the weather is today, tomorrow, next week, and the next year. It's the same weather.
So this is going to be an interesting Texas adventure if Alex does put roots in Austin.
yes.
Because Austin weather is nowhere like California.
I survived 3 years in St. Louis. The only reason I left St. Louis is for my family, but this year I plan on taking the family.
So, but think Austin less like St. Louis and more like Phoenix. You won't get up to 110. You'll definitely get up to 100.
It's hot. You can get hailstorms.
I'm prepared. I'm not worried about the weather. I survived 31 months in the Lou, but I don't know. We'll see. Maybe I'll make my way down that line.
Get the passport, Alex. It's too much minutes for other countries.
And then I find out that like in Germany or Poland, they don't even have air conditioners or heaters.
Yeah, true.
I mean, do they really need it?
I see people sweating on the cameras.
Oh, this is a vote that really counts.
Yep. So this
We still got to get Alex some passport though, because we need to get him
you
over
guys should
there.
have seen my first tornado. That I need a new pair of undies after that one. The first time I had to drive, my wife and I, we lived 11 minutes away from work, and the one time we dumb enough to go in the snow, it took us 2 hours to get home. It's a very weird feeling when you get in your car knowing that you might not come back in one piece. Because you never know when you're gonna have an accident, but like when it's snowing and you're driving, like you know that you might not come back. It's a very weird sensation to just know. That's why I like earthquakes, right? Because they just hit you. You don't know.
Out of nowhere.
I don't know. They just hit you, but it's okay because they're gone in like 2 seconds. But I would freak out more about the tornadoes because the damn weather people were like, it's crossing this highway, it's crossing this street, it's crossing over here. And like,
and as long as you're not on that highway they're mentioning, you're good.
But they're too close.
And if you are, the whole point of the mission is for you to get out.
But I'd rather not know. I'd rather just go. I'm like Schrodinger's cat, man. I'm not opening the box.
You know, I will say one thing. And Lina, if you already have this, I want the recording. I want to see how much Alex freaks out over a tornado siren.
I don't freak out now. I did 31 months. I survived. The only reason I would still be in Missouri if it wasn't for my family. I didn't come back for the weather. I came back because it's lonely. That's why for Texas, I got uncles and kids and family and cousins. And then I'm trying to convince my parents to also buy the house with me. But if she doesn't buy one, then I tell my mom I'm not moving until she dies. So for now,
so either mom is coming with us or we're staying until
you're not. Yeah.
Until mom's not with us.
Yeah. Well, I mean, if you're building, a lot of builders these days are starting to do the multi-generational homes where there's actually kind of a separate suite, if you will.
Oh,
I want a whole compound, Bob.
Suite.
I want a whole compound. That's what my cousin did in Austin. He's in Hutto, or we call it Juto, but in Hutto, and he just got like 12 acres, and they're just plopping up houses for each of my cousins. I need at least 6 houses, but 6 houses at like $300,000-$400,000 is still cheaper than what I got here.
No, just you can get them those prefab houses that they can assemble real quick.
Have you seen those prefab houses that are from shipping containers? Could do that.
Isn't that what Elon lives in now? Elon lives like in a portable house that you just erect in like in 20 minutes.
I think it's boxable. Was that?
Yeah, that one. Yeah, boxable.
Yeah. See, you can have a whole Ortiz compound, man.
And then that work remotely. I don't need to be that close to
LLC, corporate
downtown.
offices.
But I would like Austin. I think Austin would be the good one because again, Atlassian's there. I got family there.
It's cool setting. Yeah.
The weather's more manageable, I think, because I think Dallas gets too many tornadoes and Houston gets too many hurricanes.
Mm-hmm.
I will say there was
the
a
heat that you have to worry
opportunity
about.
not having an Atlassian office in Atlanta.
I know you when you're in not having the teams because of AT, ATL, Atlassian. Yes, we know.
It just makes sense.
It's marketing 101.
Somebody dropped the ball at Atlassian there. I'll give you that.
Yeah.
That needs to be a shirt at like ATL and then ASEAN.
I think
Or just do the Atlassian
I think
Ace
their
as
new
the
Ace
A in
colleague
ATL.
could do that.
Yep.
What did you say, Bob?
And I might.
You just got to do
Sorry,
it like
Ed.
this, like at Atlassian.
No, you don't even have to do that much.
Just a
Just
big
do
A?
the Atlassian A, the stylized Ace, and then put TL after that. I mean, I think that should be a shirt for the Atlassian Community Group here.
Yeah,
Totally. Yes.
Yeah, the get your new co-lead on it.
Yeah, I'll get Marquetta on it.
Yeah, in St. Louis, they put the arch, right?
Yep.
Wonder why they put in California. The Dodgers.
Well, ask Brian later on.
I know, right? Tell Brian we should do something. Brian lives so far away from LA. It's like not even funny. Brian's over there, way out there in Edwards. Which, by the way, if you guys are ever down that way, there is Musical Road. You should definitely try it.
What do you mean? You have to like you have to hit like the grooves in the road at a certain
specific speed. Yeah. Then they did that. But except here's the story. I don't know if you guys have heard. So this was for a commercial way back in the like 10, 15. Well, it's gotta be more than 10, 15 years ago because we went in 2017. But there's this Musical Road, and so they cut the grooves, but they miscalculated the grooves and the tires and the distances and all that. So instead of sounding like dun dun dun, it sounds like dun 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 dun. Dun. So it's totally off. But then all the neighbors, because it was close to a city, they all got pissed off with all the sound. So they cut it out and rebuilt it to the same specs. So it's still wrong today.
Still wrong.
Even though they rebuilt it, like they didn't like copy paste, like they didn't cut it out and paste it. They like flattened that one and rebuilt another one farther away, and they didn't have the foresight to go, maybe we should fix the groove so it actually sounds like the song. But it's still kind of cool. I did it twice because I'm never coming out here to the middle of nowhere. Oh, California. I'll miss you so much. Until now, we get to enjoy.
Mm-hmm. I mean, you're dedicated to at least stay till after next April.
Exactly.
Yes. How are we going to have a party at your place if you've already moved to Austin?
Easy. My mom will never sell her house, and will never rent her house. My rentals are going for like about $6,000 a month to rent out my house.
In California or St. Louis?
In California.
California.
And we're renovating another house that we're going to rent out for like $3,000 or something.
Nice.
Rents and mortgages are expensive here. My mortgage in California right now is $5,000.
Well, I mean, the rates are ridiculous still right now. So
Yeah.
So we're almost done. Ed, any other memories?
Just the ones that we're making now, man, with the Jira Life community creators.
You ever think you'd be writing a book?
Nope. So got to give the King Bob Wen props on that, because that was a awesome experience.
You have
thank
better
you.
choice of words than I would. Not the words I would use to describe his friendship with Bob. What is his experience with Bob, I should say.
No, it was cool.
I don't think Bob was your biggest issue. I think Ashwin was your
Ashwin,
I would
biggest
say
issue.
deceit was No, I'm just kidding. I will never publish again.
I don't know, Alex.
We'll
Never
see
say
about
never.
that.
We'll see.
I'll go self-publish. I'll self-publish any day, but I'm not going through with the publisher. Unless it's like O'Reilly or something.
See, I think you're going to have to, because they at least keep you to somewhat of a schedule. Alex's self-publishing will be like 10 years away from.
You know, right? The same way I've been working on my 3 new Jira courses for the last year and a half.
Yeah.
And my app for almost 2 years.
That's right.
At least you know what the app's going to do now.
That's why I did it, right? Because it was how do you write a book?
Yeah, no, I think
I have an idea. I told my wife. I have an idea. I told my wife, and I think I know a workaround, but I don't know that Pacty will be happy. But I may have found a way to make money off that book.
Oh, without going through Pact?
Yeah, without waiting for their royalties.
Oh. Alex is going black market already.
Yep.
It's legal. I don't think it's illegal. But fifth entrance.
It's
The views of Alex Ortiz are not representative of those of
scrolling. Disclaimer. That's awesome. Who else you guys got lined up for today?
Well, right now
we're about to have a game hour. If you still want to join us, you're welcome to stay.
Yeah.
But again,
I thought Josh was going to be on the whole time.
I mean,
Well-
Josh is still on. He's also welcome.
It was one of those where as soon as you started putting people into hours, you kind of pigeonholed them.
I wasn't, but this wasn't supposed to be hours. This was supposed to be like 20 minutes. Come and talk and drop out. And I was expecting to have
We
like
didn't
30.
have enough people for that.
I know. I don't understand what happened this time. I would have thought we would have way more people.
It's a holiday weekend and Saturday.
Yeah.
True.
Friggin' Scott, you gotta have picked August 31st. Although,
What do you think his day is gonna be like today? Like, just
well, first of all, there's no Labor Day over there, as I found out earlier. So, Bob
I
had
mean,
me
it's
running.
also still
you think
Saturday.
he walks into the office and like gives in his like little badge and
I know you think they took his badge away.
laptop?
No.
I don't think I think they would let him keep it.
I still think he has. I still think he has an office. I mean, come on, you're a member of the board. They're not gonna.
Yeah.
Remember, there's a difference between retiring and stepping down.
Bob still thinks that he's somehow involved, like maybe a secret project or something.
I mean, he's not the only one who thinks that.
Did you guys see WWDC this year? Of course
No.
not, because you guys don't like Apple as much as I do.
I
No
don't
one
think
likes Apple as
anyone
much as
on
you
this
do.
planet loves
The
Apple as much
WWE
as you do.
Yeah.
WWDC usually has an opening scene. Okay.
I miss the old style where Steve Jobs would kind of give WWDC. I used to being not to Alex's level, but I would actually, they used to simulcast the keynotes at the Apple store. And I would actually go there and watch those simulcasts. That was when I had an abundance of time. Now I don't.
Yeah.
Not so much.
Phil Schiller here. So Apple did their WWDC, and they the last couple of years, since it's all recorded, they've gotten a little creative with like the opening scene. And so this year they had oh boy, what's his name? The head of software, the guy with the white hair.
Yeah, I know who you're talking about.
Yeah, I want to say Scott Forstall, but that's the one that got fired.
Nope, not Scott.
Yeah, but anyways, so they had the head of software, like, so they're gonna like shoot out of an airplane and land at the Apple thing, right? But Phil Schiller is flying the plane, and Phil Schiller, like, they're retired, like, chief marketing expert that Steve Jobs hired in like '98, and like he was like at the forefront. It was Steve Jobs and him and Phil Schiller doing like all the presentations up until like Steve Jobs' death. But in this one, Steve Jobs died, what, 2013? Something like that? Yeah,
Right,
I think 2013, right? So they got Phil Schiller flying the plane. He's like, I'm getting too old for this. And he's got he put his original iPod as his like his music player. He's like, I'm getting too old for this. So I can imagine Scott at 30 years from now is going to be like, I'm getting too old for this. Still at Atlassian, but just super on like stealth mode. Sarah says, hello, Ed.
Yeah, she's back.
Sarah's been in and out the whole day.
Yeah, I saw her on earlier.
Yeah, kind of like Rodney.
Yep. I mean, after all Alex put us through last time, it was only fair I got some time off.
So we're playing this game?
I mean, yeah.
Jackbox TV. Enter room code.
Ed, you want to join?
I am actually going to go terrorize my daughter
That is absolutely fair and justified.
to get her college stuff going. So,
Just tell her C's get degrees.
yes. Yeah. But I'll pop. I'm gonna. How long you guys go? You got how long you got?
Like another 2.5 hours.
2.5 hours. Okay.
Yeah.
I'll pop on right at the end then.
She gonna come to California? Tell her we have the top-notch universities.
She was looking.
And
She was looking at
California
Arizona
prices?
State though, Bob. ASU.
She can live in my state and use my address.
Well, if she does go to ASU, and you drop her off, we definitely have to hit the Chuck Box. Best burgers.
So what the heck is a Chuck Box, man? could have been tripping many different ways.
Yeah, no, Tempe's a cool town.
Yeah.
Cool. All right, fellas, I'm gonna bounce and then I'll come back at the end and see what you guys are up to.
All right.
Hey, Sarah's joined. Look at that. Oh, see, now Sarah took the duck. You know, Sean's got nothing.
Wait, where are we going? Oh, Jack. Oh, sorry. I have still. Sarah, you want to come on camera? She's like, nope, not yet.
I got my time on camera coming.
Give her the code. PG. I'll give her the code. I'll
She can see
She
the
already
code.
has the code.
She has the code.
Yeah, because she's going to be on for our last hour.
Forewarned is forearmed. I'm not camera. I should have gone with Scott.
I would have freaked out a little if you had.
Here, I'll be this. I'll terrorize.
Is it A for anarchy or for Alex?
Atlassian, dude. That's why I have the Atlassian over here.
I'm doing my costume change.
Yep. Bob, because you joined first, you get control. So
Wait, should I be
when we
removing?
start?
Should we?
Oh, that's why I have to press the start button.
Yep.
Okay. All right.
I mean, do we even get rules?
Can you hear? Can you hear the screen? Because I might need to turn it up.
No, but do we get rules?
You do.
Yeah, I can't hear the audio. Is there a setting there for the audio?
That's what I'm trying to find. Come on. How do I share audio?
This segment is brought to you by Atlassian DevOps Toolchain. Available in your local Amazon store.
Where is that? Because there's got to be a way to do it.
In the settings.
Are we doing news again, though? I think we should do news. I don't think we finished.
Yeah, we should probably fill in with some news. Oh, now we're actually on the thing.
Oh, we're on the clock?
Yeah.
Round 1. What would you do if you were locked in the zoo overnight?
I have something different on mine.
Yeah.
We all have a different thing? Are we not supposed to say it out loud?
No, we're not.
Oh, well, I told you, explain the damn rules, man. We have time? Is this timed?
Yeah, but you got like 77 seconds.
That's not enough time. Just hit submit?
Yep. Meanwhile, I'm trying to figure out how to get audio going through because it should just go.
All right. I got 3 done, I guess, in the time.
That's enough.
Wait, the time's up?
No, you got 37 seconds.
It's got like 35 seconds or so. Oh, Lina's in too. Okay.
Thank you for breaking the ice.
Yep, you're done.
10,
How do I
9,
get
8, 7.
Oh.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Job. That's a lot of paper shredding. Round 1. Are we doing this again?
No, we're doing something different based off the answers we put in for that one.
Yeah.
And we each have our own thing?
So we're getting a bunch of questions, but we're going to get like a set of words from everything everyone put in. And we're going to, we're just going to kind of build our answers by clicking on the words on the screen.
Okay.
And it literally means any word on the screen.
Wow, they literally do mean that. So who's driving? Us?
We each have our
we're
own,
each
right?
playing.
Does this have to be PG?
Preferably.
Because there's a... Your application has been received. I don't get the point of this game. Ronnie, let's not let you be the game master next time.
Well, what's going to happen now is we're going to go head to head 2 at a time where, let's say it's me and you. They're going to put our answer up to a question, and people are going to vote which one was better, me or you.
Oh. Shoot, can we start all over?
Not really.
Who votes?
I don't know, but I'm
The people who didn't answer either of these two.
Oh, okay. I got it. So, yeah.
Teach you how to communicate. Dude, the one on the left is like not even a sentence.
And
So apparently win. Come on, Sarah. I personally take offense to this one, but I'm gonna vote. I had to think for a second what a pinata was.
Woohoo!
I don't know. Oops. I totally read this question wrong. Sorry, Lina.
Oh.
Ooh, that was close.
Yeah.
but is it really?
We're round one.
Here comes round two.
I don't know what that water cooler guy is yelling at me.
Okay.
Wait, you're doing this on your phone? I mean, on your computer?
Yeah, you can do it on your computer.
Unbelievable. Why am I on my phone then?
I don't know.
I said from a browser.
Yeah, I guess. I used to work at BrainCorp and they had that little Segway looking camera thing. I never got the point as to why. It always looked more like a liability than anything else. They're calling you out, Lina.
20 seconds, Lina.
Sarah,
Thoughtfulness.
just to set
Find your jumping.
expectations. Sarah, to set expectations for when you do come on, you will have like 50 minutes because we got to end before the 10-hour mark. I don't want to leave anything to chance. Also, I want to go to my party.
I mean, priorities.
I might duck out a little early now. I'm thinking about it. I'll get some tacos.
Oh, you want sandwiches?
Tacos.
I guess I'm done with my 2.
Yep, I am too. 45 seconds left. Sarah thinks she has a winner this time.
She didn't want to come on camera, so she don't count.
If she wins, she wins. Simplicity, listen to your inconvenience. That sounds silly, but when you're dealing with Jira, that might actually be some good advice.
I used to have these when we were at Boeing.
I like the joke ones.
I didn't get to vote.
If you're one of the
No, I know, but I got it on my screen, but right when I hit it, it went away. I was distracted.
one of these is not wrong.
Ooh, 20,000.
Then it got hot. Makes sense. That was all Bob too. That's not Bob.
Wow.
I've gotten 2 of those already.
Yeah, you shut out Lina twice.
This one is an interesting one. And it's just not creative enough.
Sarah shuts out Alex, although I don't know what the difference is on the synergy thing. All right.
All right, scores are.
Come on.
Woohoo! The king likes to be the king.
Taking the lead.
I think Lina got like 300 points.
All right, final
round.
All right, pay attention, folks. Now I know what I'm doing. 3rd time's the charm. I don't know if I to look at the screen on my phone.
Just one question this time.
Yeah, it's just one.
What happened?
But are they words?
I've never seen a water cooler with 2 spigots. This guy has 2 of them.
What? Hot and cold, right?
Oh, I guess. Man, you're rich.
Cold and colder.
We just had cold. Hot and cold. King Bob, what kind of a company you worked at that can afford that? We just had water. We should be so lucky.
This time it's like one type of response, right? That's all I had. That's all I had me do.
Yeah, but it had 2 parts to it.
Yep.
Sarah and Lina, she's doing her load of laundry.
Yeah, she's doing laundry.
Curiosity, you're the classic. By default, I think anyone that mentions Jira should just automatically get a vote.
Was that the rule?
No.
No. It's Rodney's rule. That's his. That's why he went with Sarah's, apparently.
Mm-hmm.
Apparently, I'm drawn more to Sarah's answers than my own wife's answers. I'm going to be in trouble after this. Marriages will be ruined because of you.
So which one you choose?
Nobody voted? Or 2 people voted? Great. Give King Bob even more points. This game was rigged. Sarah coming in from the rear.
Woohoo!
The king remains the king. You only get $68,000 though. That
better than you.
Shut up. Take a picture, Bob.
All right. So I guess since I was like the first and I have the control, there's a play again screen coming on. Oh, you're doing it. Okay.
I mean, if we're going to go back to the news,
Let's
go back to the news.
Let's do 20 minutes because I have those two links that I sent you earlier.
Yeah, I saw those links. I'm kind of interested in talking about one of those stories.
Cool. Let's do it. I'll be right back.
Did he just did a dump?
Yes, he just did.
Well, we don't have to do his stories immediately right away. We could do the other ones that before. I don't know if you still want to talk about Jira 10 or if you want to move on to the other events because those were kind of big things too.
I mean, I was going to move on. I just got to find where I had all them.
Yeah. I kind of put those away, but I can bring them back. So me.
Yeah, I am not finding them.
Here I'm gonna get the stories. Give me a minute. I'm gonna get Alex's too. Nope. And this one. All right. Let me present. All right. So one of the things that we didn't get to.
Where did this come from?
It was
You think
actually
you're the only one who had links.
You covered the links already?
No, we put them aside because you had disappeared. We're going to cover them when you got back.
A run and dump.
Well, this one was kind of left over from the news break that we didn't get to put out, which I'm going to offer the lame but true excuse that Rodney's internet was kind of flaky. But
kind of.
If you would have received a TJL news break earlier this week, we would have talked about the security bulletin that just came out. And Rodney, you had more to talk about this, where there were some remote code executions in Bamboo, and then mostly in Confluence. In Jira, it was like some denial of services that were
there was some
going on.
denial of services, but the cross-site scripting ones and the server-side request forgery ones were more interesting, because those, what they allow you to do is either pretend to be a user by having the site loaded in another tab from Confluence, or pretend to be the server itself making requests and get it to do things. Either way, you're bypassing the authentication to get an information, which also not great considering what people tend to store in Jira and Confluence and Crowd. So yeah, these were some pretty interesting issues here. I said Bamboo, we had the remote code execution, which best I can tell is actually on the product itself. These back is basically by injecting their own code, they could tell Bamboo to do anything, including give me full access to the system, please. This is the things that tend to be wormable. So this is things like if you want a crypto miner, leave this untreated. The denial service we talked about, they're not great from an uptime perspective, but it's not like people are accessing your system without your consent. So they're not great, but they're not as bad in my eyes. And then the cross-site scripting and cross-site request forgery, as said, these are just, you don't even have, the attacker doesn't have to have direct access to your site. They kind of get it through your browser by exploiting some stuff happening there. Don't see cross-site scripting too much anymore because it's usually handled by the server going, you're not supposed to access this, but sometimes it happens.
Yeah.
And we got 3 on Crowd, 2 on Jira Data Center and JSM, and then 2 on Confluence.
Yeah, 2 on Confluence, 2 on Bamboo.
Yeah.
And really the higher ones have to deal with Crowd as far as scores go.
Crowd's a multiplier because if you get to that, you get to all the systems attached to it. So that would be a higher concern.
Okay. And then one other one that we'll jump to is they announced a couple weeks ago that they had achieved the in-process status as far as FedRAMP Monarch goes, and there's a community post, an article that talks about now what, right? What does the future look like? And so it basically outlines the next milestones, including the security assessment and agency review, when they plan on having that, which is going to be Q4 of this year to Q1 of 2025. And then after that, the next milestone would be the one that everybody's really waiting for, which is the ATO, the authority to operate, where they have achieved the authorized designation, and it the certain cloud solutions like Jira and Confluence can be used in a FedRAMP environment. And that one's.
I do want to know. Sorry, go ahead.
And I was just going to say it's slated for Q2, Q3 of 2025.
Yeah, I did want to note that Atlassian, as planned on their internal plans, the first step, the assessment, should be done in Q4. But because Q4 is home to all the holidays, especially in the US, if anything goes wrong, it's going to kick it almost instantly to Q1 of 2025. That's where the uncertainty comes in here is, yes, in an ideal world, nothing happens. We're done in Q4.
Yep.
It won't take much to kick it out to Q5. And because of that play, that leads into the play into the second step.
Yeah. And Sean's got like he's putting on his best Tom Petty impersonation here. Singing about the waiting is the hardest part. So
Indeed.
Sean's back.
Sean's back. He was back about an hour ago, kind of telling me that one other thing that I could use the leaf at the gas station is to go inside and grab a Slurpee. But
I thought that was Lina. Oh no, well, Lina said something about Slurpee.
Well, Lina was, totally dissing on the leaf, which I completely get. So,
I'm telling you, this Tesla spoils you.
Yeah,
When
well,
Tesla try to do anything else.
At the time I was looking at an EV, the Model 3 hadn't been released. It would be about another year before the Model 3 would be released, and I just couldn't wait that long.
Yeah, what you said 2017, right?
2016.
Oh, 16. Oh wow, yeah.
Yeah.
Because I got my Clarity in 2018, and I got it even though the 3 was already out, but the 3 was super expensive. It was like $55,000 at the time.
Yeah.
I'm like, I don't.
Yeah, that would have been reason number 2. I would probably wouldn't have.
Do the lease or like basically giving them away
came out because it was really, really high.
Yeah, the redesign leaf. I remember when the 2018, the guy was like giving it to me for like $24,000. Oh, that's really cheap.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But I got my Clarity for $30,000. I went with that one because it was much bigger than the leaf.
And Sarah's got her things. She went hybrid. She loves it. Oh, it got totaled.
Yeah.
And got replaced with the C-Max Energy. If I remember right, C-Max Energy, that might be a plug-in hybrid.
It's a plug-in.
I don't think it was
Ford.
EV.
I think they made him. I think they made him plug-in and hybrid.
Yeah.
I mean, for the kind of driving I do, an electric probably would work great.
You don't go
but-
anywhere.
Exactly.
Tesla or bust. I'm telling you, man. Tesla or bust. All right, this I'm excited for. What is this? I've seen the programs. I didn't know it was this.
So, this kind of ties back into what Sean said. The waiting is the hardest part. One of the big things one of the big features in Safe is something that's called the program board. Actually, these days, it's called the art board.
Did they update that? This is why you need a Rev 2 on your book.
Yeah, actually, that is true. That's why I need a second edition to the Safe for DevOps Practitioners book. But what a program board does, if you are scaling and doing have a setup where you have an agile release train or essentially a team of teams, you identify on you have essentially a matrix where you have on one side your teams, and on the other side when those teams plan in which sprint in a PI, planning interval or program increment if you're going old school, are those teams going to deliver something. And you use that to help identify dependencies. If you have cross-team dependencies, you literally attach red string to identify what dependencies and which team is responsible and when they're supposed to deliver anything that you're dependent on or anything that other teams are dependent on. And that's done through a program board or an art board. And a lot of, so when scaling started becoming popular with, as far as like looking beyond just what one team was doing or trying to identify dependencies for a team of teams, this feature of having a program board which helped you identify those cross-team dependencies was really important. And a lot of marketplace add-ons really caught their stride in being able to replicate this program board. Big Picture is kind of the big example of that. They started getting onto them, and now Big Picture is an AppFire company. Structure has done it, and Jira Align is really a good example of an application that helps you identify those cross-team dependencies, not only through a program board or an art board, but through things such as dependency wheels. Now it's coming to plans or advanced roadmaps. And so this is something that I've really been kind of waiting for a long while. It's kind of gratifying to see that it actually is kind of coming out and is on something that if you have premium on cloud or if you have data center, you should be getting this functionality. It's beta.
Yeah, it says beta on there.
It's beta, so that implies cloud. So we don't know if this will be making its way to data center. I certainly hope that it will. But yeah, so if you're doing Safe, when it says program board here, that as the art board, and you can actually on cloud do this if you're part of the beta. So that's something that I've been kind of waiting for.
All right.
I'm excited for this though because Scrum really quickly dies, or falls flat. I guess is a better word. Like it's not scalable.
And that's true. I mean, Scrum certainly has its use, and that use is certainly within a
within a single team context. You know, a single product owner, single scrum master, and the rest of the team. When you start looking at going beyond the quote unquote 2 pizza team, then you're going to have to find a way of having multiple teams aligned together. And pure Scrum is just not going to cut it. You're going to have to look at something like Safe or something like Less, and even
go ahead.
And even Less right now. The one of the things that they talked about is Less has kind of said, okay, we're not adhering 100% with the Scrum guide, which which is kind of funny because Less is one of the S's in there stands for Scrum. So,
I mean,
I think
does
it's really
anyone ever
important.
really adhere to the Scrum Guide 100%?
I've never seen a team do it 100%.
Yeah, and
my code will like you to believe that everybody follows it to the T, though.
I think that's true up to a certain point, but but there's one word in the Scrum Guide that makes me think that that's true, that you don't, and that word is immutable. As soon as you change something according to the Scrum Guide, you're not following Scrum, and that seems to be a little. It doesn't seem to kind of follow any sort of thought that in order to be agile, you have to adapt. You have to find out where your shortcomings are and experiment and change.
That's always been my biggest problem, is this attitude that if you're not following 100% of the Scrum rules, you're somehow not doing Scrum Agile. And that's not the point. The point is each team is unique. Each team has their own set of circumstances, and to kind of tweak things so they work best for that team, using this as a framework.
Yeah, but then that's how you end up with the spaghetti mess that is Jira.
I mean, ideally, you would have a coach that would be guiding you somewhat.
It's easy when you have a small team. When you scale, it goes out the window. Every team wants to be unique, and the sad part is that every team wants to have synergy. But when it comes down to the brass tacks, they all don't want to be told what to do.
But I think part of that is that they're in any sort of, and I look at this as an engineer. And as an engineer, there are always going to be trade-offs. You can't have 100% of one thing without looking at the entire system, if you will. And there is going to have to be some give or take where you sacrifice something so that you achieve something else that is better for the system. And so, the great counterpart to alignment versus autonomy is that, yes, you have to give up a little bit of autonomy when you're scaling, but in order you do that so that you have better alignment, and so that all the teams, you have this alignment so that all the teams are moving in the correct direction together.
But that's easier said than done.
It is. And
it's a tremendous amount of energy and effort to get that catalyst going and then to give it traction. And I think this is something that Jira admins don't talk about enough, because we directly influence how this thing works out in the grander scheme of things.
Right.
It's never a surprise there's such a correlation between Jira admins and Scrum Masters. The two are very closely related groups because we're the people often implementing this stuff.
Yeah, we're where the buck stops with us, right? And so if your admin doesn't understand that agileness, that scalability, or even Scrum or Safe, like it makes it really challenging because then it almost seems like you're asking for far-fetched requests, but really you're just trying to get in alignment with the framework. Because I struggle with Safe right now, right? Because like Jira is not built for Safe. The biggest Safe thing right now that you can do with Jira is rename your epic to a feature. And your Jira admin might be like, well, why would we do that? But super critical.
Yeah.
The other one that we had on here was the calendar view in JSM. I get that. Does it show SLAs? That's what I want to know. Oh, let me put King Bob's screen. Oh boy, we're always fighting here, guys. Calendar views to view issues. This is interesting. I think this is an interesting functionality that they were building to JSM because when they added boards, I was like, cool story, bro. Now they're adding calendar. I was like, at this point, what's the difference between JSM and Jira? Like, why not just bring in some of those JSM features into Jira?
This is interesting. I don't know if this is I don't know what the difference is in terms of this calendar and in JSM, if you set up change management, you get the change calendar. So and from what it looks like, it's almost like it's a renaming of the change calendar, although I think part of it has to do with whether or not, because you have to look at whether or not the for start date and due date, whether or not you're aligning those with SLAs if you're using this for requests.
That's what I'm saying. Like, this would be cool. I haven't tried it yet. This would be cool if it shows you those SLAs, because due dates on the JSM tickets I hardly ever put in there, but SLAs, I'm driven by that.
Right. And due dates often in when you do change management, due dates are basically lining up with date of implementation. And so on a change calendar type of scheme, you can see whether or not you're doing this on a during a maintenance window, or or if it's on or you're setting up your change on a blackout period. So
but let's talk about that for 1 second though, because you said something interesting that triggered me. Due date is your change window or change date, right? Or whatever it is.
Mm-hmm.
What do you feel about teams in that want custom date fields so that they can appropriately track it over reusing or repurposing existing default fields? Like, what do you tell your teams when they ask you that?
So it used to be that in if you set this up and use different custom fields, it wouldn't reflect on the change calendar. But now I think Atlassian has softened. I still use due date just because it's a system field, and so I don't have to.
No, I get that. But then a lot of teams don't like. If you tell some teams need to explicitly say this is my release date, they don't like due date because it doesn't tell you what the due date is. The due date of what? So,
but
how
I think
do you counter?
Well, it's one of those where if you can use the you could set up your change calendar to use release date as the date of implementation. They've opened it up where you could actually have it show up on the change calendar that way. So, yeah, and I'm gonna bring up Sean's it depends answer. It always is gonna depend.
Always, yeah. All right, well, let's bring Brian into this mix. And hey, Brian.
Hey, Brian.
How you doing?
Oh, you're sounding a little robotic to us.
Oh, am I? Okay, hold on 1 second. Because... Is that better?
Much better.
It is.
That is the I mean, okay, now is it bad again?
Nope.
No, it's still good.
All right, so it is. Don't use the reduce mic background noise feature.
I think you're all good.
You know, I was gonna say, I hope it's not those Sonos headphones because you pay a premium for those.
I didn't pay anything for them.
Well, normal people pay a premium for them.
Who are normal people? I don't know.
No.
And being normal's not fun, anyways.
Being normal's overrated.
Is there a normal way to use Jira?
Yeah, I like to manage projects.
Shut up.
Oh,
nice.
Nice.
Brian, you're going to be the shortest lived guest here.
That is a sick Jira burn. I need to mark that.
I mean, in all technicality, he's absolutely right. Like, Brian is absolutely right. Right, Brian. Like,
yeah, you know,
that is the definition of a team managed project: is normalization of Jira. But is it though? Because it could be infinitely customized. Like, I think it starts as a normalization of Jira, but then it gets really screwed up.
Yeah, like it's weird because I think these days, yeah, it's far less likely that people are just going to randomly start you. But like if you're randomly deciding to use Jira, then you're going to start with a team managed project. Like if you're a company or if you show up at a company and they're using Excel to manage projects or Azure DevOps, you're probably going to be like, let's go with a team managed project. Or you're the administrator, so maybe you're not, but you don't know what you're doing.
Yeah, but what do you say to the people in the data center that don't even have that luxury?
Oh, well, I mean, the key is that those aren't the people who, most of the people who use Jira these days, I bet.
I mean, also, if you know enough, technically speaking, to get your data center up and running, you're probably a good enough admin anyways.
That's the argument, right? Like if you're going to be using Jira, I don't have enough visibility, right? Because the argument could be swayed either way, where assuming you know enough to go, hey, Jira is like our thing, well, then it assumes that you can handle a company managed project.
Yeah, it's true.
But do we really have people? Do we really have people out there that are like, I would assume there are though, right? Because people sign up for Monday.com all day long.
Well, yeah, we also know that people at the same company that use Jira, that have a Jira instance, sign up for Jira all day long. Because Atlassian makes it so easy.
Yeah. Oh man, what a blow to me though.
You're just like.
I think that needs to be a T-shirt.
I would love to get.
Both is there a normal way to use Jira?
Yeah, it's called team managed project.
It's on the back. It's team managed projects. I think it would be great to get. I would love to hear from Atlassian, like, what is the percentage, at least in cloud, like of team managed projects versus company managed projects?
That would be an interesting demographic or survey to look at, because my experience, just my observations, I don't know, 30 different Jiras in the last year. I would say 90-10. 90% company, 10% team. And I would say that those team people are constantly bickering and arguing and complaining about why Jira can't do X, Y, Z. That's because you're not in a company managed project.
Right. My question is, I mean, what is the smallest team size, like smallest size that you're working with there of company?
What do you mean? Like
okay, so it's 30 different Jira installations or instances. Like, are we talking every one of those has at least like 10? Like, part of what I think is that team managed projects you see a lot of when it's like a 4 or 5 person company. and there might be just an astronomical number of those out there.
I don't
And
know.
that might be what we're dealing with.
Well, I mean, it's kind of cheating though, right? Because when you sign up for Jira the very first time, you automatically get put into a team managed project.
Well, I think that tells you something though.
Well, I didn't hear
The
that last.
I think that tells you something.
Well, yeah, it does tell you something, but it's not a good thing.
Atlassian has used that kind of thing to tip the scales for a long time.
Yeah, that's a
Well,
narrative
but
Atlassian wants you to buy into.
Well, but that's because, and here's what I'm going to say. I think it's actually, I think the right answer is for most people who are just signing up for Jira to start in a team managed project. It's easier.
100%.
Yeah.
I will not argue with that any day.
Yeah.
And I
By the
think
way,
I think part of that is just in response to the Asanas and the Mondays and the ClickUps, and how quickly can we get a project up and going, right?
Yeah, I saw that too, Alex. I see what's happening. That's really funny.
You need some bill money?
No, I think I'm okay. I just didn't realize that that's what that was doing. There we go. I'm using Canva.
Oh yeah, you put there was
my
like a
iPhone.
grid. There was a grid, but then there's also bars behind you. So
That's amazing. Oh my gosh. But yeah, like I mean, I think Atlassian is continually trying to push towards parity between team managed and company managed projects.
I see that.
They're clearly not there yet. But I was reminded. Actually, let me just check one other thing. Does anybody remember when Data Center was announced?
Rodney does.
2016, 2017. I want to say it was Summit 2017.
So So I know that the Atlassian Cloud, which was then Atlassian On Demand,
Yep.
started in 2011.
Yep.
So one of my favorite narratives is people getting mad that Atlassian is quote unquote taking data center away from them to push people to the new thing, the cloud. And I would just really encourage people to remember that cloud has been around far longer than data center.
Yes, but also ship of Theseus, is it really the same cloud that was around in 2011 or even 2015?
Okay, so Atlassian has been offering a SaaS offering of some type.
Yeah. But if we remember Jira On Demand,
it's true.
That was a POS no one wanted to touch.
It was pretty bad. I have some great emails I was just looking through of like emails from Sharif being like, oh, you now have access to like, what was I part of? I was like part of the, they had like this group of people who had signed up to be like, and they called it some name, I don't remember, but they were all like people who wanted to beta test the future. Even if Jira, they would put like, because yeah, the first version, like Jira On Demand, was just basically straight up Jira server in the cloud. And so they would roll out new versions there for you to test before they put them in publicly. Fascinating times. My oldest email I have from Atlassian is 2007.
Brian, you've been around.
Yeah, I have the email I have from 2011 is from Sharif inviting me to try out the Confluence 3 beta. And when Atlassian used to use Atlassian Answers as like what before we had community.
So Brian, given your tenure here, what is your first memory of Scott?
So my first memory of Scott would have been, I think it was Summit 2015, in person, because in San Francisco at the Intercontinental.
I don't say prior to 2020, Brian. I don't think we had the in-person moniker yet. Everything was in person.
That's true. It was.
That word didn't exist yet.
It was at the Intercontinental Hotel in San Francisco, right next to Moscone West. There were only 550 people in attendance. It was held in like regular conference rooms. And I think that must have been the first time that I met Scott. Yeah. But this was a long time ago. And like at that point, I was far too young to like really even understand that like who people were even, like you when you're young sometimes you treat everybody sort of like the same no matter what.
Yeah.
And you're like, whatever, you're this person. I remember one time I met the founder of my fraternity and didn't even realize it was the founder of my fraternity. I just sort of ignored him. That was pretty bad.
That I don't know if you caught Ed Gale earlier, but he was telling us the same thing, that he was sitting down with Scott at the team lead dinner, and he was just like, "Hey, what's your name?" And he's like, "Scott." And he's like, "Okay, cool." And then later, somebody's like, "That was Scott
So
Farquhar."
good.
He's like, "Oh, dang."
So good. I love that.
That's when you
Yeah.
know you've achieved like peak humbleness, right? When you're just Scott.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, it's a really true thing about. I mean, that actually happened to me at team this year. I was over at the community booth. Sorry, the foundation booth, and was recording a video about why I am passionate about Atlassian products and specifically like community licensing. And Scott walked up to watch me filming. And like I knew it was Scott. But like I was like in the middle of filming, so I had to pretend that nothing had changed. And then I think the most embarrassing thing ever happened to me, which was the people filming, and it was the head of the foundation was also there. It was like, that was great. You're really good at this. And then I was like, yeah, well, I went to school for musical theater, so I mean, I know how to speak in front of a camera. And they're like, you went to musical theater, you should sing something. So on the spot.
That was me. I did that to you. I did that to you.
You did it to me too. Yeah, they were like, make
But
up
it was
a
recorded,
song.
so it was like we could have edited it out.
They were like, make up a song about Atlassian products. So I sang, what the world needs now is Loom, Sweet Loom.
So,
With Scott Farquhar watching me.
So Brian, I got a couple. Go ahead. You go.
I was going to say that earlier on the live stream, we're actually trying to formulate ideas of like parody type songs and try and put out an album. And I believe we just got one more entry.
I do. Yeah, that's exactly what I was going to mention. We're trying to put together an album, and Mark Crute's going to record it. So
I think we should do one. We built these spaces on Java, Java 8 or Java 7 or something. Like, we built these spaces.
There was I don't know if you guys ever saw this video, but SpaceX did Funky Town, the Bruno Mars song, but with like SpaceX theme and like
Wait,
Elon.
hold on. Did you just say that you don't mean I want you to take you to Funky Town?
Hold up. So Bruno Mars has a version of like Funky Town.
I just want to make sure that you weren't saying that Bruno Mars was the originator.
No. Sorry.
No,
Uptown
exactly.
Funk. So Bruno Mars did an Uptown Funk, which I guess
his song is Uptown Funk. Yeah, his big hit.
But then SpaceX.
Not Funky Town.
Yeah. There's guys, pop culture me. If it's not Jira, it's out of my swim lane.
Yeah, we found that out. No wonder why you do not want to make an appearance on Quiz Whiz anymore. You're just like.
So what we're going to do is we're going to create a swim lane for you called Pop Culture for Alex.
That's exactly what I need. Oops, this needs to be in the comments. So yeah, we got they call it SpaceX Launch You Up. And they basically do a parody. This is a parody. That's what we gotta do. We gotta do parodies of all these like all these pop culture songs.
What's the one today? Hot to Go. HOTTOGO. Okay, so
see, Brian, the thing I don't get though is that with the voice that you have, like I would be ready. Like Adam, you'd be like FM here. You're just ready to
pretend. Let me tell you, I actually am ready all the time. Like
all the time.
It's just a pretend that I'm not ready. You have to be humble.
That's part of the performance, though.
Pretending you're not ready is kind of like the most diva quality I've ever seen. And
I just can't do it. Oh, hold on, let me.
You got to do a High School Musical. High School Musical. They did that. She'd do that.
Yeah. Me name my mama.
All right, DJ, drop a beat. And then Brian's off. You're lucky we're not monetized yet.
I mean, whatever. Let's do it. Let's.
No, but in all seriousness, we do need to come up with like a whole parody playlist thing because
yeah, let's do it.
We gotta like we gotta see if we can get like some stage time at Team 25 to go do like a performance.
Yes, a skit.
I mean, we can always take the Chris Cook approach where we don't ask for
make the music
stage time.
video.
We just take the stage time.
Oh my gosh, what if we just
dressed up
stood
as
up?
T-Rexes?
Oh my god, what if we just all stood up and started doing like a skit in front of the stage?
Oh, just a flash mob for next year's team.
Oh my gosh.
In the middle of the expo hall.
Currently, right now, there is somebody from Atlassian marking down, put tails on each of these people.
I was going to say, they're going to scan the badges.
Oh, we already...
Oh, I'm sorry. You can't make bash.
That would be a thing to coordinate.
Mr. Cannon Brooks would like a word with you.
I mean, cool. Great.
I mean, I was...
Like, this whole thing was just a setup to sit down on there, have a one-on-one with Mike. Now we're all in a room with Mike Cannon Brooks. What's he going to do?
Great job, guys. That was phenomenal. I wish I could have done it, but I can't.
You're going one way with this fantasy scenario. I'm going to take the more realistic route, and the Atlassian Hit Squad is just going to be like,
no, not
we'll
even.
never hear from these guys again.
The Atlassian Hit Squad is going to take 7 years to decide that they are not going to implement the taking us out of the event.
Yeah, they're still on a Trello board.
Oh man! Speaking of Trello boards, listen. Okay, first things for folks, I'm no longer employed by Sonos. Unfortunately, I was part of the rift there. But that
sounds
also
like you
means
touched the bullet, though, right?
Yeah.
I heard in the news what they were doing over there. They can't revert that software. I'm like, ooh, that's not good news.
My favorite thing is that there's now a Trello board to track the fixes that are promised for the product. And I'm pretty sure that Trello board isn't tied to a Sonos.com account.
Uh-oh.
And I know that because I implemented the SSO at Sonos for Atlassian Cloud.
I would say be careful because we were talking earlier about being a whistleblower for Boeing and how they come after some people like.
I mean, I think here's the thing. It's a great example of how helpful Trello can be even in a crisis, in a situation where you're struggling. Like one person can get something spun up and put something visual that's easier for people to digest than just like a blog post or like comments on a Reddit thread. Like it gives people a visual idea of what's going on. So
and we have that in Jira. It's called the team management.
I have to go pass away now. Oh goodness.
Sorry, Mike.
So what's y'all's favorite? Okay, let me ask you this. What is your favorite thing that Atlassian has implemented in the past, let's say, I mean honestly, let's just go past a year. You don't have to go long to have a whole list of features to choose from.
Ooh.
Wait, in just the past year?
I mean, Bob, we can go 5. We can go 5 years. That's fine.
Okay. Team playbook.
I don't get the playbooks. I mean, I like the playbooks, but I need more application of the playbooks.
That's more. I mean, okay. Well, I'll tell you where you can get more applications of the playbook, which is on LinkedIn Live, where Mark has done a bunch of videos on applications of the playbooks. Yeah.
That's what I'm missing then, because just reading through them, it doesn't do it all the way for me. Like I want examples.
Yeah, Mark.
We had Mark on earlier. Yeah, we had Mark on earlier, and all he was talking about was how he's almost just barely catching his flights.
It sounds like Mark. He's going to be hopefully here with us in December because the whole team is supposed to be out here in prep for their. Since we know Team 25 is going to be in Anaheim, so they're doing a a staff event out here
In
in
LA?
Anaheim at the beginning of December. So hopefully we're getting together with that whole team and going to do something really cool, possibly at the Red Bull Performance Center. Because of course, wait, you ever have one of those moments where you forget people's names? Not Marsh, not Sven, but
That's called any day that ends in Y for me.
Yeah, because of course Dom knows people who run the Red Bull Performance Center.
Dom Prince or the
He's got his whole new series he's doing on LinkedIn too, which has been great.
Yeah,
there's now a podcast.
Yeah, he goes live immediately after we get done with the Jira Life, which would be great, except that's when we have our team meeting.
I've never known about this.
Yeah, well, he just started like I guess a month or two ago, and it just really started taking off, and they just turned it into a podcast. Speaking of, I'll be launching a podcast hopefully in December, and been working with a graphic designer on a logo, and it's going to be called Work Chat. So, Bob, you're definitely going to be on that podcast because we're going to talk about what it's like to work and why work is bad and how we make it better. Because that's the other thing, my good friends. I managed to snag the domain workisbad.com.
Brian, if you figure out there's like, I was telling my wife the other day, I was like, I need to figure out how to make a living without talking to people. Like, if I can crack that puzzle piece, like, I'd be so happy.
I'm the reverse. I love talking to people. It's just I don't like
dealing
talking
with
to them about work.
I just don't like dealing, like everybody's so difficult all the time.
Talking to people and dealing with them are two different things.
Yeah.
Okay, fine. If I can make a living without dealing with people.
Right, exactly. Like that. Well, that's called being a boss, being in charge of everything. I mean, you do have to deal with people, but you have people to deal with those people.
You don't have to deal with those people directly if you don't want to.
Yeah, but you get to choose who the people are that you deal with, and you get to hire them and fire them.
See, Ryan, this is why I talk to you. I'm not thinking on that caliber. So what's next for Brian then? What's next for you?
Well, first let me tell you what is my favorite thing that they've rolled out.
Wait, yeah, we didn't even finish that. Yeah, let's finish that.
Well, first, Rodney, what is yours?
I mean, I have to probably go with Confluence whiteboards because the thing I miss about being together is getting a team around a whiteboard and just going through ideas.
I have not spent enough time using. I haven't spent enough time using them because we have so enough. Companies collect tools. Alex, we were just talking about this yesterday. So making sure, so we didn't yet get to really use Confluence whiteboards, but I want a whiteboard product, and I don't know if Confluence whiteboard does this yet. Can you use it with an iPad and an Apple Pencil?
I don't know.
I haven't tried. I don't think so. Well, I mean, I don't know.
That's what
I'm surprised Alex can't just tell us right now.
Well, my iPad's over there. I can try it.
It's too far.
Stand by.
But yeah, I think for me, it's probably honestly Compass.
I wrote a chapter on Compass in that book.
I love I think it's always important for people to know who's in charge of what, who's responsible for what, and Compass helps make that so much more visible. And I love that when you hook it up, a bunch of stuff just happens and you don't have to configure every little thing. I think that's really powerful. I mean, the other one is Atlas. I think Atlassian's idea of, like, even though it's kind of gone now, but like their idea of the loop and that whole communication process, and not like rolling up Jira tickets to give like some sort of dashboard, just like the idea of having bite-sized communication to provide to your leadership so that captures the important pieces, I also really love.
I mean, Loom.
Yeah.
I love Loom.
For me, my favorite feature, but I haven't been able to test it out yet, but I'm looking forward to it. I just haven't been able to figure out how to use it. But on paper, my favorite feature is as an admin being able to edit those private filters.
Oh yeah.
Because that's been a pain. But I'll tell you my least favorite feature, something I just posted about recently, right? This Jira importer, they like absolutely busted it. Absolutely destroyed it. So
my least favorite thing about
who's playing the Jira importer drinking game, and how many times has Alex given you alcohol poisoning so far?
Another disclaimer number 7 of this stream. Sarah is here.
Yeah. Yeah, I haven't had to use the importer yet again because I was just been sitting inside of a company that was still using DC, but was figuring out whether they were going to move. So, but that's going to change now because I have all of this free time. Sarah.
Have you met Sarah?
Hey, Sarah.
Not officially, but I'm like one of his biggest fans. If he doesn't know that, he knows that now.
I'm so excited. Also, friends, I think I'm going to start. I don't have anything to do these days, so I think I'm going to start streaming on Twitch and like doing live configurations of Jira and like live development of plugins that I don't know how to write. So we're just going to learn together. I think that's going to be something I do too. I'm looking forward to it because I'm bored.
You should. So I'll let you in on a little thing that we're trying to do with Brittany, and that's like the battle of Jira versus Trello, where we take real world business use cases and solve them using our respective tools and see who can come up with the solution.
Jira wins every time.
I know that, but Brittany doesn't seem to share the same emotion.
Okay, my least favorite thing about Jira, I just want to name this one out, which is an integrity checker.
The heck is that? I've never even heard of this.
Oh wait, you don't know integrity checking?
Oh, that takes me back, Brian.
Well,
Why you gotta do that to me?
When I say integrity checker, what I mean is the fact that you even need it. So integrity checker is in DC, and what it and server, but what it does is it checks your Jira instance for issues such as, oh, you have a filter that is related, or you have a board that's calling out a filter that's now deleted. And this is important for things if you're using like Configuration Manager for Jira or Salto, because they rely on a lot of those things. But also if you're trying to do, when you need to go do a migration, you also need to have your stuff cleaned up because otherwise things will break when you migrate. And I guess that really gets me to the thing that I really don't like the most. Why can I create boards and filters with the exact same names?
The exact same filter.
Right, exactly. And here's the thing, and it's in the database the same way, basically. I mean, it isn't exactly, but like, also it is because Jira thinks it's the same thing and it gets confused. And I'm just like, what the heck? It's like the worst designed part of Jira.
There's a lot of questionable things in Jira. Like letting you create duplicate custom fields. Like it's a crapshoot if you pick the right one when you're doing a workflow or automation.
Honestly.
Or something.
Do you guys see my face right now? Sorry to jump in here on this.
Yes, absolutely. Go ahead.
Oh man, we just lit a light under Sarah.
So
why wouldn't you run a stored procedure in the database that would check?
But Brian, if you create a new project using a template, then you start getting duplicated statuses. So just the whole idea of the things and allowing, not only are they allowing it, they are doing it. So I got to go back on mute for a second and get back to something, but yes.
Yeah,
sorry.
we'll put you out. But by the way, shots fired here against you, Sarah.
I did, Ed. I did. I haven't tried it yet. I'm just saying, Brian thinks it's cool. You think it's cool, and I can't wait to try it. I'm trying
especially because they purchased Optic and integrated Optic, so now it like generates your API docs for you as well. And nothing is more important to companies really if they have an extensible platform than good API documentation. Actually, even if you don't internally, like the number of times that I've just seen companies where they've got issues with nobody knows what the API endpoint does. Ooh, Bob, I have a question for you. Tell me, okay, So I'm sure that you're very aware of this, but you know that there's this debate: is safe agile?
So I'm gonna run counter to what a lot of people say and say that safe isn't agile because they've seen bad implementations of safe where there's where it's basically kind of like a waterfall in disguise. I think anything could be set up as a waterfall in disguise. It's not just safe. It could be, I mean, it's safe but or Scrum but, you know, and the idea here is that what we really want to try and do is get to a point where you do have iterative development going on in kind of a defined frequency. And for the problems that safe is solving with the larger systems, I think that's fine. You know, it's moving them to a more agile way of thinking and doing. And I think that is fine. There are people in there that say that because they've seen the bad implementations and because there's a lot of the reuse of the terminology that is seen and just also the well, yeah, you know, the reuse of like common terminology and the fact that safe does grab a lot of the practices out there. But that people and just the sheer size of safe that they don't understand how it could be agile. But I actually think that, yeah, done properly and in the right context, and with the idea that you can evolve it, I think, yeah, absolutely.
I think that makes a lot of sense. It's very much like Jira, where a lot of people say Jira is a bad tool because all they've seen are poor implementations of Jira. And there's an argument that people will make, which is, well, if it's so easy to misconfigure Jira, then doesn't that make it a bad tool? And I mean, my answer is no. That's like, if it's so easy for people to be bad, doesn't it make all people bad? No. Like, tools are what you make of them.
Yeah, exactly.
And the whole thing about safe that I find fascinating is that it is attempting to address the reality that in order to run, in order to deliver products and projects that span multiple groups, multiple teams, and multiple disciplines, there has to be a level of coordination.
Yes, absolutely.
And what, like when I hear developers say that they don't like safe or that safe isn't agile, what I say is you're not, in many ways, often you are uninterested in the business. You're only interested in writing software.
Yes. Yeah. The people that have those kind of criticisms are often not interested in looking at the entirety of either the enterprise or the system that they develop themselves.
Yeah,
I just want to
you
code.
wouldn't have a job, right? You wouldn't have a job if we didn't right. Like, but if you want to code and you want to get paid to code, then we need to have a way to take what you're doing and fit it into the rest of the processes we need to do to deliver that product to the customer.
Yes.
Yeah, I think it's a really important thing for folks to think about. I mean, I think it's one of the biggest struggles for a lot of technical people in general, which is that they often struggle to connect the work that they do to the goals and to OKRs for a business, right? They just see themselves as like, well, write in Jira, and then people do whatever they do with it. I'm in charge of Google Workspace. Why, how does the work that I do help the company deliver better software? Well, I mean, it really does. I'm sure you're not writing the code, but like people can't communicate about the code that they're writing if the email isn't working, at least to some degree. Like, yeah, it's a thing that I find oftentimes in technical teams. Sarah, Atlas goals. I'm so excited to get into more of the system of work and goals. I'm just like so thrilled. I saw that presentation and was like, oh, Atlassian has finally been able to reach the place that they've wanted to reach for a long time that they've talked about.
I think that's actually kind of part. I think the kind of movement of the system work is something where we earlier it's like I think like hour two or three, we're kind of talking about as far as like the future of Atlassian, right? What does Atlassian want to be when it grows up? And I can very well make the case that Atlassian wants to be the next Microsoft. It wants to be the company that provides this integrated way for you to get your to define, communicate, and produce your work products that provide value. Right?
Yeah, in many ways, it's a more focused Microsoft.
Yeah.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. I mean, people joke a lot about like Atlassian and ServiceNow, but like that's because Atlassian and ServiceNow are both attempting to do the same thing. In many ways, Atlassian has extended into places that ServiceNow hasn't, and from the beginning, and I think that makes it a product that is stronger for organizations, especially software development that are heavily reliant on software. Yeah, I mean, as ServiceNow grew out of the service management business, Jira and everything grew out of the software development business, and that's really the big difference between them. But it is really impressive that like Atlassian managed to deliver Confluence next to Jira, like to have a really great Jira, Confluence, and Bitbucket. And like Bitbucket, okay, it's not perfect. It's no GitHub, but like it is still an incredibly solid solution for managing and for source control management.
So I heard from Jens that they built Jira and Bitbucket at the exact same time, and they just divided the room into two. And one team led by Mike was on Jira, and one team led by Scott was on Confluence. And that's how they managed to get those two together.
I believe that. I remember when we first got the WYSIWYG editor in Confluence.
That was big.
Yeah. It's wild to think that there was and then everybody was mad because they didn't have, and then remember, and then the wiki markup went away. People got so mad.
I mean, people were adamant that they need to be able to work in markup, and that they complained that they weren't able to work in markup anymore, and this just would not work. And they had to, they wasted about 2 weeks of my time trying to find something to let them work in markup again, when the answer just was no. I've already looked 3 times. This is just what has to be. Sorry.
What do y'all think is the thing that we've lost the most in moving to cloud?
Freedom.
I mean,
price and freedom, I think, right? But then I heard data center is very expensive too. But I would say control. Maybe not freedom, but control.
This is going to sound weird because cloud is easier to integrate with other cloud solutions, but DC seemed a lot easier to integrate because you had it right there. You didn't have to worry about firewall rules or anything. You had access to the database directly. You had access to the backend directly. it was much easier to integrate with homebrewed systems. And trust me, I get it. That's a double-edged sword, but that is something you don't see as much anymore with the cloud because there's so many walls around different parts of it.
Yeah. I miss UI customization. You can do it, but like it adds such overhead now. To the point that like our big players are literally, if you're going to move your JSM site using Refined, they're literally spinning up a separate site for you to do it. And I understand the technical limitations that you're running into that require that from a security perspective. But like there's a part of me that wishes that like at an enterprise level, you could get like your own like firewall instance of Jira Cloud or Confluence Cloud, and then you could inject custom CSS to your heart's content.
I never did it, but I heard that was what you could do.
We had folks at our company who loved to like retheme the structure of Confluence spaces by writing custom CSS.
I've had that, but I also had the pity of the admin going back and cleaning up when whoever was managing the CSS had left and been gone, and they really need something fixed because the latest update broke whatever they did to CSS.
Yep, very much so. That is the other problem. Like, I mean, there's a reality to like one of the benefits of cloud is that like you get the new versions, you do not have to worry about like the upgrade breaking your system in the same way that you do on DC. Well, and there is the fun hybrid world that you can live in now, where if folks want the power of DC but don't want to manage their own infrastructure, there's a lot of companies providing managed DC.
Like a team managed, company managed thing. Like, heck was that? What like what?
Well, I mean, there is a team that is managing it.
That's why, like
It
a
is a
team
project.
managed company something.
No, well, this is why you would flunk the ACP 100 exam, because there is that level of administration called Jira System Administrator, where you can control the mail handlers, those parts of the application, which is above Jira Administrator. It's a good thing you're doing the study thing on the 120 and not the 100, Alex.
I would challenge Alex to take the 100 at some point.
No, I there's a reason why I actively avoid DC. There's headaches that I don't care to deal with anymore.
Sure, but I'll tell you that the reality. But one of the truths is that we are going to move into an era, and we are already. I had an interview for a job at Stripe a couple of years ago that I didn't get because I didn't have DC experience. Because they were looking for somebody who can manage DC because of all of their regulatory requirements. And I think it's really interesting watching Atlassian do everything it can to get all of the certifications and stuff that it needs to be able to fully deliver the same sort of security that you can deliver in DC. I saw a job description recently looking for people who specifically had experience with Atlassian's government cloud. I mean, almost nobody has that experience because it's
not
so
like not
brand
even
new.
Atlassian has that experience. I challenge you to find me someone that does.
Isn't that like dysfunctional recruiting where somebody wants 10 years of experience on a technology that's 5 years old?
Exactly.
My favorite thing that I saw online recently was like, instead of you asking me for references, I want to see your preferences. I want to talk to the people that work for you. I want to see if they're happy.
I mean,
Damien with
Damien
his
here.
I never met more people. I thought Rodney was like king of DC, but apparently Damien's got him beat. Damien, when are we gonna get you on the Jira Life? I need to know who this Enigma is. Or do you guys know him?
I'm pretty sure I know Damien. I think
Damien, I think
came
I've
to
met
our-
before.
Damien's a regular, and I'm pretty sure if I see his face, like it'd be like, I know who Damien is, but
Damien and I used to work at the same company, not at the same time, but you know.
Mm-hmm.
You LinkedIn profile stalking?
But no, I said I'm started out my Atlassian journey as a sysadmin, and I like running my own tools. That's just how I'm built. A little weird, yes, but you know, it's what I do. And there are things I love about Atlassian Cloud, and I know for a fact, and I've recommended, there are certain customers that it is brilliant and perfect for. But that's not everyone. And that's been my point since Atlassian has really gone hard on this cloud first bent is cloud is great. It's a good option. It's not for everyone. You need to stop treating like it is for everyone.
Yeah, I think I agree with you. And I don't think Atlassian thinks that it's truly for everyone yet. But I watch them working really hard to deliver, for example, like the data lake. Like that's a big piece of what you need to start to have to be able to get people to have the same sort of data integration that you might want from cloud that you get on DC. But you're right, and I really don't think that DC is going to go anywhere anytime soon. And I say that because the data center team has been putting a lot of work into the Helm charts, and that we're continuing to deliver features pretty regularly for DC.
I think that's one area definitely that Atlassian having the Helm charts is really, really valuable these days to help out those sysadmins out there to make it easier to create data center instances. So.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's pretty slick. We moved, I didn't get to finish this, but we moved several of our non-production instances over into Helm from EC2. We were using Puppet in EC2, and a really old Puppet manifest. Wow. To Helm charts. It's just so much easier. Like again, a declarative state is just so much easier.
I've played around with them some, but it's always been on self-built clusters, and I don't think I have my clusters solidly built or properly built yet, because I've always had issues that, from everything I've read, I shouldn't be having.
Have you tried deploying into EKS?
No, it's K8S that I built all the VMs for myself, self-hosted.
Gotcha.
So I'm the one building it.
Show off, man.
I mean, it's on my list to do. What we have to have that conversation.
Something that I wake up thinking I'm
just like
admin.
what's your home lab setup?
My home lab. We'll get into this some other time, Brian. It's not as big as it used to be. I had to pare it down a little bit. I'm kind of waiting a little bit before I start building it back up. But right now, I just expanded my hard drive cluster on my NAS to 64 terabytes, which means it's not as big as it could have been, but it's big enough for my needs.
Yeah, I don't even have a NAS right now. But now that I have this time, and like I want to go ahead, and also likely that I can imagine that my next role might be a little more, less at a technical level and more around a consultative level. Like I want to make sure that I people still have those skills to play with. The power company has Rodney Swag.
Ed, they do actually. They do have my house flagged. I'll get a message from you like, you use more power than most of your neighbors. I'm like, I am running and cooling a server in my office.
I
That's not what eats most of my power.
I need to know more about this cooling setup. I got 2 boys with Xboxes, and we finally realized like that's a major problem for them in their room. So if you want to send me any ideas on setups for that, I am all ears.
What is it? In the data centers, they have hot aisles.
Yeah.
You blow everything.
Hot aisles.
You put everything towards the middle, and then you blow through that.
Okay.
And exhaust that out to the outside.
Dude, my Mac.
No, I'm like, do I put a fan out for them? Oh.
I think Brian's being summoned.
Why are you two out and everybody else is in? How did this happen? I don't know. Oh yeah, you guys know it's my doggos.
Yep, sounded like
priorities.
Yep. All right. Well, it's about time anyway. Y'all, this has been amazing, Scott. If you show up,
Thank you for filling in and saving our butts
of
here.
course.
Thank you.
All right, friends. Take care.
Bye.
All right. So a little more than the last hour, right? We
No,
knew
let's call it. That's a little less than an hour. I would say a little less than an hour because I don't want to take anything to chance here.
So
I thought you were just going to cut me off. I was like, wait a minute.
No.
20 minutes. Sarah, it's all yours.
I bring you content, guys.
All right.
If you guys are like all toast.
No. I want to make sure we don't go over 10.
Okay.
Yeah,
and Alex has
we
had the
lost
promise
some
of tacos,
information.
so you know.
I know.
Tacos are the only thing on my mind right now, Sarah.
I know.
You are literally standing between me and tacos right now.
So, Sarah, considering all, we have to ask this question.
Yes.
I don't think we've asked it of you yet. Are tacos a sandwich?
And I am going to go
Think
with
about
no.
it.
I do feel there's so many overlaps in so many areas. We've talked about paduggies and dumplings and raviolis, etc. But I'm going to go with no. Because I don't know the etymology of the word sandwich, but I think because they have different etymologies and different ways of coming about, I'm going, again, saying no, not the same.
So sandwich is named after
The Earl.
John Montague, the Earl of Sandwich. So he,
Yep. See?
like myself, he was a enthusiastic card player. And he wanted to stay at the card game, and what he did was he called for somebody to, and he was hungry like we are, because we've been at this most of the day. He called out for a servant to take some meat, put it between 2 pieces of bread. And voila, first sandwich ever made.
But
it
2
was something
pieces
so
of bread.
that he
Tacos,
could
one
eat it
tortilla
with one hand.
Tortilla.
Yeah, so that's why they're different, right?
One
They
tortilla,
came
not 2
totally
tortillas.
different
One
places.
tortilla.
So I
what
look
you call
at
it
it
when
under
there's
the
2 tortillas?
spirit of that original idea from John Montague, the Earl of Sandwich, something that you could hold with one hand and eat. So a hot dog is a sandwich. A taco is a sandwich. A burrito technically could be a sandwich because you could not a mission style burrito, because that still takes up 2 hands. But
Well, then a ravioli is a sandwich. You want to go there?
I often don't eat raviolis with
Because you're not
with my hands.
Toast them. Where we toast them, we deep fry them so that they become snacks that you can eat.
I mean, they are good like that.
Oh, they are really good like that. Deep fried? Ooh, now you're making me hungry.
But what about a stromboli? Is taco a stromboli?
I know, man. See? Okay. I'm going to cut you guys off, though, because you guys want to be done. And again, I have an agenda here. Can I share my agenda?
Oh, share your agenda.
As opposed to take over.
Go for it. Take over the show.
Because I got stuff because you guys have seen me, on your show, and you've seen me in the Slacks. I always have ideas, so I actually have a little bit.
And yet you have not signed up on our portal, which
Yes, I did, Bob. Because remember?
Oh, that's right. You did. I sit corrected.
Plug.
I sit corrected. You are actually November 14th. Yes.
14th. Okay, so I'm November 14th, and I'm bringing my mom to the show.
Yes.
And it's gonna be.
You are.
She's 84 years old. Because one of the things they said what do you think you want to talk about? And one of the things I always want to do is, I just stop for a moment because it sounds funny, but I want to talk about my mom because I think there are so many things, as we all do, we inherit and get from our parents, whether it be behaviors, thought patterns, etc. And the whole time I'm like, she would love these products. So that's why I wanted to bring her along. I figure if I'm going to talk about her, just go ahead and have her. And number one, you guys are going to laugh because we're like so similar. And then number two, she just, she's again 84 years old. She's got a lot of thoughts and opinions and experiences that hopefully maybe people will come and enjoy as much as I enjoy them. All right. And yes, Ed, whipping them in. So this is why. Okay. So one of the things that I said for you guys was maybe collecting videos, goodbyes, etc. perhaps. And I said, maybe I could get one for you. And I have no idea what I'm doing right now, but I just elected to share a video file. So I haven't used this program before. Is it going to let me?
Didn't we download what you had the St. Louis Ace, and you gave it to us, and I think Rodney's downloaded it so he could play it right now.
And then I'm gonna throw another one in there because I got another file from Tom Crespi. Oh Jesus, why did I'm like panicked and I can't use Slack. I'm like Alex on a test right now, trying to figure out how to add a file here. And I'm like, oh my God, what do I do?
Not that bad. I don't all of a sudden forget Jira.
Okay, hey, I got one.
They're with the low blows today, man.
You know what? Brutal. Oh, I just uploaded the entire wrong thing. That's hilarious.
Okay. So
hang on, not that one.
Yeah, ignore that one.
Isn't that hilarious? Thank God it's in there. It's just us guys. Actually, my files are out of order. Okay, so show the one that I sent you, and then I will work on getting the more correct ones.
All right.
There now.
We love you, Scott.
So that was from our St. Louis Atlassian. I can't say. I don't even now know the name. What's the name of the conferences now? Because I want to say Summit. I'm only going to say Summit. I can't even.
Well, then it's Summit.
Team. So number one, I still say OGs. Number two, I still say Summits. Okay. So there was that. And then
number three, you didn't invite me to St. Louis. I could have gone.
No, I am. I'm working on this, friend. I am. Okay. So then the next thing you can see, which by the way, I don't remember if it was in the video of the goodbyes, but there is also just an image of the St. Louis Ace. And it's really hilarious because it's like Serena Williams is in the background. And so it looks like she's also a part of our Ace because she was on the monitor.
Serena Williams, Jira.
Yes, exactly. She's like, I'll miss you, Scott. Okay, so then you have a video from Tom Crespi, who has been the leader of the St. Louis Ace OG we are in our 10th year here. He has done amazing things. He was the one who first introduced me and started talking about the Atlassian products. And I'm like, who cares? And then I started using the Atlassian products. And then I'm like, Tom, you should hear about these things I'm using. He's like, you already know about these. I've been telling you about them for years. He's been using, since nearly the beginning. And so this is a little video because he is somebody who has met Scott and had conversations with Scott. So he recorded a little goodbye message that you guys can share.
All right.
Hello, Scott. This is Tom Crespi, the St. Louis Ace leader since 2014. So we just celebrated our 10th year in February. And memory I have of you is that at the 2014 summit, at the, I guess it was the AUG leader dinner, still back then, I was given this award, the All the Summits Award. And I believe at the time I was one of 3 customers that had attended all 6 summits to that point. And I have not been to 6 since, been to a few, but you had come up to me and said that to that point I had been to one more than you, because you had to skip 1 year due to, I believe, the birth of one of your children. Maybe it was your first child, I'm not sure. But anyway, it was a fun memory. Good luck to you in your next chapter, and take care.
Yay. See, I clap at plane landings and videos that nobody. And then that's the picture, right? Where doesn't it look like she's like, hey, like she was presenting at our ACE.
Is that you in the front?
It is me in the front. Yes. So I think we had 57 people there. So that was really fun. Giving stuff away. All
That's
right.
a lot of people.
It was. It's
That's a good healthy AUG.
Yes, it's the AUG and AUG, right? So it's our annual August social. We do it at a microbrewery. I don't know if Urban Chestnut was here when you were here, Alex. But it's like a almost like a little German brew house kind of situation there. So, and Ed presented at one of ours. And so speaking of, that's what I was talking to Tom, that guy you just saw, and I told him, hey, we need to get these guys out here, and maybe they will, because they don't require passports.
You're like slowly making it down the list of my top favorite people on here.
Alex is right now the bar is still kind of raised a bit. He's gun shy on domestic flights now too. So or if he has to go through Atlanta, he's
I'm avoiding Atlanta like the plague right now.
Yeah.
That ain't that bad.
And so here's the reality though. I've got like at least 2 to 3 more hours with Alex than I have with you guys. So I just don't know enough about you, Bob and Rodney, in order to, tease you just as much as I have been teasing Alex. But wait, it's my love language, frankly.
Like kindergarten when you like somebody, you just pick on them and beat them up.
Look at you. Are you ready for more content?
Yes,
by all means.
I'm sorry. So the other thing we talk about, right, is I think you guys have been asking folks for their swag. So I went out all around my house and I collected all of my stuff. So we could do a quick swag show if you are interested.
Drum roll.
Or is this so boring? It's boring.
No, this is
and yet, what time was it?
Brittany and you, apparently the 2 ladies that actually came on were the only ones that followed our instructions.
We got this. Okay. Starting with, I wasn't a partner, but at the end of Summit/team, they start just giving away everything, setting it on tables. So I'm sure I walked by and grabbed Partner Day from 2017.
Ooh, that sounded heavy.
This shirt, I don't know what year this one is from, but
I know what year that's from because I have one of those still.
Or
that was the 2016.
16. Okay, so this was my first summit, and when they were doing lady sizes, I don't know if they were doing them before, but the ladies making those must have been significantly smaller than me because it was like I'm a medium.
Yeah, I remember that because 2017 is the year they introduced the ACE, the new logo. And so Charlie would have had to have been 2016.
Good call, right? Because I got a lot of Charlies. Okay, then I have, because I've gone to ACE/OGS for 10 years. I've got my Atlassian user group blanket, my little thing here.
Nice. It looks nice and fleecy.
It is. I've had that thing for
and I suspect you need that in St. Louis.
Sometimes, yeah.
Did you hear you're gonna have to go back to the recordings. What hour was it, Bob? Who was on? It was when Ed was on. I was describing my first night in St. Louis. But I think I've told you my first night in St. Louis, Sarah.
I do know that story. I do. Yeah.
That was the most horrific night of my life. I should have taken the hint.
yeah, and it's easy when you have experiences like that. That's why, yeah, you don't fly very much. Okay, so then newer, of course, is from joining the creator program. So the laptop bag.
I think I recognize that one. I got one of those.
Oh yeah, so y'all probably got one of those.
I did
do
not.
have.
You can tell how much I used it.
Rodney, shut up. You've gotten so much other swag from all the other years you've been ahead of us. Just calm down.
Oh yeah, how is my microphone?
Oh, are you using the Atlassian one?
Yeah, so I can't because I have it sort of pinned down, but yes, I've got my Atlassian microphone. So is back here better, or is down here in podcast voice better?
That's more ASMR voice.
I've got it. Actually, if I disconnect it, then every now and again, depending upon my mood, who I'm talking to, etc. Sometimes people think I have good podcast voices, and then some people think, please shut up. So sometimes if I am, is that better? Ooh, lots of air. No, put that back down. Okay.
You need one of these. You need the ones that are designed that you gotta like literally put in your mouth.
Here.
Look at that. Sarah's like,
but
professional.
I know I replaced it because I got the other one. I don't even know if that one's still hooked up. And how do you change the audio mic? I think it's this one. Okay, is that better?
Not bad.
Not bad. All right. It was in the way.
In the way. Sorry. It's just so funny. These little
All right.
technologies here, yeah.
Next, we'll play Name That Summit.
2017.
That was 2016 as well, because 2017 had the blue.
Whoops, because Charlie's
still around.
Yep.
I failed meteorology school because I don't know how to use a camera and point. So, all right. So this bag again. Oh, and my little pin. Okay.
2016 was my first summit. That's why I remember it so well.
Yeah, I've only done 4.
I think you guys were in the same room together. You didn't even know.
Aww.
Oh, we were.
That's a lovely thought.
That's where I discovered the Augs existed, because I had no clue.
Oh yeah.
Ed.
I was about to say, because Tom, you weren't friends with Tom, but if you were friends with Ed.
I mean, he was the Aug of my city, and I did not know it existed.
For Ed's recommendation, I'm just gonna put a GoPro on whenever I travel.
I am Catholic, so I can shame with the best of them. Ed.
I am my mom's disappointment because my family is, and I'm not.
I'm like, I can see how you're the biggest disappointment.
My younger brother is the one Catholic out of the 3 of us, and of course now he's my mom's favorite because.
Right. My mom actually stopped going too. So whew, that guilt was.
At least every Sunday, they're both still at Mass.
You know, you could do a whole show on my feelings on religion. That they're not bad, right? They're just, just observations, etc. All right. This is my most recent one that Tom gave me special for my Atlassian Community water bottle. It's actually pretty darn nice. I'm happy about that one.
It's bigger than the one I got for Atlassian certification.
Right?
But it's the same brand.
Yeah. By the way, I'm pulling all of these things out of this bag. Wait.
That one is the 2017.
I'm really not good at this. There you go.
Yep.
Yeah. So I got that one.
Number on
we used to get bags.
Right? I know. So then this is the creators of water bottle. This is like my Atlassian unboxing, which, by the way, I was thinking about now if anybody wants to take the idea, because I give my ideas away for free. But my next idea was the Atlassian unboxing, right? So you go to Atlassian.com/try, you spin up an instance, and then just start showing like what happens all out of the box and what you can do. There you go. Freebie for you.
What did you say?
Creator know it. What?
What did you say that you just try a new Jira and you start from scratch?
Yeah. So if you go to Atlassian.com/try, right? Because you get all these free trials of all the products. So the idea is like, okay, I'll spin up JSM and then just do it like you're unboxing something, right? And say, here's what it is when I start with JSM, and here's all the prompts that I get, and here's where, ooh, look, I can go start a template and look at all of the templates. So just like
I have two words. I have 2 words in response to that.
Yeah.
Chapter 2, because that's essentially what we did in the cookbook.
Oh, is it?
Yeah. Although we didn't do try, we did how you start up an open DevOps platform where it will install Jira and Confluence and
good point,
and Opsgenie and so
yes.
So yeah.
Yes, you are right. I did read it. It's just been a few weeks.
What you said makes a lot of sense, and I'm about to restart my series for the summer, so that might not be a bad idea to start there.
Yeah, I give it all away, don't I?
I know. And I also recommend you read chapter 11 so you can get up to speed on Compass.
I haven't gotten there yet, obviously. Yeah.
But I wrote
by
it.
the way, because I bought the book. I didn't get the freebie book because I couldn't handle the pressure of actually reading it in a certain amount of time and doing a review. So I bought the book, but it should come with swag. And I haven't yet been able to connect to the thing I'm supposed to connect to for all the files, etc., because I got the book so early that the files weren't out there yet. And then I hadn't gotten back to try it yet. So I need to do that.
Let us know. We can yell at somebody for you.
Okay, yeah. I will try again. All right.
And did you get the physical? You got the physical book, right?
Yes,
or did you?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Yeah.
So that's something that we can autograph next time we see you.
Oh, next time. There hasn't been a first time, but yes.
Well, I mean, we keep saying.
Well, I mean, technically
we need to come out.
I know. I'm working on this.
I have a house there.
I know, exactly. I'll go knock on the door and be like, yo. Okay. So Atlassian lanyard. I don't know if you guys, I think a lot of this stuff was user events. Check it out. This was one side. If you plugged it in one side, it was like a USB mini, I think. And if you flip it over, then it becomes a lightning cable. It was really crazy. And then USB on the other side, but all in a handy dandy lanyard.
That is trippy. I've never seen that before.
Right? And it worked. It wasn't like
that is actually like all sorts of cool.
Right?
Yeah.
I'm jealous.
So like wink wink nudge nudge Atlassian. Oh, in my car, I don't have it with me. It's in my car. Was one of the chargers, right? The portable chargers. That's also Atlassian, but I forgot to bring that in. Okay. What's next in it? Look, I'm trying to keep the energy up for you guys for the last
9 hours later.
44 minutes for you. So I posted this one recently. Never gonna give this one up. Got our hip chat.
That one probably should be framed.
Love me some hip chat. My favorite.
Gone too soon.
Favorite. Oh, go ahead.
I was trying to get a Rickroll going on it, and
right?
I put in the second line, and then somebody just completely botched it and didn't understand.
Was it Ed?
No, it wasn't Ed.
We
won't pick on it. It was somebody else.
Probably me.
No, it wasn't you.
I didn't even know the Beatles had wings.
The Beatles.
Oh. I was thinking chicken because we were talking about Ed, and I'm like, what? It's like that didn't make sense.
It was the one point where it was like he said something about eating wings, and I was like, no, and yeah, I had to go get coffee anyway.
Oh, food on the brain.
Didn't know.
So my favorite hip chat feature, which may be possible in, I guess it's possible in Zoom, but this was like in what 2000. I can't remember exactly what year everything happened because 16, they all blur.
17 time frame.
Okay, because so it was then using hip chat where we could both share our screens. Like me and the person I was talking to could share our screens at the exact same time. So that when they were like, I'm doing this, and I'm like, watch how I do it on my screen. And then I could watch how they were doing it on their screen. It was the best. Like that.
My hip chat stories. I just started a company that's using hip chat, and the company loved it. They absolutely used it for everything. But there was this one room, because I, being the Atlassian product and being the Atlassian admin, I was in charge of it all of a sudden. and I'm going through all the channels trying to see what's there, if there any cleanup needed, whatever. I come across this room just called Monday. I click into it, and it's just line after line. Every Monday at 8 a.m., someone posted, well, someone has a case of the Mondays. And so I waited until the next Monday, and like, someone has a case of the Monday bots. And the person who was actually running the bot said, I have been running this thing for 6 months, and you were the first person to notice.
They must have appreciated that so much.
They haven't. The first person they encounter the wrath of Rodney's ADD.
But you know, I think that type of behavior though is something that I have too, right? Like if you give me something new, I'm gonna poke it so much, and I'm gonna find as much about it that I can, and you know, do deep dives in it. And then that's when you find things, right? And that's when you find all those funny like Easter egg sort of things that people are like, I don't know if anybody's ever gonna see this, but
Yeah, like the Eagles had wings.
exactly. And because that, okay, we'll get back to my swag in a moment, but talking about things that have changed, right? Or that we might miss over the course of all of the years with Atlassian. And I mean, they might still do it in certain places, but a lot of that personality feels like it is being dampened. So a lot of those little fun messages, error messages, success messages, right? I mean, and you guys were talking about pirates earlier, and I always talk about how there once was the ability to change your language to pirate inside of, you know.
I read Jira and
Yes.
Pirate for a while.
Yes. Like, and it's like they get.
I've never heard of this.
Yes.
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 Oh my god.
Because
What happened?
so in way back in Serverland, right? You
Yes.
could set up translation packs.
But what
right?
happened?
And
Translation packs was Pirate.
But what happened to Atlassian?
You mean that they don't have pirate anymore, or the
They
translation?
lost their charm.
This is my point, right? Is that it's like that idea where everybody grows up, and that growing up means somehow, you know, becoming more subdued. And I guess I'm putting, you know, if I'm telling Alex he has to like unpack and stop projecting, I'm the same way, right? Where I'm like, don't tell me I have to grow up, and don't tell me I have to act this way, because I'm always just like this, right? No matter how old I am, that is me. And I know there are some people who are like, oh no, at a certain age, you know, you should be
You're like 40 years young.
calm or something like
Sarah.
that. Anyway, but so the point is
Yeah.
like, I get frustrated because, you know, they grew up in that way where they lost that childlike quality to an extent, right? And some of that fun has gone away. And whether that's, you know, in the way the product works, in the way they communicate via their videos, etc. Like there's just some of that, and I miss it. It's not wrong what they've done. I just will say I miss it because
It's because we got delicate people like Rodney who's always calling it out when somebody does something dumb like me. And it's their lawyers probably just got tired of having to do 17 disclaimers with every message.
right, and it's just such a bummer that becomes the truth, right?
We're not monetized yet, so you profanity is allowed.
Right. Okay, good. I don't know all the rules. And so I did. So sorry, I
when
did
you monetize your channels when you don't want to use bad words, but feel free.
right. So I tried to have a moment with Mike Cannon Brooks though, because he did make like a little pirate noise during last year's team. And so I was trying to reference the fact that they had the pirate language pack out there on one of his posts or something, hoping like maybe he'll notice me. It didn't happen, but I think Mark Croft liked it, so I felt pretty good about that. But I was like, I remember that Atlassian. I remember when it was young, right? Like it was great.
Sir, have you been around for the Atlassian ecosystem for so long? Why did it only take us until last 3 months to find out about you?
No, because no, do you want to have this little therapy session right now? Like, are you sure? Again, it's Saturday holiday thing.
We got 30 minutes.
Because I'm not good enough, because I'm nobody, because I'm just somebody who used the products. That's truly.
But that's all of us.
No, it's not.
I mean, do you want to know how I became the Jira guy?
Yes.
I registered the domain.
I love it.
I did nothing to earn it.
I gave
I mean,
all
I
the
had the
authority.
certification, but that's a lot of people have the certification. Really, the only reason I'm the Jira guy and not just some other random person is I registered the domain.
And I'm a doctor, and I don't even have any of the papers.
We're all just regular people at the end of the day.
I know. But didn't somebody say, who was it the other day? They said they think about Rodney, you, right? With imposter syndrome. What makes, like, do you think you're even good enough to have imposter syndrome? Wasn't that you, Rodney, who left that comment somewhere?
Yeah, that's something I heard. Wasn't directed at me, but I like, ow.
Yeah. The other thing to know about me is I remember creepy details about people.
Yeah, I gotta stop sharing details with you.
It's because I like you, right? And so I'm like, oh, they said this thing. And by the way, yeah, the soft filter, I was trying to figure out where to turn it off, but the soft filter on my thing is oh, look at, I started, made it so soft I went away. So no, I'm not. Oh God, look at that there. Let's do an unveiling right now. There's the real me. Okay, I will do that.
Exactly the same. Nothing different.
I will turn off the filters, and there you go. That's
there was literally nothing different.
Oh, actually, the unfiltered version is kind of nothing anybody wants. I always warn people. Yes, but so you haven't heard of me. Because for a long time, also, like LinkedIn gave me so much anxiety every time I was on there, because in my world, everybody's fabulous and perfect and wonderful and has their shit together, right? And then I'm just like, they've got these titles, they've got this experience, and most of all of those people are very well spoken. I am not well spoken. I am just, I'm just going to use my limited vocabulary. Like I'm going to still speak, and
Says
even though I know down price.
Etymology.
Yeah, people. Yeah, exactly.
I don't even know what that means.
Don't get me started. And like, I know what those words mean. They're just not word. I just, like the whole corporate speak, I immediately think, oh, they must be very smart and they know what they're doing because
they're very demure.
They can do corporate speak. And I'm like, I can't do that. I think I sound like a kindergartner teacher all the time, the way I talk to people. And I understand that that can have its pros. But at the same time, I'm like, oh man, now they just know how dumb I am. If I sit there and talk like that, they're going to be like, she doesn't know what she's talking about it because she's not using the official language and jargon that we all know. So anyway, I told you don't open that can of worms. Let's shove them back in. Right?
We fit right in with me then, because I'm the dumbest person in the room.
Oh, so am I. See, I didn't even make him feel better. No, I'm kidding. See, because with me, like that's what you have to do, right? Like you cannot try to change my mind. You just have to feed me and say, no, you're right, Sarah. You're right. That's exactly it. But let's move on. Team up.
Team up.
Oh.
Another, I think, walking out piece of like random swag that was sitting on tables. But I do like this one a lot. I use this. I wear this one a lot because that right in the I still think it's not team at Summit, but I love that their ticker symbol right is team. And because I didn't get to hear everything you guys were talking about with the playbooks, and I know Brian is talking about him and a fan, and I know Mark is doing stuff, and I can't wait to watch it. But good Lord, forever I have been trying to get people, like I've been telling everybody I know about the playbooks, because I think the playbooks can be really powerful when they're well done. And when you have those team working agreements, and when you have those project posters, and, when you're able to basically be like, let's just write it all down. Why are we here, people? Where are we going? Then that's how you get there, is because you put it down and you can see it. Right. And so I imagine, hope, whatever, at some level, you've had Mike and Scott over there doing those things, right? Whether it's that proverbial cocktail napkin, or that whoever knows what phones they might have been using when they were first talking. like they had to have that. They had to have that, and they had to promote that, and they had to keep doing that to get to where they were. I don't know when those things were introduced, but maybe they were doing all of those things and they just hadn't written them down yet, right? So anyway, huge fan of those things because in my world, don't take this away from me, that's how they built Atlassian, right? That's like the Atlassian.
You've obviously never had a conversation with Yen.
I haven't what, Alex?
Yen Schumacher.
No. Oh, I follow him, I think.
Yeah, he was there.
Sure.
He was there at the beginning of time. So don't have that conversation with him because he'll ruin.
Don't. Yeah. Okay.
He'll ruin the fairy tale that you've created.
I can be ruined a little bit, right? Because I realize maturity is just another word for disillusionment. Write that one down. Okay, and then what, Bob?
I was going to say, I think, Jens may have the oral history of that, but I definitely think that as with the growing pains of Atlassian, as they started getting bigger and bigger, they definitely needed some way of aligning themselves as they started becoming more of an international company and finally a worldwide company. So, I could definitely see how some of these plays then became part of what Atlassian was doing. It started out as what Atlassian was doing, and then somebody just wrote them down, and that started becoming the playbook.
Right. And just, sharing all of that. And I guess maybe, who knows, companies do that commonly, right? Like, hey, here's how we did it. Or it's becoming more and more common for companies just opening up about how they did things, because even if they share everything about how they did it, it's really hard to replicate that or recreate that. Right.
Yeah.
So
you can give everything away for free, but doing something about it takes a tremendous amount of energy.
Right.
Which is why I haven't actually gotten to use the playbooks yet, because they take effort. They take the champion, and then they take the leadership support, and they take the person willing to do it. Right. So I'm like, right now, I have a task, right, that on my personal thing that says, come up with a team working agreement, go ahead and write one. And then I will, because I think
so. But I think you need to do that in really the Scrum Mastery way. In other words, you don't do it as the person that sets the rules down, because then nobody's going to follow that. You do that as a facilitator. You say, all right, guys, this is how we're going to have this is what a working agreement is. What are some of the rules that you would have? And you just let them go wild all over that in that hour meeting. And so, because it's different when the team collaboratively writes it together, because then they have stake in the game.
Yeah.
And as opposed to here's the agreement, live it, work it, right? And that's also going to be the same when the team changes through additions and subtractions,
or time, or just time,
or time, right?
Just
Obviously,
time and experience, even if it's the same team, time and experience is going to fundamentally change the team. Back to you, Bob.
Yes. And what I like to do is, when there's new people, that's when I show it to them. But then I always follow it up with now that you've seen this and judging from your experience, what would you change in it? And that brings about another round of conversations with that new person and the rest of the team.
Sarah, where were you at 3 a.m. on February 15th?
I don't know.
Definitely use your energy to stay awake after.
For the 24-hour one. See, that's why I told you I would come in late, because I know I bring something else.
Holy moly, yeah.
Something you just made me think, though, Bob, maybe another question you could add, right, is what would you change about this? And then I started thinking, but what would you bring to this too, right?
Yeah.
Because there's changing, totally. And change and bring, I can hear the interchangeability a little bit about those, but and earlier I mentioned something about one of my favorite experiences that I hope to get back to soon, that well, because no reason, but I hope to get back to it, was working with Habitat for Humanity. And one of the important aspects of the house building with Habitat for Humanity is exactly what you're saying about, because the homeowners have to invest in that. They invest their time by putting in, I believe at the time I did, it was 80 hours they were working towards building their house, because they were also going to classes, right, and learning about home ownership, because they might have come from situations where home ownership wasn't in their history. So the things you have to do to maintain a home are things they hadn't learned about. And I was like, sign me up for that class, even though I had, I was fortunate enough to grow up in a home with a family. There are fundamental skills that everybody can do, but it is that idea, like they have put something into that. And so that, and then they're within a community of people who have contributed to that as well. We used to do blitz builds too, where there would be like 10 houses in 10 days. And so these 10 homeowners are coming together in their new community of things that they have put all of their sweat equity into, and to help them, let me just say community again, right? To build that community, because they've all been there, done that. And then with the hope that they all, then work together to maintain what they have built, right? I'm sure there's varying degrees of success with that, but yes, it's, you get out of what you put into things. So when a team puts something into these working agreements, right, then throughout the life cycle of whatever that team is put together for, because being a consultant, we're switching teams constantly, right?
Yeah.
Whether it's working with other consultants just within our organization, or then constantly working, with customers and new teams of customers. Like we'll see. But I would love to do that every time. Just let's take a little bit of time. Hey, new customers, here's our playbook. Here's our rules. Here's our guidelines. Here's our principles. Now we can move faster because that basement is nice and settled, right? Or hopefully pretty good settled. So are you ready for
definitely.
Okay. Next. I know I'm such a weirdo, because now it's a thing. Like now I have to finish this. Now I have to get through all of these. So
You ever watched Halloween Town?
Have I went to Halloween Town?
Have you ever seen the movie Halloween Town?
No. What do I need to see about it?
There's the grandma had this. So the movie's about Halloween, right? But the grandma had her little witch bag, and she's just taking things out and out and out. and the little granddaughter, she's like, "What the heck is that with that bag?" It's just it's like infinite, just pull things out of it.
In my generation, that's Mary Poppins, Alex.
Yeah.
That's what we have as a little
lot less scary than Halloween Town, apparently.
Right. So again, just a random ace event, like the Atlassian baseball kind of jersey thing going on here. So love that one. Oh wait, I have some little stuff. I've got my user group cup here that again with Charlie on there. And I really want to create one of those memes like Kermit drinking his tea, and then have like Atlassian, like, I don't know what they're doing with their Jira statuses. I think that would be kind of fun. Like, don't mind me. And look, I have more than one of those lanyards. We should raffle one. Who wants one? I'll trade you swag. You send me some TJL, I'll send you one of those. And then another like multi-octopussy charger like thing here, right?
Oh, I've got those. Yeah, that's
a
little, because it's got like the old
USB Mini, and then the 30-pin iPhone.
Yeah. The like larger USB one, and then
that's USB Mini.
Oh, and it does have a C on. No, I can't tell because I need my readers. Then there's the USB. So that one was fun. How about this one? Oh, look, I wrote goals next to it. That's for you, Brian.
I have one of those. I have green screen behind me. Behind it is my drawers where I keep like office supplies. I have one of those pads in there.
I loved Answers. Is Answers like technically still around? Dated.
No, I think it redirects to Community now.
Is it just Community? But
yep.
I liked answers. What's dated about? Are you calling me old, Sean? Just in a
Yeah,
nicer
I'm
term.
throwing Sean under the bus. So yeah.
All right, then I got my Atlassian user groups. This is when the OGs first started, like pencil bag or just little zippered bag, which was funny because I had a piece of blue masking tape over it because I would pack different things in these for travel, and if I would forget what I put in it, so I put blue masking tape, and so some of this has come off and now lives on the blue masking tape, some of the ink. So now it looks just like vintage and worn and washed, right? Oh dear. Oh, so then of course the creator hats, which was new, and
what does your husband say about all this swag of yours?
It's not that much. I mean, it's all pretty condensed in drawers, right? But
last 40 minutes of nothing but pure swag, but yeah, it's not that much.
It doesn't take up much space. Okay, but so where have I been and whatnot? And so yeah, this one was pretty exciting because when I first heard about the Atlassian Creators Program, and one of the things I had mentioned to Alex when we had our whatever it was, the thing that we did, because people would tell me at my job that when Atlassian wasn't my full-time job, that I would light up when I started talking about Atlassian things. And so I was like, okay, well, maybe I'll just start sharing more. So I didn't expect to get into the program. I was very excited to get in the program, and I feel like I've been a little lame in the program, but I'm working on it. I'm getting there. I will do more. I will do more. What is it?
Gotta hit record.
What?
Just gotta hit record.
I know. But I'm getting better. And yeah, I agree. Like Loom is going to make that easier. Okay. Service desk. Look at, they're just dropping now. So I'll keep the show going. Service desk, which I love service desk. Then, because all I have is old school stuff, right? Because they stopped giving so much away.
That was the whole point, though. That was like the point of the stream, was to kind of reminisce.
Right? So old school Confluence. Then they did a team tour. So I went and I got my team tour shirt. My shirt with my pocket protector. And then, all their fun tour dates on the back there. Which I also feel like I'm missing a little tour short. God, I can't say that. Tour.
You just have all your problem with your SH words.
Too.
What did you make up earlier? Shirta?
Yeah, get your shirt together.
No, you had a.
I did with the R in parentheses.
Was it R? Oh,
or keep your shirt together.
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah, I sound like I'm on The Good Place, right? With shirt and forking. And then when they came out with the new Confluence with their new logos. Okay. Oh, wait. And before I show you my favorite one, if Ed is still around, hey, Ed, you left this in St. Louis.
She's like, just a drawer. Just a drawer full of stuff, nothing big.
I know. It's not. But Ed left this in St. Louis, so I'm saving it to give it back to you. Also, I might just throw it up on a background for you, right? So when I can talk about all the wonderful AppFire products, not to mention, I always love reading about AppTown and doing that, right? Because earlier,
Ed might need that back. Fabian might Ed might be on Fabian's shit list because he left it in St. Louis.
He said it's all mine, so
Who's Fabian?
Fabian is one of the Atlassian community leaders. He works for AppFire on AppFire Town, as he goes like all over the place to do all of the charitable stuff. So
he's got 200 of them. He can give one out.
Okay. And Ed is my bullshit detector in describing Fabian, but like Fabian goes all over the place to set up these things that AppFire Town does. So
that's a dream. I mean, yeah. And honestly, again, other corporations might do it all, but I I kind of think of it like if you've ever donated to something, via a LinkedIn post or a Facebook post, right? And then you go and you donate to the cause and they ask you to share it on Facebook. And I'm always just personally loath to do that. I don't know, because I'm just like, hey, I did it. Nobody else needs to know about it. On the exact opposite side, however, the fact, that Atlassian talks about the 1% they give, and then they, and they broadcast it, right? Because it's setting that model. It's setting that tone for other companies, right? It's like, don't be shy about the good you do, just to be modest, right? Because you want to be, I would think you want to inspire other folks to go out and do that good. So again, why I love reading about all the posts about, at Firetown, about what Atlassian's doing, or any organization, right, that's out there doing something like that. I think that's all extremely wonderful stuff. And look, I've got 16 minutes. I don't know what's on your clock. 16 minutes.
No, not
go,
16, 9.
9. Okay, 9 minutes. So
yeah, we gotta finish before the clock.
This is okay. So then
are like savoring in my mouth.
Oh yeah, we already saw that bag. I don't think there's. I think that's the last. There's only one more thing in my bag, but it is. Yeah, I had other water bottles, etc. I've gotten rid of stuff. I have cleaned out. Okay. This is my favorite piece, though, and it is starting to age, and I'm really sad. So, Atlassian friends out there, if you hear me, here's my idea, and you guys can use this. Well, how many times do I say, here's my idea? It's ridiculous. So, my other idea, number 942,
my new idea.
the idea of the minute is just go ahead and post some files out there for us. So like I could just print my own, my own iron on stuff and then just put it on my shirts. So we can save the planet. You don't have to ship me a shirt. I'll go buy my own shirt and then I'll make my own iron on just so that I can have more and make more of my own swag. Because this is my favorite piece. This is the Atlassian Users Unite. And this one just makes me so happy because I'm just like,
yes. It goes well with your personality.
There we go. That's correct. So I love this one, right? Like, let's all just come together and make really cool things happen, right? And then use the tools, but the tools are in the background, right? They're just the stuff that helps facilitate and bring focus to all the really important stuff. The tool is just literally the tool. The tool is not the process. The tool is not the people. The tool doesn't drive it. I do believe that. I might sometimes forget that, but it's true. All right, guys, you can have your show back for the last 5 minutes. I'm so sorry.
Don't apologize. You're completely rocking it.
Yeah, why are you apologizing?
I don't know, because I tend to be a little much. But I figured I was just
when it comes to showbiz, Sarah, a little much is exactly what we need.
Yeah.
I just thought you guys have got to be exhausted.
Only a little bit.
Just a little bit.
But I think I listened to like 6 hours myself.
I would have usually taken a nap by now, or 2.
Right? Right?
You did remind me of a piece of swag that I had within reach. Awesome. So this is a little. Is it going to show up? There we go. Yeah, it's a little notepad thing with little flags. Yes. But it's also a USB hub.
No, that's so fun.
Yeah, this was sent to the community leaders, I believe, for Team 21.
My favorite piece of swag,
mostly virtual.
My favorite piece of swag was my fidget spinner pen from Release Team.
That's fun.
That thing just has gotten me out of so much stress.
Now, speaking of the 1%, right? Like if if somebody said, hey, do you want some swag or could we donate to something? I will say donate to something, right? Because I always think about that when it's like, here, we've got 9,000 t-shirts. And I'm like, so I vacillate between the two. Anyway, so what do you guys want to talk about, Scott? Oh, Alex, let's get together, though, and really talk about how much projecting you're doing on why Scott's leaving, because I am worried about you, friend.
Not anymore. After Ty's conversation, I'm a changed person.
I don't know. Like, are you burnt out? Are you?
I am a whole new man after talking with Ty.
I had to miss some of that. What is? what is the wrapped up thought
Basically,
here?
the fact that I'm only child has screwed me over.
Oh yeah.
That was the conclusion that we arrived at.
And I only say that way, right? Because I have a brother and sister who are 8 and 9 years older than me. So they're just old enough that, again, I have that only child. I have that youngest child with an only child mentality. Beat that.
I mean, you pretty much described my younger brother right there.
Oh, Rodney. So you can, you can.
He's
relate.
20 years younger than me.
Oh, wow.
Just a few years.
Yeah, my mom borrowed. Well, I'd say I was the one actually borrowing the car, but I drove it every day to class. She actually had dropped me off her classes in college so she could take the car to the doctor because she wasn't feeling well. And well, there's a reason she wasn't feeling well. The thing is, doctors have previously told her that she could not get pregnant because of some issues she had earlier in life. So this was a complete surprise.
My wife is volunteering to recreate that shirt for you.
Thank you.
Picture. You can send it to me on Slack, and I'll Slack it to her.
Yes. We can slack it all around. So what are we going to write down? Have we written down and collected and marked in the video, right? All of the predictions for what's going to happen so that.
Well, the beautiful part is we didn't have to write
years,
anything down because we calculated this so that we wouldn't have to write anything down because it's recorded and saved.
I know.
Unlike last time.
And then we're going to throw it in AI. And then in 5 years, we're going to go, hey, AI. Speaking of, earlier when there was discussion about like Jira Service Management and ServiceNow and, the inroads JSM is making on ServiceNow and I'm, feature sets, etc. My thinking though, based on nothing except for my own crazy ideas in my head, is it's just going to be something that we don't even know yet, right? That it's not going to be like, I need to match you feature for feature, right? There's going to be some other way that service management is going to work in general that's going to supersede anything that you have existing right now. So it's not going to be like, I can better organize it. It's going to be, you're going to have a whole new way to interact with things. That's my now recorded.
You heard it here first. Timestamp locked and loaded 9:50.
I know. I am also on record saying JSM will become Jira also.
I see that. We saw that. That was one of my predictions from earlier because I'm like, why would JSM need a calendar view? Why would JSM need the board view? The queues are technically the list view. So like you're blurring too many of the lines. I'm like, let me just make a request type inside of Jira software and call it a day.
And a form. Which
and
is
form,
yeah, which is kind of your like
approval.
Yeah, like fold in your team manage project so let you create your own forms.
Yeah, lots of fun things happening here.
Oh wait, the clock's going the wrong way. Tick, 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 tick.
You have a lot of energy for 5 p.m.
I also have a mom water. No endorsement. Where's your Bob? Can you do some legalese on me? Big mom water.
The views expressed by Sarah Wright do not represent those of TJL Media LLC,
not
Atlassian, its marketplace partners or solution partners, of which Sarah.
And I think you have to also say not sponsored legally.
Exactly. This is not an endorsement. This is not a sponsorship.
Hashtag not an ad.
This is just a company that has done darn good marketing, whose beverage I am enjoying. It's excellent marketing and also no carbonation. So I love that. Exactly. I feel like you guys should have had like pictures of Scott for the end here, or like we could pull up a Wikipedia page on him or something. And
there's apparently an internal thing that a bunch of pictures were shared.
Yes.
So, but I mean, I think we'll just start wrapping it up here and just, I don't know.
Yep.
Just special thanks to Scott here and creating him with MCB and creating this tool that I don't think 20 years ago they thought that they would have these crazy people on the internet.
How could you?
I mean, how people weren't creating content on the internet like that back 20 years ago. I mean, blogging was just getting started.
You don't even see this for Monday or Asana or any of those other tools either. Like Atlassian really has a community here, and right. Just a lot of respect and gratitude for these guys, especially Scott. 20 plus years building this thing.
We talked about the risk, the pressure, the stress, the year 2022, what he had to go through. Yeah, it's just a tremendous amount of work, and thank him for those dedications, those years of dedication.
So I'm going to say this, and I want your funniest answer possible. What is Scott doing Monday morning?
I would say in his undies, just watching TV.
You can leave your own personal.
He is
What you're wanting to
he is taking over the carpool duties of bringing his kids to school.
He's gonna be like that soccer mom, just like billionaire rolls up.
Yep.
I think he is practicing his new stand-up act and getting ready for open mic nights.
He's going to Chris Cook, opens up his comedy club.
Yes. See, this is all these things I don't know about the community that I'm learning. You guys all have these inside jokes. I'm like, I don't understand that joke.
Don't worry, we don't get it either. We just laugh. Somebody does. That's the beautiful part.
I am sure, no matter what, that he is going to wake up Monday morning feeling proud of what he did, right? Feeling proud, knowing that there is this
It's quite a legacy, isn't it?
Yeah, a legacy. He left an economy. He left a community.
And
I mean,
I think the word ecosystem, I mean, it gets played out, but with the Atlassian, we do have an ecosystem where we all collectively build on this thing together.
Yep. I mean, it brought all of us together, didn't it?
Mm-hmm.
It did. But anyways, thank you, Scott.
Yep.
All right, and with that, I think we're gonna close this one out.
Good job, guys.
Close it out.
Let us close it out.
Yep. Well, first off, any opinions expressed by Alex Ortiz are his solely and not represent. In other news, thank you
gotta go
to all our.
Right. None of the broadcasting of this message may not be replicated or reused without proper permission.
I mean, that's assumed. I'm hoping.
Oh man, thank you all. This was a lot easier than 24 hours.
Thank everyone. Thank our members, Ed Gale.
You know who you are.
Yeah, you know who you are. He'll play at some point.
We're too tired to remember them all.
All characters are fictional. There is no Jira guy. There is no Dr. Jira, and there
All
is no
words are made
Bob.
Yep. All right. Well, tacos.
And
I'm on to tacos. Scott,
tacos?
you come to Anaheim. I'll make sure you get some good tacos.
And as always, we didn't choose the Jira Life. The Jira Life chose us.
Who hit